Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Friday, April 17th, 2026. This is an interactive show in which you can participate. You can do so by calling in at the number on my background, 657-233-0878. You can also participate through the chat on YouTube. And I take super chats as well as regular chats, and I will give them priority. I just see a notification here. Oh, I see. There's a new feature of my channel, which is channel memberships. I just set that up a couple days ago. So this is a way for you to support the show financially. I'm trying to grow my platform and make it financially self-sustaining. And one way to do that is through super chats, which I've been taking for the last few months, as well as super stickers. But another way, which is now newly available, is channel memberships. So I want to talk about that for a little bit. So channel memberships are a way of contributing monthly. There are different amounts you could contribute at. It's like Patreon, if you're familiar with Patreon. Sorry, I just need a cough drop here. And maybe before I get into that, I should just say a little more about my show for anyone who's new here. I already said a little at the beginning, but there are many topics on my background. We can discuss capitalism, egoism, atheism, leftism, altruism, theism, etc. And we had some good discussions last time on anarcho-capitalism, so-called libertarian viewpoint. Someone called in about that, and I thought we had a good conversation. And there's more, even if something is not listed on the background. You see at the bottom I put and more, because I didn't want you to feel limited to the topics I have listed. Those are just to give you some ideas. Okay. So, channel memberships. There are different levels at which you can support the channel. Let me bring up my screen so I can share this. Here's the join button. Okay. Okay, so if you're watching on my channel, you see this button that says join. That's new. And if you click on that, you'll see these different levels. I made up names for each of the tiers, named after Ayn Rand's fiction books. So you can join at 99 cents per month. I called that the Anthem level. I went in size of Ayn Rand's books from the smallest to the largest, just in terms of length. If you join at 99 cents per month, then you can get one of these badges next to your name. And then that'll show up if you participate in the live chat. and maybe also next to comments. I'm not sure. But it also gets you access to members only live chats if I ever decide to do a members only live chat. Right now, chats are open to anybody. You don't have to be a member. You don't even have to be a subscriber. But at some point, I might decide to try out a members only live chat. And if you're a subscriber at 99 cents per month, you would be able to participate in that live chat. It can also get you priority reply to comments. So if I see a lot of people participating in the live chat and you have a star next to your name, but somebody else doesn't, then I'm going to give priority to your chats and address them sooner. So in that way, it's similar to a super chat. You get priority, you get more attention because you're a contributor. It might also give you early access to videos. So if I publish a video and schedule it for Friday, you might be able to get access to it Wednesday or Thursday, or anyways, I don't know exactly how it works, but you can get early access to some new videos. So those are some perks for the 99 cents per month level, the Anthem level. And I might change all this around. This is all very new to me, so I might change the levels and what perks go along with each level. But at least starting out, this is what I've got. All right, so let's go to the next level, the We the Living level. This is $2.99 per month. Oh, by the way, I think this might actually show up different for you. I think the prices here that show up for me are just for me, the creator. But if you are the person supporting the creator, I think it might actually show up as $1.49 per month on your end. And then I guess I get 2/3 of that. Because I logged in on my, I have another account and I logged in on that one and it showed different amounts. Maybe you can confirm this on your end. I'm going to try that. Oh, I see we have someone in the chat who's asking a question. Hamish. All right, I'll get to that after I go over channel memberships, but let me just finish going over the channel memberships. So if I log in on my other account, and so let's see what appears here. Yeah, it says $1.49 for the Anthem level. And if you're in another country, then maybe it'll show up in a different amount because you have a different currency. But I'm just going to go through the United States amounts here. All right, so let's go to the next level, the We the Living level, $2.99 per month. Again, that's what I see. But if on your ends, let's see, what is it going to show up for? Oh, it looks like $3.99 for the We the Living. So I get a certain percentage of that. And my percentages are what's reflected here. But it looks like you would have to pay $3.99 per month to join at the We the Living level. That's Ayn Rand's next book in order of length. I didn't choose these amounts, by the way. I mean, YouTube gave me some amounts to choose from, and then automatically, I guess it calculates a certain cut that it gets. But anyways, at that level, you get photo and status updates. Like if I put out a community member post, you might see those sometimes. Like if I can show you an example of what I mean. If you go to so this membership tab is new. That didn't used to be here on my channel, but as of a couple days ago, it's now there. So that's one place you can go to learn more about this. If you're on a laptop, at least. But what I was saying, the photo and status updates that you get, those are these updates. Sometimes I put out an announcement, and I guess I can set those to members only. And if you're subscribed at the We the Living level, you will get any members only posts that I make or photos that I post. And I don't know if I'm going to do anything like that, but I might. So I'm not sure. A lot of the way you can think of these Support levels is just supporting the channel, whether or not you're getting some extra benefit. If you just want to support the channel, these are ways you can do it at various levels, and you might or might not be able to take advantage of some benefit, because I don't know if I'm going to do any members only posts or members only photos, but if I do, those will be available to you at the We the Living level. Okay, so let's come back down here. The Fountainhead, that's the next level, and I get $4.99 per month if you sign up at that level. Oh, by the way, all these perks, they carry over from one level to the next. So if you're a We the Living level member, you get all the perks of the Anthem level, plus any new perks that apply only to the We the Living level. And if you're a Fountainhead level supporter, then you get all the perks of the We the Living level and the Anthem level, plus any that are unique to this level. So all the perks of the lower levels, they carry over to the next level up. Okay. So looks like $6.99 is the amount that you would be paying for joining at the Fountainhead level. $6.99 per month. But for me, it shows up as, I guess that's my cut. I get $4.99 out of that. And that gets you access to members only shorts. So you know how YouTube, there's a separate section for very short videos, like under 3 minutes, which is here on the Shorts tab. And I've done some of those. Here's some examples. And looks like I've done a dozen shorts. So I might do some members only shorts. And if I do, and you're a subscriber, or you're a channel member at the Fountainhead level, you will get access to these members only shorts. So far, these are all public, but maybe in the future, I will do some members only shorts, and you can get access to those if you're a Fountainhead level member. And again, I might change these around, exactly what perks are available to what level, but this is just my initial setup here. Okay, now let's go to the next level, the Atlas Shrugged level. And I get $9.99 per month from that. And I guess for you as a channel member, you would pay $12.99 per month for that. And that gets you access to members only videos. So not just shorts of like 1 minute or 3 minutes, but much longer videos. Sometimes I do videos that are 45 minutes, an hour, 3 hours, much longer. And maybe in the future, I'll do some members only videos. And if you're subscribed at the Atlas Shrugged level, you can get access to those. Okay, and then finally, there's one more level, which it's not, I have to reopen it sometimes to be able to scroll there. Okay, the Ayn Rand level. So Ayn Rand only wrote 4 books, 4 novels. But I was allowed to create 5 levels, so I needed to name it something other than one of her novels, and I chose to name that Ayn Rand as the source of all the others, the source of her novels. And I think I might actually be able to add a 6th level. Maybe I'll do that later. But at least for now, I've just got 5 levels. And to be a supporter at the Ayn Rand level, you would pay $24.99 per month. And I would get $19.99 out of that. And if you're a member at that level, again, you get all the perks of the lower levels, plus you also get access to members only live streams. I'm doing a live stream right now. So I might do a live stream one day and set it to members only. And if you're a supporter at the Ayn Rand level, you would have access to that live stream, that members only live stream. Sometimes my live streams go on for many hours. Usually they do. Lately, They've been going for more than 7 hours. See if we go over to my channel. You can see the last live stream was over 7 hours. The one before that was over 7 hours. The 3 before that, they were over 7 hours. This one was over 8 hours. So my live streams can be very long sometimes. And I might do a members only live stream, and you would have access to that if you are a supporter at the Ayn Rand level, plus all of the perks that come with the lower levels. Okay, so that's how the memberships work, and I would definitely appreciate it if you want to help support me, support the channel, support my work of promoting Ayn Rand's ideas by becoming a channel member. And you can take advantage of those perks as and when I offer them. Again, I don't know how often I'll be offering a members only piece of content, but maybe I'll be more incentivized to do that the more members I get. We'll see. And I might change around the perks that apply to each level, but I'll give it at least a try, maybe for a month at the way things I have it set up right now. See how that goes for a while. I think at least a month. And maybe I'll tweak it as time goes on. Okay, so I see we've got some people here already. Someone asked a question in the chat. I do want to mention, before I forget, this might be a shorter stream than usual because it's possible I will have an appointment in the middle of my normal streaming time. So I don't know if someone might text me or call me in an hour or two and say, hey, can we meet at 4 p.m. Pacific? Because that was the time that this person proposed that we might meet up. But I don't know if that's going to happen. So there might not be any interruption by that, in which case maybe I can do a normal, very long stream of 7 hours. But this might be a 2-hour stream, very unusually. When I first started live streaming about a year ago, my live streams were typically about 2 hours. But now that seems like a very short stream for me, given what I've become accustomed to and maybe what you've all been accustomed to. So just want to give you a heads up that today's stream might be significantly shorter than my typical streams of 7+ hours. I might have to go in an hour or two, but maybe not. We'll see. I just have to, I'm going to keep my eye on my phone or check in once in a while to see if I get contacted by this person with whom I might have an appointment. So, I just got a new subscriber. I just noticed that. So that's what surprised me a little bit. Great. So we're up to 1,080 now. That's how many subscribers I've got. Great to see. You see right here, it says 1.07K because it doesn't show the exact number. It only shows the tens digit. But if I refresh it, now even if I refresh it, it might not show up as 1.08 because sometimes it takes a while in YouTube system to register new subscribers. But I'll at least try to refresh here and see if it goes up to 1.08. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah, there it is. See, now it's at 1.08. Great. Thank you, whoever that was who just subscribed. Oh, look at that. Robert, he just became an Anthem level supporter. Robert is my very first channel member. Excellent. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate that. He subscribed at the intro level, so he is now an Anthem level supporter. And he's got that star by his name. You see that? He says, "Baby, I'm a star." So Robert, his chats are not going to get priority. And that's a way for me to distinguish. Like before, I've only used super chats as a way of distinguishing between which chats I should give priority to. But now I have another way, which is just to look for a star by your name, and that tells me you're a contributor. So thank you, Robert. And I don't know what this... I clicked on this one before. This is new. I've never seen this. I think YouTube is just reminding me that people can join. Let me see what happens if I click on this. Oh, engage with your audience. Start a Q&A. Start a poll. Members only live stream. See, I guess I could change this in midstream, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I could change the stream in midstream to be a members only live stream. I'm not going to do that right now, but maybe in the future I'll do that. I don't know if I can change the chat to be members only in the middle of a live stream, but if I can, that's something I might try in the future. All right. So we've got 12 people watching now. Welcome. Thanks for the likes here. That'll help promote my stream in the algorithm, and I appreciate that. Florida Nick is here. And EC, so EC says, mine is $1.49 Canadian dollars. I guess that's what that means. So maybe you mean for the Anthem level, it shows up for you as $1.49 Canadian dollars. Florida Nick says mine says $2.99. Well, I'm guessing that's not for the... Is that for the Anthem level? Or is that for some other level that it says that for you? I chose the lowest amount that YouTube gave me for the intro level of my Anthem level. The options I was given when I was selecting how much each level was going to be, the lowest option I saw was 99 cents. And that's what I chose for the Anthem level. Now, I think on your end, it's going to be a little higher than that. So based on what I was able to see when I logged in on a different account, was that the Anthem level appears as $1.49 in US dollars. So I guess that's the intro price for you. But when you say mine is $2.99, I'd like to know what level you mean. Because I assume it should say show up the same for everyone, at least everyone in the United States. Okay. Subscription costs can be more if you subscribe through, for example, on your iPhone because Apple takes a cut, says the big Wazowski. Okay. Well, maybe that's why it might appear different for you. I have an iPhone. So when I logged in, oh, Florida Nick says $2.99 is for the second level. Okay. Well, that's interesting because when I log in, it shows up as $3.99. On my other account, like for me, the creator, it shows up as $2.99. The second level, the We the Living level. But I thought if you're not the creator, if you're the person who's becoming a member of the creator's channel, then I thought that would show up as $3.99. At least that's what I saw on my end. But anyways, that's interesting that it's different for you. Okay, I can share the chat also in another kind of way. Let me see if I can do that. Let me go into OBS. Oh, looks like I might have to refresh this. Okay, there we go. All right, I think I have my sound settings so that if somebody calls, I will hear the call, but you won't hear it. And likewise, if I screen the call, I don't think you'll hear that part of it. At least you won't hear the caller side of it. Maybe you'll hear me. But if someone tries to call in and I don't acknowledge you, you can let me know in the chat, because sometimes I'm only looking at the chat and I might miss something somewhere else on my computer. But I haven't seen any calls yet. All right. Let's see. I guess one other thing I want to mention before I start engaging with some of the new chats today is I noticed I got a lot of views on my last 2 videos. Let me show you that. And some of the views I understand why I got that many. Others on the other case I don't. I mean, I have some ideas, but let me show you what I mean. So I put out this debate that I did with Kyla Turner, this one here, and it got over 2,000 views, which is a lot of views compared to most. Like you see these previous videos, they got well under 1,000, but this got over 2,000. And if I sort by most popular, see my highest viewed video has a little bit more than 3,000. But that debate's already in my top 5 all-time videos. See right here. So that got a lot of views. And I think those are genuine views. And part of the reason I think that is it also got a lot of comments and a lot of likes. So you can see here, if I open it up, it got 39 likes. That's a very high number of likes for my videos. And if we scroll down to the comments, it got 98 comments, which is a very high number. So this video was getting a lot of engagement. However, and I appreciate that. I mean, that was great. Great to see. But if we go over to my last live stream, this one over here, see, this is the current one with the red tag on it. But the one before that, look how many views that got. 5,500. That's the most views I have ever gotten on any video on my channel by far. Now, why did that get so many views? Were they genuine views, or were these views by bots? I think a lot of them, I doubt they were all genuine views. I doubt the majority. I think the majority probably were, I don't know what to call them, fake views, bot views, but not genuine views. And the reason is because this one did not get nearly as many likes. You see it got 20 likes, and most of those happened during the stream, like when people were actually watching it. And then maybe a few more trickled in later. And then you go down to the comments, and there's only 8 comments. You see that? Not that much engagement compared to the previous video, which had 98 comments. And some of these comments, you know, they're very short. So that's it. Is that really all the engagement I would get? 5,500 people, and there's just 8 comments? Really? I doubt that. So I looked into my analytics, and I saw that I was trying to find out, you know, where was this video being watched? Like, who was watching this? So where did these thousands of people come from? And in my analytics, it showed there, like, usually most of my traffic comes from people just, maybe I can show you this. Hold on a second. I can actually show you the URL or the domains of where my video was being shared. Let me just see if I can pull that up. Content, live, analytics, and reach. That's where I need to go. Reach. What kind of reach did my video have? Okay. Let me show you this. Okay, so this is my YouTube studio, and it gives me all kind of analytics. So it breaks it down. How did viewers find this live stream? And it says over 90% found it through some external means. That means they weren't just browsing on YouTube, but someone had embedded my video on some external website, and then people were watching it there. Usually, this browse feature, it says traffic from the homepage or home screen. Usually, this is the majority of my views. I think it's usually over 50%, maybe well over 50%. But in this case, the vast majority was not from people watching directly on YouTube. It's because my video was embedded in some other website, which is, people can do that. That's not against the rules, but that's just not where most of my traffic usually comes from. Now, what were those external sites where people were watching this live stream, or at least clicking on it? So you scroll down here and it tells you the external sites or apps that it was being posted on. So these are the sites. com.example.seofast got over half of the views. So if the video got 5,500, so this means that like over 2,500 views of that came from people watching on this site. I have no idea what this is. Search engine optimization. I think that's what SEO stands for. So maybe someone just randomly chose to use my video as an example of something, of how to optimize search engines. I did punch this domain into my browser and nothing came up. It was just a blank screen. I don't know if this is like some kind of phishing scam and they want you to go to their domain so they can gather your data or something. I don't know what it is, but I also went to these other domains, for love video ru blogspot.com, and there was nothing there. It was just a blank page. Same with this one. So I think a lot of those views, I guess the majority of them, came from my video being embedded on these external websites, and maybe someone was just using it as an example of something. I don't know. I'm just guessing here. And so maybe people clicked on it for just a few seconds and then clicked away, because I don't think it got much view time. Like, there wasn't a lot of watch time on the video. There was just a lot of views. But if the average view is like 18 seconds, then that's not going to contribute much watch time. And it's not opening right now, but before, when I clicked on this see more, it would actually give me a breakdown of how long people watched the video on average, and it was very low. It was like 18 seconds or something. And I don't even know why YouTube would count that as a view, because I think I read once that it has to be at least 30 seconds for YouTube to count it as a view. But anyways, I think a lot of the views are just kind of fake, or not real, not genuine viewers. So, and it's the number, I guess maybe it's actually been revised down, because it used to say 5.5 K views, I think, and now it's 5.2. So I think and I didn't think there was anything really exceptional or special about the stream. It was just another live stream, so I don't know why it would have gotten so many views. So anyways, that was something unusual that happened on my channel recently. I got a record number of views, but I think most of it wasn't really serious or genuine engagement. But that's okay. The channel has been doing well in general, and as you can see with the other video, that debate I did with Kyla, got over 2,000. I think that was genuine engagement, and there was a lot of substantive comments below the video. Okay. I think those are the main things I wanted to go over at the beginning of today's show. I have some other notes I could talk from if I need to, but let me now go to the chat. Oh, Objective Ethics is here. Hello. Giving you a thumbs up and a view right now, brother. Thanks. I appreciate that. Okay. Let me go back to the chat window. All right. I also see Charles Sorum is here. He says, hi, Dan Norton. It is I. All right. So, Charles, I remember I saw last time you said you were the same person as Bobby and Jacinto from Discord. You have another YouTube account where your name is Bobby, and you said you're also Jacinto, which is your Discord name. And I had sent you a DM on Discord, which you know about. So I'm actually not entirely comfortable with having you here right now because of that message that I linked to you on Discord. You had said something which I thought was disrespectful. Not to me, but to someone else who I value. And for that reason, I wasn't sure I wanted to have you in my chat, at least until we address that issue. And maybe that's something we should do privately. I don't know if you want to talk about it further. Maybe we could discuss it through Discord. But I guess you can give me a reaction now if you want. I don't know if you want to talk about it here, or maybe it's better dealt with privately. But I just want to let you know that I have some hesitation to having you here in my chat if you say things like you said there publicly, at least in a Discord. So I don't know. I mean, I've thought about, should I time you out, or should I block you? And I haven't made a decision about that yet, but these are just some things I've been thinking about. And so maybe, well, I guess I won't do anything immediately. You can say something now in the chat if you want to about that. But yeah, I haven't decided what I'm going to do. I'm just letting you know that issue has been on my mind. So you know what I'm talking about. Anyone else here, this might seem very mysterious, but he knows what I'm talking about, and that's all that matters for right now. Also, I wonder why you use a different account name now. I mean, I think people sometimes do that when they're trying to disguise their identity. But you told me straight up last time that you were the same person as these other two accounts. You say, up to you, Mr. Norton. I am on good behavior and trust your judgment. Well, here you are on good behavior, but it's what you said in the Discord that gave me concern. So that's what I have an objection to. So I think that's what needs to be addressed. I don't think that was appropriate. And you say I made a new account because too many subscriptions on other. All right. All right, so this is what I'll do. I feel like maybe I should just make a decision here. So let's at least for today, let's not participate or let's not engage. So at least not with each other. I guess maybe you could engage with other people here, but do I even want to allow that? Maybe we'll do it that way. For today, you can be here, and I won't block you today, and you can engage with other people, but I won't engage with you today. And maybe between now and my next stream, if you want, we can discuss this through Discord, and maybe the next stream, if we resolve our issue, then you could just participate here as normal the next stream. But at least for right now, let's not engage with each other here on the YouTube chat. And I guess I could step up my punishments and like decide to block you later today. I don't want to say I'm necessarily not going to do that, but at least for right now, I'll let you continue to participate with others. And between now and the next stream, I don't know what's going to happen. So I guess I'll just leave it there for now. Okay. Robert says Discord, whichever chord. All right. So Robert, let's see, any other chats from Robert? Because he's a channel member now. He's got a star by his name, so I'm going to give him priority and see if there's any others from him. Okay. So now I'll go to the other chats. Why do you agree with Ayn Rand, says Hamish Gullison. Let me go to your channel. Because her ideas make sense to me. To be very brief about it. I've read her writings, and they make a lot of sense to me. So that's why I agree with Ayn Rand. Have you read Ayn Rand? If you want to follow up on that, then feel free. Greg says, I sent you a screenshot of the joint options shown via your Facebook Messenger. Okay, let me see if I can find that. Okay. I see your DM. Oh, okay. Interesting. So for the Anthem level, it shows 99 cents per month, which is the same thing I see, at least as a creator. Although on my iPhone, it shows $1.49. So I guess maybe Greg has an Android phone and they don't have a markup fee, because someone in the chat was saying that if you have an iPhone, it might mark it up. But We the Living shows as $2.99. The Fountainhead shows as $4.99. Oh, okay. So it's showing you the identical amounts that I thought they were going to be. Okay. So do you have an Android? I wonder if that explains it, but maybe I can show this on my screen. So this is is this going to show up? It might be too small. And if I hold it closer, yeah, because I'm using a virtual, oh, maybe you can see that. So these are the amounts I thought it was going to be when I first created my membership levels. I didn't think there was going to be a difference. I thought YouTube, like, it's going to take a 30% cut, as it does with the super chats. So like if you do a $10 super chat, I will get $7 of that, and YouTube will get $3. And I think likewise with the membership. So if you sign up at 99 cents per month, let's just round it up, say $1 per month, I would get 70 cents per month from that. YouTube would get 30 cents per month. I thought that's how it was going to work. But then later when I logged in on a different account, and it didn't show up as 99 cents per month. It showed as $1.49. So I thought, oh, maybe something is different going on here. But that might just be because of the particular device I was using. Anyways, my intention was that the levels you all would be paying are for Anthem 99 cents, We the Living $2.99, Fountainhead $4.99, Atlas Shrugged $9.99, and Ayn Rand $19.99. But if those don't show up on your device, I don't control that. That's due to something else. But thanks for sending that photo, Greg. I appreciate it. Basil says, hi there. Hello. I think I've seen you here before, at least once. All right, let me go back to my phone. Okay. What in particular within politics, ethics, or philosophy are you interested in? Well, very many things. You can see some examples on my backgrounds. Capitalism, egoism, reason. Those are some philosophical topics or issues that I'm interested in. Why is atheism good? Because I think it makes sense. I don't think there's good reason to believe in a God. But that's something we could debate if you're interested. Okay, I read this one already. I would discuss with you. Unfortunately, I can't call internationally. Well, I wonder why. You do have a Zoom link option. So the number on my backgrounds, if you're not in the US, I think you would have to dial 1 before it to use the country code for the US. But there's actually another way. If you go to the description, I used to pin the Zoom link in my chat, but since I started using this Google Voice number I have on my backgrounds, I haven't been putting it in the chat, but I'll show you. If you open the description on today's stream. Oh, I guess I have to share a different source here. See, here's the number on my backgrounds. And then it says, if you're calling for international callers, put a 1 for the US in front of it. Or you can call via Zoom by requesting that in the YouTube chat. I guess I forgot to delete that. I already put the Zoom here, the Zoom info here. So if you just click on this link, that's another way you can call in using Zoom. And then, like if you don't have an international calling plan, maybe you could just call through the internet using this link. There's another number you can dial if you do want to dial into Zoom here, but you don't have to use this number. You can just click on this link. At least if you have Zoom. I don't even know if you need to have the Zoom app. Maybe you do need to have the Zoom app installed, but I think that might be free. Can you summarize your positions on the good and bad topics behind you? Summarize, okay. Let me say a little about that. Ayn Rand, she's the source of my ideas in general. She's a novelist and philosopher, best known for her books Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead. And in those books, she promotes a philosophy of reason as opposed to faith, which I have on the other side, the bad side. And she's a secular, this worldly thinker. And part of that is that she doesn't believe in a supernatural being like God. So she's an atheist as opposed to being a theist. And she supports living for your own sake, egoism, as opposed to sacrificing yourself for the sake of others. That would be altruism. She supports in politics, a society of what she calls capitalism, and what that means is the only proper role of the government is to protect individuals from force. So there's a police, a military, and a courts, and that's about it. But there's no Social Security, there's no Medicare, there's no public education, which distributes money from some people to others by coercion through taxation. It forcibly takes away people's money and distributes it to other people. And leftists support programs like that. So I oppose leftism. Although today, even people on the so-called right, like Trump, also support programs like Social Security. They don't want to get rid of them. So both the right, so-called, and the left, I oppose, at least given what those terms mean in most people's minds today. At least if you think Trump is a representative of the right, then I certainly am not on the right. I don't think Trump supports rule of law. That's one bad problem with him. And Ayn Rand, she's given me this whole perspective, this whole philosophy. Her philosophy is called objectivism, and that includes all of these issues. So there's a little about the topics on my background. Can we get to the debating, says Basil. All right, well, we're getting there. I got through my preliminaries, and now I'm just going through the chat. And I don't know if anyone's going to call in. But we can debate through a call, or we can debate through chat. But I guess you might have written that before I started getting more to the substantive philosophical issues. What are your thoughts on Advaita Vedanta? Well, I haven't read that, so I can't comment specifically about that, but in general, I support reason and I oppose mysticism. That sounds like it might be some kind of Indian scripture, part of Indian religion. Let me Google it real fast. Advaita Vedanta is a non-dualistic Hindu philosophy emphasizing that the individual self, Atman, is identical to the ultimate reality, Brahman. Okay. Yeah, I reject that. The idea that the individual is an illusion and the real self is Brahman, this cosmic self, and to achieve nirvana, we have to annihilate the individual self and merge with the collective universal self. Yeah, I definitely reject that. It posits that only Brahman is truly real, while the material world is a temporary illusion, Maya. Maybe I should share this. Let me share this. I'm just reading Google's AI overview of what Advaita Vedanta is. The ultimate goal is moksha, or liberation, realized by overcoming ignorance through self-inquiry, study of the Upanishads, and gaining direct knowledge of this non-dual nature. Okay. So I would strongly disagree with that. I have a secular, this worldly, individualistic viewpoint. I had a Buddhist call in a few shows ago who actually thought that Buddhism was compatible with objectivism, Ayn Rand's philosophy, or at least he entertained that it was, and I argued against that. Well, I don't know if I got to the point of making an argument, but I at least asserted that I didn't think they were compatible, objectivism and Buddhism. And I would also say that about objectivism and Hinduism, insofar as I understand what Hinduism upholds. The idea of rejecting a whole idea based on a small number of unreasonable actions taken by an idea, for example, religion, is ridiculous, says Basil. Is that what I was doing, you think? Rejecting a whole idea. Religions might have isolated elements to them that I think make sense, but I'm not giving you a line-by-line critique or analysis of any religion. I'm just giving you my overall general impression. But like Christianity, if it has something like the Golden Rule, treat others as you want to be treated, I think there's some sense to that. I don't know that I would formulate it exactly like that, but it's not like love your enemy. I would definitely reject that. But there might be elements within Christianity, and I don't think Christianity is necessarily consistent. It's been said you can find anything you want in the Bible. So I wouldn't deny that, there might be good elements within a given religion, but considered as a whole and considered in terms of their fundamental elements, like faith, I think that's core to many, if not all, religions, believing things on the basis of faith, which I think means believing things without evidence. That's bad. Robert says, why do you agree with Ayn Rand? And quoting someone else. And then he says, why does anyone agree with anyone else? I only agree with Ayn Rand on the issues she was right about, he says, and as it happens, she was right about pretty much every issue she chose to address. Yeah, that's sounds right to me. That was derived from PC, says Greg. The screenshot was derived from his PC. Okay. Not from his Android phone, as I thought it might have been. Not that he has an Android phone, but just I thought... because someone in the chat had said if it's an iPhone, the amounts might appear different because Apple takes a cut. So, yeah, maybe if you log in on a laptop, the amounts for the membership tiers will show up differently than if you are logged in on a smartphone. Basil says, that is ridiculous. The idea of rejecting religion as a whole is ridiculous. That's like rejecting science as a whole because one theory isn't true or was disproven. Well, I think it depends on what it means to reject religion as a whole. As I said a little bit ago, there might be elements, isolated points in a religion, like the Golden Rule, treat others as you want to be treated. Even that you could raise doubts about, like, if you think you should be treated badly, then does that mean you should treat others badly? According to the Golden Rule, right? Treat others as you want to be treated. So if you're a masochist and you want to be treated badly, then does that mean you should act as a sadist towards others? Beat them up? I don't think so. So I just came up with a objection to even the Golden Rule. But here's another thing from Christianity. Oh, I got to plug in my laptop. My battery is getting low. All right. I don't want the stream to crash in the middle. Oh. I just got a text from the person who I said might contact me for an appointment. Let me read it silently. Okay. All right. Doesn't look like there's going to be an interruption. The appointment I thought I might have at 4 p.m. my time is not going to happen. So, good. That means the stream will not be interrupted in the middle, or it won't be cut short. Okay. I thought of another example of something from Christianity, which Leonard Peikoff, Ayn Rand's student, or one of her top student for many years, he quotes in his book, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand. He says, Jesus says, "What profiteth a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul?" So, in other words, it's not to your interest to get a lot of material wealth if you have to sell your soul in order to get it. Like if you become rich through fraud, then you can't really enjoy the riches you got if you feel like you don't really deserve these riches. Now, I think that's a good point from Jesus. I don't know if that comes from if that's from the Sermon on the Mount or somewhere else in the New Testament, but somewhere there's a line from Jesus. I don't know if I quoted it exactly right, but I think that idea is right. So there's a good point. I'm not going to reject every single line in a religious text, but I'm saying in general, I think it's very bad. And also, if we're talking about the fundamentals, what are the fundamentals of religion? Like if we have to boil it down to its essence, I think maybe you could say one of the essential features of religion is that it advocates believing things on the basis of faith. And I mentioned this before. And if that means believing things without evidence, and I think that is what it means, properly understood, in this context, there are different senses of faith, but I think the relevant sense in this case is believing things without evidence. I think that's bad. That's anti-life. It's evil, actually. You're throwing out your mind, which is your tool of survival. So if we're judging by essentials, and that's an essential feature of religion, going by faith, then I think it's bad in essence, even if there are some little out of context good things that you can find in religious scripture. Okay. So I was just reacting to this. Greg says you'll get 66 of the 99 cents would be my guess. Yeah, that would be my guess as well. Well, actually, no, I think it might be closer to 70 cents because YouTube takes a 70% cut. So maybe it's going to be 69 cents or 70 cents depending on how YouTube rounds. But we'll see. Maybe I can figure out later exactly what my cut is. Basil says, if you were truly reasonable, you would examine each factor of the idea before rejecting it. Well, I do. As I've already said multiple times, there could be good elements within the religion, but when we're talking in general, broad brushstrokes, then my evaluation is negative. The Big Wazowski says, if you had to recommend one writing of Ayn Rand / objectivism that gave a good taste of the philosophy worldview, but was still approachable, which one would it be? Maybe Anthem. That's her short novel or novella, which you can read in just a few hours. It gives you it touches on many aspects of her philosophy, at least by implication, and it concretizes them in the form of actual characters. And I think there's definitely value to that. And it's certainly approachable. Definitely at a high school reading age level. Or even some kids read it in middle school, but at least by high school, I think it would be approachable. And it's short too, which has its advantages. I think it gives you a good taste of the philosophy and worldview in fictional form. Yeah, I think maybe I'll go with that. Robert says, oh, Robert just did a super chat. Let me give that a heart and a like. Thank you, Robert. That also reminds me, I want to set up a super chat goal. I'm going to set up a goal of 5 super chats of any amount, all the colors, and I'll set it for 3 hours. And I'm going to count Robert's towards that. So I'm going to have to remember. We're already at 1 out of 5. All right, so if you all want to help support me, you can do super chats or super stickers. And if you want to see this number go up, it needs to be a super chat. But I'll count it in my head, at least, as a progress towards this goal, whether it's a super chat or a super sticker. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate that. Okay, where was I? Oh, this one. Yeah. Robert says, I don't know about subscriptions paid via iPhone, but my super chats always have a surcharge. I'm charged when paid by iPhone and Apple Pay versus via a desktop web browser. Okay. So yeah, if you're looking on an iPhone, the amounts might be a little higher for the subscription tiers. But if you can do it on a laptop or a desktop, maybe they'll be different. Oh, I hear somebody calling. Do you hear it ringing? I hope you don't, because my settings were supposed to be only I hear the ring. Let me pick this up. Oh no, now it's telling me I gotta allow mic access again. I thought I fixed this. Okay, I think I just need to refresh the page. And I think maybe that's all I need to do. That's what I did last time when I had this problem. I just refreshed it and it started to work. But that might have cut his call off when I refreshed it just now. Test, test, test. Okay, it looks like the mic is working. Okay, I think you might have to call back in, and sorry about that, but sometimes it doesn't work the first time and I have to refresh the page, but I think if you call back in, it'll work. I don't know who that was. So I might have to screen that person if he calls back in. Did you hear the ring? Let me see in the chat. Oh, Robert says you did hear the ringing. You weren't supposed to. Let me see if I can. I don't know why you heard that. Okay, okay, maybe that'll fix it. I just muted a couple settings. I'm still getting used to this OBS setup here, so in the future this should all work better the first time around. I did a test on my Google Voice right before the stream and it worked fine, so I don't know. Maybe I should get in the habit of refreshing that page after I start the stream. My Google Voice page. But you can call back in and I think it'll work, whoever that was. Okay, in the meantime, let me go back to the chat. Actually, I have to, so there's a Zoom audio and a Zoom video. Yeah, both of those. All right, I need to mute all of those. I think that's the issue. Well, we'll see. If the person calls back in, we'll see if it works. You can also use the Zoom link in the description. And I don't see a voicemail. You can I would want to know what you want to discuss, so you can leave a voicemail that says what you want to talk about. Or you could just tell me in the YouTube chat. I might ask you to let me know in the YouTube chat who you are. But maybe that's not necessary. All right. Objective Ethics says to Basil, I have studied world religions. Which ones would you say are worth accepting? What is, says Robert. That's Parmenides, ancient Greek philosopher. What is, and what is not, and neither can be spoken of nor thought. Can neither be thought nor spoken of, something like that. A Buddhist in New York City says to a hot dog vendor, make me one with everything. Make me one with everything. Nice. Because I was talking before about how the Hindu view is that you want to merge the individual self with the cosmic universal self. So you're making yourself one with everything, merging with the whole. Oh, there's more. He says, after handing the vendor a $10 bill, after a moment, he asks, "Where's my change?" The hot dog vendor replies, change comes from within. Nice. I took a course on Zen Buddhism when I was an undergraduate. We were required to take one class to fulfill what was called the non-Western perspectives requirement. The university had this requirement that at least we had to take one class in our 4 years that fit the non-Western perspectives requirement. And to fulfill that requirement, I took a course on Zen Buddhism, and I joked with people sometimes that when I turned in my final paper for the course, and it was just 10 blank pages, and I got an A. And the grader said, "You understand perfectly, my son." I'm joking. I didn't actually turn in 10 blank pages. Objective Ethics says, every religion has some form of a concept of reciprocity, like the Golden Rule. From the comments so far, the iPhone adds in a handling charge, says Greg. Do not do unto others what you wouldn't want done to you. Though the sadist thought the sadist as he picked up his whip. I digress, says Greg. If I treated everybody as I wish to be treated, I'd very quickly end up in jail, says Robert. Or at least slapped across the face. I sold my soul to productiveness and I prospered, says Greg. I don't know why you say you sold your soul to productiveness. Maybe that means you overworked. But then, I'm not sure why you would have prospered if you overworked. Alexa corrected me. 30% of 99 cents is 29.7 cents. A ghosty is here. Hello. Just before I get to yours, Objective Ethics, he says, Basil said he wanted to debate, but apparently he has run away. I don't know what happened to Basil. I don't know if he was the one calling in. It didn't look like an international number, or at least as far as I could tell. Actually, I can look up the area code. Although that doesn't necessarily mean that he lives in the same place as the area code. Okay. But it sounded like he couldn't do international calls, so maybe he just went to sleep. Because if he's in Europe, then maybe it's pretty late for him. So maybe he didn't run away. Maybe he just got tired and decided to go to bed. I don't know. Agosti says, "Hi Dan, wishing you the best. Greetings from Portugal. Ayn Rand conference in Porto." Oh, you're at that? Cool. Yeah, the Ayn Rand Institute is putting on a conference. I didn't know it was today though. I guess it's a couple days, right? Today and tomorrow, maybe. Cool. Well, hello to you in Portugal. You're in the Netherlands. Agosti he lives in the Netherlands, so I guess Portugal is maybe one time zone west of that. Let's see what time in... I think Netherlands is 9 hours ahead of me. Maybe Portugal's 8. Yeah, Portugal is 8 hours ahead of me. 10:36 p.m. Portugal time right now. And Netherlands is, 11:37 now. Well, I hope it's a good conference for you. I hope you're getting something out of it. Nice that you could drop by here and say hello. Agosti called in last time, and we talked about my debate with Kyla Turner. And then we've got a laugh emoji from Robert. I'm not sure what he's laughing at. Maybe he's maybe he's laughing at the possible fact that Basil left after saying he wants to debate. All right, we're up to 9 likes on the stream. Thank you. Almost at the double digits. A lot of people came by so far to the stream. It says 86 people have come by the stream. And there are presently 10 people, last I checked. Okay, so I'm caught up in the chat. I don't have any calls. I've gone through the preliminaries I wanted to. So what are we going to talk about? Now's a good time to raise a topic if you want, because you don't have competition. Now's a good time to call as well. I wonder why that person didn't call back in. Maybe I should try calling in to see if you can hear it ringing, because that could be a way to test whether I fix my audio settings. Yeah, let me try that. All right, it's ringing, but I hope you don't hear that. Okay, I just hung up. Did you hear it ringing? I can test that on my end too. I should be able to answer my own question, but it's a little more cumbersome. See, I can turn up the volume on my phone. My end too. I should be able to answer. All right, it's ringing, but I hope you don't hear that. Yeah, I don't hear it, so I guess it worked. Okay, I just hung up. I think I figured out the audio settings I need to have in OBS. I've got different setups here. I've got a setup for Zoom camera, I've got a setup for OBS camera, and I at least figured out when I'm using the Zoom camera how to get the audio settings right. All right, well, I've got some notes I could talk from, since I don't see anyone raising any new topics or questions, comments in the chat, or calling in. So maybe I should look at my notes. I guess I'll do that now, and I'll check back in the chat every minute or a few minutes to see if there's any new things to engage with. Just a reminder, I do have a super chat goal going, and we're 1 out of 5 on the way there, because I'm counting Robert's super chat, which came in before I set up that goal. So it says 0 out of 5, but it's actually 1 out of 5. Because Robert did, let's see, can I scroll? Oh yeah, see, there it is. His test super chat actually makes us 1 out of 5 towards that goal. All right, let me see what I have in my notes. Oh, actually, there's one other thing I want to take a look at first. Okay. So I made some notes after my debate with Kyla Turner, and I'm looking through those to see if there's anything I want to discuss. I also had some thoughts in the wake of the anarcho-capitalist debate I had. An anarcho-capitalist, so-called, called in my last stream. But here's another thing. Yeah, maybe that would be good to discuss. I think Robert actually chimed in on this topic. Someone had asked in a recent show why government should be limited to police, military, and courts. Why shouldn't it do other things? And I didn't really have a well worked out answer to that. And later I had a thought, which I thought, this is actually a better way to answer that question. Now, I did say when this happened a few streams ago, why should government only be concerned with police, military, and courts, i.e. the functions that protect people from force? And I said a few streams ago, well, maybe a way to answer that is to consider a island scenario, I often like to consider island scenarios because they're very simple, where they're just one or two people on an island, and you can figure out the basics, the basic principles that would make sense for how people should interact. And then from that, you can extrapolate to more complicated cases, like today's society in America with millions of people. Brain G is here. Hello. So I was thinking if we go to an island scenario, you have all kinds, like consider one person alone on an island. That person has all kinds of needs. Like they have a need for food, clothing, shelter, shoes, medicine, maybe transportation of some sort to get them around the islands, maybe a canoe. And what they don't need is a government. A government is something that you only need in a context where there are other people. So what government does, the purpose of government is to place the use of force under objective control. And that might need some unpacking, but the point now is just that when you're alone on an island, you don't need a government, but you do need many other things. You do need food, clothing, shelter, shoes. So what gives rise to the need for, let's say, food is just your nature as a human being. What gives rise to your need for shoes is just your nature as a human being, because you want to protect your feet so you can get around better and not get hurt. So why shouldn't the government get involved with food production or shoe production? That's because that's not the purpose that government exists to serve. If we try to inductively, that is, building up from scratch, I don't know if that's the same as approaching it inductively, but if we consider what gives rise to governments in the first place, that will determine what government's proper function is. What need does it exist to solve or to serve? What need does it exist to serve? So I think what gives rise to the need for government is to place the use of force under objective control. But let's build up to that a little bit more. Oh, Audrey is here. Hello. And Hazier also is here. Hello. He says, I love islands. And Audrey says, salutations from sunny San Diego. All right. Nice. Salutations. Yeah, I like islands a lot. I go to them many times in these examples, in these discussions of political philosophy. And San Diego's got some islands nearby, right? Catalina Islands, for example. So let's say, but before we get to a government, when you just got one person on an island, you don't need a government, right? Now let's say you have two people, and these people, there's different ways they could interact. So they could cooperate with each other and maybe engage in a division of labor. Like one person could work on gathering the food, the other can work on building a shelter. Or they could each decide not to interact and each take one side of the island for themselves and build everything on their own. They get all the food by themselves, all the shelter by themselves, and same with the other person on the other side of the island. But you might think they could be more productive if they work together. But anyways, there are different ways they could interact or not interact. Another way they could interact is one could try to make a slave out of the other and force the other guy to do all the work of gathering the food, building the shelter. Maybe he could threaten him with force. But But let's say, now I don't know. I guess if it's the case where, I don't know if you need, like, what gives rise to government would apply in all of these cases. So we have 3 cases so far. Actually, maybe I should share my notes at this point because it's starting to get a little bit complicated. Where's my notes for sharing? Here we go. And I'll call this Island Thoughts with today's date, 4/17/26. Okay, so let's say there are 2 people on an island. There are, one way is they could just each take half of the island, each take a half of the island and not interact. Another possibility is they could interact, and within that there are 2 subdivisions. They could interact in a cooperative way. For example, one gathers food, the other builds shelter. Or they could interact in a non-cooperative way. For example, one tries to enslave the other. Okay. So the way I have it set up, there are 3 possibilities, and 2 of the possibilities are subcategories of a larger. Well, maybe it'd be easier to just, instead of 2A and 2B, I could just call it 2 and 3. Let me try that. Maybe that's a little simpler to process. Okay, now, do you need government in all 3 of these scenarios, or just 2 of them, or 1 of them? I'll say in which, if any, or 0 maybe, it's in which, if any, of these scenarios or let me phrase it a little bit. Which, if any, of these scenarios gives rise to the need for government? Okay. And I haven't thought through this before, so I don't have a worked out answer that's already in my head. But this just seems like a logical question you might ask. You don't need a government if you just got one person, but you do need a government, at least potentially, if you have more than one person. But now, why exactly? What is it about there being more than one person that might give rise to the need for a government? Well, to answer that, maybe a prior question is, what is a government? I don't know exactly what is the right sequence of questions to ask here. I'm not sure. I'm thinking somewhat off the top of my head here. But let's think through. Well, let's take the first case. Each person takes half of the islands, and they don't interact. Now, okay, here's a case that came up in the last live stream. Let's say you build a fence across the islands to make it clear where exactly one person's side ends and the other person's begins. So let's say there's a fence. In case 1, suppose a fence separates each side of the islands. And now that itself might already create some dispute. How exactly should there even be a fence? I mean, that there's already a question there. Like, maybe one of the islanders thinks we can just approximate it, we can eyeball it, and we know it begins about here. Maybe there's a tree, we can say, use this tree as one point of reference. And the other guy says, no, I want something more substantial. I want like a line of rocks. Get a bunch of rocks and let's spread them across the island in a line. And the other guy says, no, that ruins the view, or whatever. He has some kind of objection to it. So exactly how to divide this thing, that could be one dispute. So actually, in case 1, I said suppose a fence separates each side of the island, but maybe we shouldn't even suppose there's a fence. We should just say, before we even get to the fence, we could say, should there be a fence? And they might have different views. And if so, if there should be a fence, if yes, how should the fence be constructed? Should it be a line of pebbles or rocks? Should it be a line of logs, trees that we cut down, or what? How are we going to divide this thing up? So the point here is I'm just generating some kind of dispute between the two parties, something they don't agree about. If they agree about everything on every issue, I don't think that's going to give rise to the need for a government. So maybe it's just when there's some kind of dispute, some kind of disagreement, and you think, well, maybe if we had a third party to step in here and settle it, then that's when that's what gives rise to the need for a government. Have a third party, a neutral party, to step in. But before we get to that, there might be a prior step to think about. So they could try to settle it themselves. Let's say suppose they try to settle it themselves. And they just discuss it for a while, and they talk about the pros and the cons of each method. Greg says, what's the island ordinance on how close to the property line the fence can be erected? Yeah, well, there's a question as well. It complicates things even more. Should there be a fence exactly on the property line or some distance from the property line? I'm just looking at the chat a little here. There are no neutral parties on a single planet, says Objective Ethics. All right. Well, maybe we can get to that too, that issue. But let's go in small steps here. So suppose they try to settle it themselves. They have a discussion of whether we should have any fence at all. If so, what the fence should be made out of. Exactly. Another dispute could be, where should the fence be? Like, if they put it across the island halfway, well, maybe they each have half of the land, but maybe one guy's side of the land has more resources. Maybe there's more trees on one side of the island than the other. And the guy who's got more trees, or the guy who has less trees, fewer trees, says, to be fair here, we shouldn't cut the island exactly in half. I should get a larger percentage because you have more resources. You have more trees on your side of the islands. So that's another issue that could raise a dispute. Where exactly should we put the fence? Should we put it exactly at the halfway point? Or should we put it at the halfway point of resources? And if trees are the only resource we're considering, that might mean putting the fence somewhere other than the midpoint of the island. So let me just make a note about that. Should the boundary, I won't even call it a fence yet, because part of the dispute is whether there should even be a fence. Because maybe one guy is okay with there not being a fence. Maybe they can just mark it with a tree. But let me add the question, should the boundary be at the midpoint of the islands? What if there are more resources, for example, more trees on one side of the islands than the other? And is the island even a perfect circle? I mean, what does even the midpoint mean? What if the island has some irregular shaped coastline? Then how do you even determine, where is the midpoint exactly? You just have to give a rough idea, or what? So there are many complications here, but for the purposes of this discussion, I don't think we need to consider every conceivable. I don't think we can consider every conceivable complication, but I just want to give at least a taste of some of the complications there are. But let's go to the next step and say, suppose they try to settle meaning the dispute of, well, the dispute could be a number of things. Whether there should be any fence at all, show what it should be constructed out of, and also where exactly the fence should go. Should we take into account how many resources there are on each side? Okay. And it doesn't, I guess there's other ways. You could have instead of having one continuous half for each, you could have it divided into 4 sections. And you could have diagonal ownership. Let's say the island is a square shape and it's divided into 4 subsquares, and the 2 squares that you own could be right next to each other, or they could be diagonal, right? So even if you own half the island, the shape of the half that you own that's also something that you could debate about. What should the shape be? But let's not go into that complexity and just assume that it's all one continuous half that each takes. So suppose they try to settle some disputes themselves, and if they can, let's say they talk it over for a couple hours and they agree on something. All right, let's have a fence. Let's put it here. Let's build it out of stones. We'll just put stones on the ground every 10 feet or something to mark the boundary. Okay, so now there's no need for a government, right? They've had some dispute, but they were able to resolve it themselves. But what if there's a dispute that they can't resolve? Let's say they just can't come to an agreement on where exactly the boundary should be. Maybe because one side of the island has more resources than the other, like more trees. So the guy who's on the side with fewer resources says, "Oh, I should have a larger area because although it's larger area, I have fewer resources on it." So let's say actually that seems reasonable, but let's say they disagree about exactly how to break it down. So like it should be one guy gets 2/3 and the other guy gets 1/3, where the guy who gets 1/3 has a higher concentration of resources? Or should it be that one guy gets 3/4 and the other guy gets 1/4? So exactly what should the proportion be? Let's say they have a dispute about that. And again, they could talk it over and settle it peacefully, and then they just go on with their lives. There's no need for a government. But let's say they don't settle it. They can't come to an agreement. Each of them has dug in their heels. I don't know if that's the expression. One guy says it should be 1/3 to 2/3. The other guy says no, it should be 1/4 to 3/4. So let me write that. Well, before I write that, let me just finish the thought on the previous case. If they can settle the dispute peacefully, and also let me use the example of suppose they try to settle some dispute, for example, where the boundary between their sides of the island should be. Suppose they try to settle some dispute if they can settle the dispute peacefully, then no problem. They continue living their lives. But suppose they can't resolve their dispute peacefully. For example, one guy insists on dividing the islands 1 to 2. That is in thirds. One guy gets 1/3, the other guy gets 2/3. And the other guy, or girl, I'll just say guy to be simple here. Keep it. The other guy insists on dividing the islands 1 to 3. So now it's in quarters. One guy gets 1/4 and the other guy gets 3/4, because given the concentration of resources on each side, he thinks that's a fair allotment. Oh, Evolutionary Capitalist is here. Hello. Objective Ethics says Dan is going full Sims mode on the island experiment. What is Sims mode? I've heard of someone by the name of Austin Sims who you've mentioned on your channel, and he's a is that what you're referring to? I'm not sure. That's the only thing I can think of. Okay, see a lot of chats here. I try to check back into the chat every once in a while. So that's what I'm doing right now. I don't want to read all of them right now, but I at least want to take a quick look. But to keep my train of thought going here, I don't want to jump back and forth between the chat and what I'm saying too much, but I want to at least look at it briefly. And maybe I'll address some of these more later. But Sim mode, as in the computer game Sim City, I presume, says Greg. Sims is a world-building video game. Austin Sims is an evolutionary biologist. Okay, that's the guy I was thinking of. But I guess the sim you had in mind is a world-building video game, which I have never heard of. Okay. All right, maybe I'll check that out someday. And I see Illuminati Brain Control just came in, asking about leftism. All right, maybe I'll get to that later. But let me continue here with this induction of government. We're trying to build up to the point where we can see why government might come into being. All right, so suppose they can't resolve their dispute peacefully. Then what happens? Do they just resort to force at that point? Like, let's say one guy that starts putting down stones at to divide the the island at the 3rd mark instead of the 1/4 mark. One day he starts laying down stones, and then the other guy sees he's doing that, and he says, all right, screw that. I'm going to move these stones. I'm going to put it at the 1/4 mark. So he picks up the stones and replaces them somewhere else. And then the other guy, he wakes up the next day and says, hey, wait, what happened to my stones? You moved them. And the other guy says, yep, because we didn't agree. And what gives you the right to be a dictator and think that your opinion should prevail over mine? Why shouldn't my opinion prevail over yours? Let me just check the sound here. And the other guy says, yep, because we didn't. Okay, it's working. So at this point, they could get into a fight. I mean, they could pick up one of these stones and like throw it at the other guy, or a million other things, punch him, and so they could resort to force, basically. They can't resolve their dispute, and another option is, I guess one of them could back down. Like if they see the other guy's gonna resort to force, you might think, oh well, I don't want to mess with that guy. I'm likely to get hurt, injured, maybe even killed. So I'm just going to surrender to his desire. That's one possibility. Maybe I should write that. Let's see. Suppose they can't resolve their dispute peacefully. Then they can resort to force. one might surrender to the other. Or maybe not. Maybe they're willing to fight to the death. And but let's say sorry, I need another cough drop. Let's say they talk about it and say, or say one guy has the idea. He says, "What if we brought a third impartial person onto the island to function as a judge between us, and let him decide, like a neutral third party, not someone who's like one of the relatives or the friend of one of the people on the island, but some neutral third party stranger. Why don't we submit our dispute to that person, and we can both agree on who the person is. So we don't think that the person is going to be biased in favor of the other person. Would it be better to have a neutral third party come in and settle our dispute rather than us resorting to force? So I think this is where you can start to see government enter into being. When you have a neutral third party. Ayn Rand uses a phrase in her essay, I think it's The Nature of Government. The government, ideally it functions as an impersonal robot. Maybe I can find that line on my Kindle real quick. It's in her the essay The Nature of Government is in her book The Virtue of Selfishness. Yeah, here it is. Let me just read. Where did it go? $146. Here it is. I'm not sure what the best place to start reading is. Well, maybe I'll just start here, and I don't know if I'll read all of this, but at least a few sentences. A government is the means of placing the retaliatory use of physical force under objective control, i.e., under objectively defined laws. The fundamental difference between private action and governmental action, a difference thoroughly ignored and evaded today, lies in the fact that a government holds a monopoly on the legal use of physical force. It has to hold such a monopoly since it is the agent of restraining and combating the use of force. And for that very same reason, its actions have to be rigidly defined, delimited, and circumscribed. No touch of whim or caprice should be permitted in its performance. It should be an impersonal robot with the laws as its only motive power. If a society is to be free, its government has to be controlled. So what made me think of that was when I was talking about how it might be useful to have a neutral third party, a party which isn't bias towards one side or the other, that functions as an impersonal robot. So maybe the need for something like that is what would give rise to the need for a third person on the island to function as a judge to mediate the dispute between these two parties. And that's where we start to see government, or at least some of the elements of government, become involved. Okay, so would it be an advance to have a third party that both sides agree to? So let's say, so I'm going to add here, then they can resort to force, or if they have a dispute, they can resort to force. One might surrender to the other, or I'll put it as a question here. What about bringing a third neutral party to the islands to function as a mediator as a dispute resolver Would that be better? So what do you think? Would it be better? And what does it mean to be better? Would it be in the self-interest? Is that what it means to be better? Would it be in the interest of each of the two people on the island to have a third person come on the island to help settle their dispute? Well, it just occurs to me that it might depend on whether they think they can have anything to gain from the other person. Like if you don't think you have anything to gain by the other person's continuing to exist on the island, maybe you'll think, oh, maybe I should just kill the guy and take the entire island for myself. And then in that case, you're resorting to force and you're ending the dispute, and it's not harming you, because at least to your own mind, it's not harming you because you don't think you can benefit by having the other guy there, because you're not trading with him. We're talking about scenario number one here, where there's no interaction. My computer is slow. I'm trying to highlight two words here. There we go. So in the first scenario, they each take half of the island, but they're not interacting. So if one just dies off, the other might think, well, no loss to me. We weren't interacting anyways. Now it just means I have all the resources of the island to myself. So I guess if they're in scenario one, then maybe they would think it's in their interest not to bring in a third person to resolve the dispute. Maybe it's better to just kill the other person and take the entire island for themselves. But if we're in scenario number, so I guess that maybe that would be transitioning to scenario 3, where they start to interact in a non-cooperative way. Like once they have a dispute about the boundary, then they start to interact in a non-cooperative way. So, and maybe that's bound to happen at some point. They go from scenario 1 to scenario 3. What are the odds that they never have a dispute about anything? Maybe if the island is huge, they'll just never encounter each other. But if it's a smaller islands, maybe they will necessarily come into conflict at some point over resources, for example. But I was just thinking that I guess you don't need a government if the intention is not to interact. And maybe it's in your self-interest just to kill the other person. But if we're in scenario 2, where they do intend to interact and do so in a cooperative way, like one gathers the food, the other builds the shelter, maybe that's when you need something like a government or a third party to come in. Because if they're not trying to be cooperative, then I don't think you need a third party to help them cooperate. Their goal is not cooperation, so you don't need a third party, a neutral party, to help resolve the disputes. But if they are going to have if their goal is to have a continuing cooperative coexistence, that's the case where I think it could be useful to have a government. So maybe that's the kind of case we need to focus on. Disputes are bound to arise at some point, and if your goal is to coexist in a cooperative way, that's where it might be useful to have a third party. So let me maybe bold that one and take a quick look at the chat. Okay, I see some more chats from evolutionary and objective ethics. Looks like they might be talking about something else, but that's fine. And Pied Piper of Hamelin just came in. Okay, but I'm going to keep going with this. All right, we're almost up to 20 people. It says 19 people are watching right now. Wow, that's great. That's almost my record. I think that most people I ever had watching at once was 20 people, except for the stream with Harry Benzweiner. He's a leading objectivist philosopher. I had about 40 people on that stream. But setting that one aside, I think the most I ever had during a stream was about 20 people, and I just saw 19 were watching a few seconds ago. So that's great. Thanks for coming by, everyone. Let me check the likes too. See how we're doing on likes and subscribes. All right, got another subscriber. Thank you, whoever that was. And all right, I'm in the double digits on likes. It says we're up to 10 now. Good stuff. Thank you. And remember, I still got super chats going, so if you want to support this show financially, that would be great. And you can now become a channel member, right? That's another option I have going now. Channel memberships, in addition to super chats and super stickers. Okay. So I'm going to write here in my notes, what about bringing a third neutral party to the island to function as a mediator, as a dispute resolver? Would that be better? And then I'm going to say it would be better in case, or let me say it might be better. Let me not get ahead of myself here. It might be better in case number 2, wherein the islanders intend to interact cooperatively. Because remember, if they don't want to interact cooperatively, if they think they can just be better off taking all the resources for themselves, then they might think it's in their interest to just kill the other person, take everything on the island for themselves. So I am presupposing egoism here. Like they're both trying to do what's best for themselves. And if you change that fact, like if we're talking about people with different goals in life, if they're not egoists, if they're altruists, then maybe that's going to give rise to a different kind of system. But here I'm functioning within an egoist premise here, an egoist framework, which is the framework of Ayn Rand's philosophy. And if you have issues with that, then we have to have a different discussion. But what I'm trying to do here is figure out what gives rise to the need for a government for an egoist. Why would an egoist want there to be a government? Or should an egoist? Let me not presuppose that he should want that, but should an egoist want a government? If so, why exactly? So I'm trying to see if I can build up to why an egoist might want a government. And let me write something about egoism here. Let me say at the outset, two people who are egoists on an island. They're both trying to do what's best for themselves. Why might they want a government? Okay. So it might be better in case 2 to bring on a third party when they attempt to interact cooperatively. And I'll just say in parentheses, otherwise, if they don't intend to interact cooperatively, they might just see it as in their interest to kill the other person rather than bring in a third neutral party to settle their dispute. And I just thought of an example. Like, let's say the other person is like a savage cannibal type person, and he's the other person who you end up on the island with. I don't know, maybe he was already there and you're a castaway. Maybe your boat got a hole in it and started to leak, and then you had to scuttle the boat, and then you swam to the nearest islands, and there's this savage guy, this one cannibal there. So if you have a dispute with that guy, you might think, all right, well, I'm not going to try to live peacefully with this guy. He's going to try to kill me and eat me. So I'm not going to bring on a third neutral party to resolve our dispute. I'm better off as an egoist to just kill this cannibal. Okay. I don't want to try to coexist with that guy. So, but let's say maybe the cannibal, he thinks that's in his interest to eat other people, to kill other people. He hasn't learned about peaceful coexistence. He thinks it's either kill or be killed, eat or be eaten. Law of the jungle, right? He lives like an animal. He hasn't learned any other way of existing. He doesn't know about the division of labor. Let's just suppose that. But so that would be a concrete example of why you might not want to cooperate. So let me actually add that here to scenario 3, just to make it a little more concrete. For example, one tries to enslave or eat the other. For example, a cannibal. But let's say it's not a cannibal. The other guy, let's say just two people washed up on an island, maybe independently, or maybe they were on the same boat and the boat went down, it got a hole, it started to leak. But two two civilized people, not cannibal savages, let's say we're talking about that kind of case, so that they do think that it could be in their interest to interact in a cooperative way. They don't think the other person's existence is going to come at their own expense necessarily. So it might be better in case number 2 to have to bring on a third party, that is, where they intend to interact cooperatively. Okay. So I'm just going to write here, assume the two people are civilized non-savages who know that peaceful coexistence is possible. Oh, objective ethics has to go. I see you said that a little while ago. All right. See you later. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. All right. So assume the two people are civilized non-savages. All right, looks like that no one has tried to call in. I try to check that every once in a while, make sure I didn't miss a call. All right, so now I think we can start to see maybe why they might want a third neutral party to come in and help settle their disputes. Because they see it as in their interest for the other person to exist. Like they realize, hey, I can survive much better rather than living as a self-sustaining hunter-gatherer or farmer. It would be, I could survive better if I didn't have to do everything myself. If I had some other person to do some of the work, and we could trade with each other and take advantage of the division of labor. So they want each other around. So let me add here, assume they want to cooperate and trade and take advantage of the division of labor to help them survive better. Better than they could if they had to satisfy all of their needs for food, clothing, shelter, etc. on their own. Okay, so if that's the kind of people we're dealing with, would they be better off having a third party come on the island to help resolve their disputes if and when disputes occur? And I wonder if I should poll the chat at this point and see what you all think. I guess if they're trying to, they would like to be able to work together, but let's say they just have some irresolvable dispute. This actually, maybe I should now raise the example that came up in the last live stream when the anarcho-capitalist called in. So in that case, you might remember if you were here for that, but the dispute there was, it was an island case, and there were two people on the islands, and there was a fence halfway across the islands, and on one side of the fence there was an apple tree, and some of the branches of the apple tree were hanging over the fence into the other guy's side of the island. So the tree was growing on one side of the fence, but the branches of the tree were hanging over. Some of the branches, at least, were growing into the other guy's side of the island, on his side of the fence. And there was a dispute. Well, first the dispute was over whose apples are these? Like, do the apples belong to the guy on whose side the tree is planted? Or do the apples belong to the guy in whose airspace they're hanging? And you get different answers depending on which of those questions is more important. Like, let's say you planted a tree on one side of the fence, but the branches are hanging over onto my side of the fence. And I say, I'm going to take those apples. They're in my airspace. And you say, no, but they're growing off of my tree. Give me those apples back. So we have a dispute. And the ANCAP who called in, the anarcho-capitalist, he said, well, in that case, we should talk it over. And he said, well, since I planted the tree, I did the work of planting the tree, then those apples rightfully belong to me. They're a product of my labor, using a kind of Lockean labor theory of value. And you're basically treating me as a slave if you take the apples, because I did the work, the labor of planting the tree, and you're reaping the fruits of my labor. So you're without my consent. So you're basically treating me as a slave. And then in reply to that, I said, okay, fine, you do your labor, but you have to do your labor on your side of the fence. You can't have your tree growing over into my side and then still claim that they're your property. You're interfering with you're trespassing, basically. You're coming over into my side via your tree. So then I say, well, all right, I'm not going to take your apples, but you have to agree to cut down the branches that are hanging over on my side of the fence. And he thought that was reasonable. He said, all right, I'll cut them down. So now there was a dispute, and we've settled the dispute, at least temporarily, by agreeing that he will cut down the branches that hang over onto my side of the fence. However, so we don't need a government yet. We've settled it, right? Just on our own. We don't need a third party to settle our dispute. We've solved it. However, the next part of the conversation, I said, well, what if there's a dispute about when you cut these branches? Let's say I want you to cut them down today. And he says, no, I'm busy. Give me like 3 weeks to do it. And let's say we now have a dispute about that. And he says, well, I asked him, what should we do now? And he said, well, we should talk about it again. Let's have a discussion. And then I said, okay, but there's a limited amount of time that I'm willing to discuss this with you, right? I'm not going to spend, a week or two of my time discussing this with you. I have other things I need to do. I need to be catching food. I need to be building shelter, right? We can talk about it for a couple hours maybe, but that's it. And what happens if we still can't come to an agreement at the end of that discussion, and we're still left in a dispute? We haven't resolved it. So let's say I'm willing to talk about it for 3 hours, and at the end of that discussion, he's still in the position of, I need 2 weeks to cut down these branches, and I'm thinking I'll give you like 2 days max to do it, and we don't come to an agreement about what is a reasonable amount of time. So then what? Now we're in an irresolvable dispute. At least we can't resolve it ourselves. So maybe now is when we need to bring in a third party, a neutral third party that we both agree to help us resolve our dispute. And let me just make a note of the apple tree example, and maybe we can use that. I think it's a nice example. It's very clear, and maybe we can use that as the dispute going forward instead of a dispute about something else, like where exactly to put the fence. And maybe it gives a little continuity with the last live stream if we keep building on this using this example. All right, just looking at the chat here. All right, some more chats from Evolutionary and Greg. Oh, somebody's calling. Can you hear that? I don't think you should be able to hear that, but let me see if I can pick that up. Oh, the call hung up. I don't know if I didn't get to it quick enough and it went to voicemail. I also saw the thing about allow mic access, which I thought I had fixed by refreshing this page. It looks like it should be working. You can try to call in again if you want, and hopefully I'll be able to pick it up. It might be good to have a call now because my voice will give out after a while. If I have someone else to do talking, that will... Oh, now it's ringing again. Let me see if I can get it. Hello. Hey. You said this is Tyler? Okay, hold on a second. Let me just make sure the audio is working. Hello. Hey, you said this is Tyler? Okay, hold on a second. Let me just... Okay, hold on. I Okay, I just hung up on him. He thought his audio was coming through, but I don't think it was. He was rapping. He said his name was Tyler. Okay, I just hung up on him. I'm glad I had my audio settings right. See, that's why I screen calls. Okay, I just hung up on him. I was going to ask him what he wanted to talk about, and before I was able to ask that, I checked to see if my audio was coming through, but it was just my side of the conversation that was coming through, which is what I was hoping for, because I want to screen out crazy people or trolls who try to call in, like this guy. So after I checked my audio to make sure at least my side of the conversation was coming through, he started rapping. I can remember like some words that he was saying, but I won't even try to repeat them. But it was a troll. I'm trying to crash the stream, so glad my call screening method worked there. Mellow Mau is here. Hello. He says he screens calls intentionally to make sure it's not a troll. His mic access settings worked as intended. Yes. Columbia is here. New person. Maybe that's the guy who tried to call in, because based on what he's saying there, I might need to block Columbia. Oh, now there's another call. I wonder if this is another troll. Let's see. All right, it's ringing. John. All right. Hello? Yes. Okay, so I don't know if you're another troll or if you're a non-troll. Okay, maybe we can do that. First, can you tell me, have you been in the YouTube chat today? Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I guess I can take a chance on you, and hopefully hopefully you're not a troll. Sometimes people, they pretend not to be trolls and then they turn out to be trolls. But let me, I'll take a chance on you. You said you were well, I'll let you say that again after I check the audio. Hold on a second. I just got to make sure the audio is working right. First, can you tell me, have you been in the YouTube chat today? Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I guess All right. So let me go into my audio and unmute this and this. All right, so I think you can now be heard by the audience. Can you say something now?
Sure, great. Let's see if they can hear me. Hi,
Okay.
audience.
All right, just hold on a second. Let me see if that comes through. This and this. All right, so I think you can now be heard by the audience. Can you say something now?
Sure, great. Let's see if they can hear me.
Okay.
Hi, audience. All right.
Good. It's working. All right. So we can start from scratch now. So you can introduce yourself, your name, and whatever you said to me, what you're interested in talking about.
Hey, thanks for having me on and giving me the floor for a second. My name's John. I'm a philosophy student at NYU. And I've only been watching this show for a few minutes. It just happened to pop up on my YouTube algorithm. And it looks like you're focusing today on property ethics. Am I right about that?
I was discussing government and whether we need it, because there are some people who are anarchists. One called into my last live stream, and he was arguing for what he calls anarcho-capitalism, where there's not a government that has a monopoly on the use of force. He thinks there should be like private courts and private governments that can compete. And I was going through this example to see if I could show what gives rise to the need for a government that does have a monopoly on the use of force, which is part of Ayn Rand's view. I support Ayn Rand's philosophy, and I was just thinking through an example to try to get more clear in my own mind, and also maybe it could be of some value for the audience to see what gives rise to the need for a government. And this example with a tree was at least one step on the way to figuring that out. But we don't have to talk exactly about that, but we can continue. But that was the general context of what I was talking about.
Sure. No, it's interesting because I don't really ever come in contact with anyone who calls themselves an objectivist. I don't know if you would call yourself that, but you said you're a fan of Ayn Rand's.
Yeah.
So I would assume, right? Like a radical individualist, I guess you would categorize that maybe.
Yeah, I would definitely say I'm an individualist. That's part of Ayn Rand's philosophy. A radical, yeah, maybe. I mean, that's. I don't know if there's what would be a non-radical kind of individualism, but I would certainly call myself an individualist.
Okay, it's it's just like I'm getting the building blocks set, so we can have a discussion, because I want to clarify your point of view. Because Ayn Rand's philosophy...
And you said your name was Josh?
John.
Oh, John. Okay, I'm just going to take some notes here. I want to make sure I get the name right. Okay.
Sure.
Go ahead.
No, I don't think I'm very well read on Ayn Rand's philosophy at all. You know, it appealed to me. Honestly, it appealed to me when I was like 14, 15, like very first encounter with politics, and first started becoming curious about the world and the state and society and community and how everything works. Kind of the first thing that appealed to me was Ayn Rand. I feel like that's a very common pipeline that young guys go through. You get like the libertarians and the anarcho-capitalists, like the previous caller of yours. That kind of appeals to, at least anecdotally from what I've seen, like a juvenile mind, you know?
Okay,
so I'm wondering,
hold on a second. I just want to make sure the volume is okay. I see Kuda Baba in the chat says John is really loud, John's volume. Greg says I was going to say something about John's volume, but I think Dan adjusted it. I didn't adjust it, but I can adjust it. Let me go into my mixer here and see if I can lower the John's volume a little bit. Okay, I think what I just did might have lowered his a bit, so you can let me know if that's better, and I'll try to look in the chat and see if you have any feedback about what I just did. But I just lowered his a little bit. Okay, so you were saying that, yeah, I've heard this many times, like people encounter Ayn Rand when they're young, and then they grow out of it because they realize it's got all these problems. And I think that this is often just a insult of sorts, and so what I really prefer to do is
I'm not using
hold on. Wait. I'll give you a chance. Let me just finish my point here. And whether you intend to be insulting or condescending by saying this or not, I'm not taking a position on that. But I think many people who say this sort of thing do intend it as an insult. And so what I was going to say is, let's just talk about the issues, the arguments. So if you have a disagreement, we can talk about that. But I don't think we need to go into like, oh, people who hold this are immature and idiots or whatever like that. Let's just talk about whatever disagreement you might have, and not go into the land of insults. Okay, go ahead.
Sure, that's fair. See, I didn't finish what I was saying, but what I was getting to with that was something that I heard from older people when that was the sort of philosophy that occupied my mind at that age, was, oh, you'll grow out of it. or oh, that's just like for teenagers and that could never work in the real world. And I was wondering, in your case, if there was ever any other sort of ideologies or philosophies you glommed onto and then migrated over to Ayn Rand, or if that was something that initially captivated you and you stuck with it.
It was something I stuck with ever since I first encountered it when I was 17, close to 18. I wasn't raised with religion as many people are. Like, I didn't grow up going to church. I was more secular in my upbringing, and I guess I might have absorbed some things from the culture. I think I did, but I didn't have strong views, at least on some issues like politics. I didn't really think much about during high school. I thought about ethics a lot and some deeper philosophical issues like free will, but I didn't really think much about politics until I started reading Ayn Rand's. But ever since I started reading her, I thought it made sense what she said. So I've never felt the need to adopt some alternative viewpoint. Although I'm open, I've certainly read many contrary philosophers. Like, I went to grad school in philosophy, and I've read lots of the historical philosophers, Plato, Aristotle, Kant, etc. So I'm informed about many of the contrary views out there. But having read all that, Ayn Rand still makes a lot of sense to me. So I still support her philosophy.
Okay, that's fair. All right. Well, it was good. It was good to get a overarching picture of your intellectual development. Before we get into the actual substance of, what is your max bench press?
My max bench press? Okay, so
yeah,
a question like that does make me start to think, well, maybe this is a troll. Where are you going with this?
It cuts to the weight of the issue, no pun intended, but it really weighs your opinions accordingly, you know?
All right, well, I think you're going to need to explain that, and maybe very fast if you don't want to, if you want to continue this call.
I'm not sure it really warrants further explanation, but I think like Plato and Socrates may have mentioned something like that. I'm going to very, very loosely paraphrase, but something like the interconnectedness of the strength of the mind and body, you know?
Okay. Well, there is an issue of mind-body integration, and but asking me specifically what is my max bench press, that seems kind of irrelevant.
Well, it's because I think if you trained bench press and you got up to like 225, you would probably stop caring about all this like individualism stuff and like political theory, and you'd probably just like care about normal things, or just like be cool and be like an authoritarian like fascist or something.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, and if you got up to like 350.
Okay. Yeah, that was a troll. Yeah, see, sometimes they come on trying to sound normal, and then after a while, they, I guess, the mask drops, and they start doing what they really called in to do, which is be a troll. Did we ever figure out? He didn't say he was the. He said he wasn't the one in the. He said he wasn't in the YouTube chat when I asked him about that. Maybe I should have had him identify himself in the YouTube chat. That might be good, so that I can block people like that and then maybe report them to YouTube. LOL, says Mellow Mau. A philosophy student talking about outgrowing caring about these things. What irony. Well, who knows if that was even real when he said he was a philosophy student. Stephen, I think you might be reading into his intentions more than was there. If what you say is what he was really interested in, I think he certainly had a very non-necessary way of going about achieving that. Kuda Baba says troll. Nick says, oh boy. A troll's got a troll, says Kuda Baba. All right, well, let me go adjust my YouTube or my OBS settings back to what they were. So we've had two calls, and both were trolls. Although only one got through. The other troll I screened out before he was on the show. And there was a third person who I didn't even get to the screening process, but someone else tried to call in, but didn't call back. All right. Well, it looks like we set a record here. 21 people are watching right now. I think that's a record aside from the Harry Binswanger stream. Thanks everyone for being here. And thanks for the likes. And thanks to any new subscribers. All right, I just got another subscriber, I see. Thank you. It's up to 1082. I was watching some other person's stream a month or so ago, and she was getting troll after troll after troll. It was just like a steady stream of trolls. But she wasn't screening them. Oh, thank you. It was that someone just came in with a super chat. Was that Mellow Mau? He says, Dan, are you open to me calling in and asking about some objectivist topics? Yeah, I am. I'm just trying to see if I can reply to that so I can get the colored tag next to my reply. There we go. Fitness is part of living well, but being able to bench press a certain amount of weight really doesn't determine a level of fitness due to things like biology and genetics. And he was talking about like how he was starting to be insulting at the end. If you rewind, you can hear what he said, but I won't try to repeat it now. When did Dan start? I started at 1:15 p.m. Pacific. $4:15 Eastern, says Nick. I might need to take a break soon, though. Maybe I should take a break before Mellow Mau calls in. Oh, he's in the. Maybe that's him. Who someone just called in on Zoom. All right, but the name is different than I think I've seen before. So I don't. I'm not sure that's. Maybe I should screen this call as well. How am I going to do that? Let's see. Okay. So I'm going to try to screen this, and I think you will only be able to hear my side of the conversation, and I will test that in just a few seconds. See, it's a little different when someone calls in on Zoom than when they call in on Google Voice number. But let me just say again, Mellow Mau, thank you for that $5 super chat. Oh, he says, yes, that's my name. But I failed to match it to my YouTube name first. Okay. Okay. Maybe I'll just bring you in for a minute, and I might take a break after I talk to you for a minute. But let me see if I can bring you in here and have only my side of the conversation be heard. Where's my Zoom window? Here we go. Oh, I also need to open my host tools. Okay. And I will ask you to unmute after I admit you. Hello, Mellow Mau. All right, so I see you've got a different name that's showing up here, and you have a photo this time. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Just hold on a second. You've got a different name that's showing up here, and you have a photo this time. Okay, I just want to make sure the audio is not going through yet, so that when I do actually need to screen a call, I do it right. And let me now turn on your audio and make sure that's working. Well, actually, let me just turn on your audio. Hold on a sec. All right, now I think you should be audible to the audience.
Alrighty, this is Mellow Mau speaking.
All right, hold on. Let's make sure that came through. Well, actually, let me just turn on your audio. Hold on a sec. All right, now I think you should be audible to the audience.
Alrighty, this is Mellow Mau speaking.
All right, good, it's working. Okay, so I wanted to ask you, if I take a break, will you still be around, or do you have to go soon? Because I think I'd like to take a break if you can stick around for a while.
Of course. Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. I'll hang around. And I think last time I called in, we ended up speaking for 2 hours. I checked the audio later, and for me, that's pretty long. I think I have like 40 minutes of
Okay.
topics for you today. Perhaps I'll overestimate that, but yeah,
Okay.
I can wait for your break, of course.
All right. Sounds good. Greg says sounded good to me. All right. Thanks for that feedback, Greg. Yeah, if the volume is ever not coming through or it's too loud, too soft, and just let me know and I'll try to make an adjustment. All right. So I'm going to mute Mellow Mau again, and then I'm going to Oh, sorry. Yeah, I guess I was. I didn't intend to mute myself, but I unmuted now, so I think I'm audible now. I was just saying, I think I'll take a break for about 10 minutes, and then I'm going to type that in the YouTube chat so you know exactly what time I'm going to come back. Okay. I like to make sure it's coming through on my phone, so sometimes you hear my audio twice. So I'm going to type in the YouTube chat. Where's my chat window? Here we go. On break. Back. It's now 4:16 p.m. Pacific, so I'll say back at about 4:27 p.m. Pacific. That's going to be about 10 minutes from now. Okay. Thanks for being here, everyone. I hope to see you on the other side of the break. And we will do a call with Mellow Mau and whatever else happens after the break. All right. See you in a bit. Okay. Bye. I am back, and I think. Oh, I guess I need to ask Maurice to unmute. Make sure my audio is working. Check 1, 2. Oh, Simon's here. Hello. Check 1, 2. Okay. And yeah, I'm going to give you access to unmute yourself in just a sec. So one thing I just remembered is there actually was another time when we had this many people watching live before, and it was when I had a lot of trolls. So maybe that's what happened today. Whenever a troll finds out about my stream, they might like go back to their troll lair or wherever they come from and tell their fellow trolls about the stream, and then a bunch of them come over. And so that's one way to get more viewers. And we've had 2 trolls call today, so maybe that's what happens. All right, but we have a non-troll, Maurice, or aka Mellow Mau, who I'm going to give the power to unmute himself here. Okay.
Checking, Dan. Testing.
All right, I hear you say testing. Let me just make sure it's coming through on YouTube now. We have a non-troll, Maurice, or aka Mellow Mau, who I'm going to give the power to unmute himself here. Okay.
Checking, Dan. Testing.
All right, I hear you say testing. All right, I just heard you come through. All right, we're good to go. So, welcome back. Now, I see you used a different name on Zoom this time, Mauricio. So, should I call you Mauricio or Maurice, or how do you want me to address you?
Great question. The last time I called in, as I mentioned before the break, I clicked like a generic dial-in number. Today, I clicked a direct link, so it opened up my desktop app. So I use this account for work, which is why I had it set to Mauricio. I would say I feel like for narrative continuity, it appeals to me to continue being Mellow Mau on this show.
Okay.
But my name is also Mauricio, so I slightly prefer Mellow Mau
Okay,
for,
that's fine.
for
And
stage name, I guess.
so I guess that will help people know in the chat who this is, because you were participating in the chat, and there is a Mellow Mau in the chat. So that is the person who is called in. So even though the name shows up a little differently on Zoom, if you see that, this is Mellow Mau from the chat, who was called in a couple times before, at least a couple times. And welcome back. And what would you like to discuss today?
Couple topics. Thank you for welcoming me back. Continue to enjoy your show. Since our last call, I listened to most of, I want to say it was last stream that ended with your call with Holden, the economics student, as you probably gathered. I also went back and listened to most of your debate with Synth, who you described as the other Buddhist who was called into your show.
Oh yeah, because you said last time that you were a Mahayana Buddhist, and I remember we talked about whether that was compatible with objectivism, and I mentioned that I had another conversation with a Buddhist synth who believes in this collective idea of the self. So yeah, I can I understand why you heard that conversation, but yeah, interesting to hear that you heard that.
I did, and I wanted to bring that up because first I wanted to perhaps update some of the previous topics we've discussed, and then I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about objectivism. And so, um, although I won't make Buddhist philosophy a major talking point here, I will keep the focus on objectivism with respect to yourself and your show. I do want to clarify a couple of points. So, uh, as you said just now, Synth was arguing in favor of a collective soul. And at the end of your last call with Holden, you described my beliefs as believing in an Atman and a Brahmin. And I want to clarify that I do not agree with that. And I am surprised that Synth calls himself a Buddhist and believes in a Brahmin. So, just for clarification purposes, in case this gives you a different impression of me, I am deeply skeptical of the Atman and the Brahmin. These concepts are more of a Hindu or perhaps Advaita Vedanta concepts. Buddhists canonically are deeply skeptical of the Brahmin being the collective soul. The collective soul. We're deeply skeptical of that idea. We are also deeply skeptical of the Atman. Uh, Although I see on screen it says there that I guess I get a special access to your screen if although the Atman is sometimes translated as self, I think it is better translated as soul, and Buddhists are generally on Atman or not self. So the comment you made to Holden, not like it's a personal thing, I more want to clarify between you and me. The comment you made to Holden does not represent my beliefs, and I shared your opinion at the end of the show there. Like, yeah, the Atman and the Brahmin are incompatible with objectivism, and I also think there's just many ways you can express skepticism of these ideas.
Okay. I looked into someone in the chat earlier in the stream had mentioned Advaita Vedanta. So I looked that up, I Googled that, and then I saw that it described the individual self as Atman. So I'm fine with an Atman. I mean, I do think there is an individual self, but to think that that's identical to some collective or ultimate reality thing, which I guess according to this Google overview, it's calling that Brahman. That's where I would differ. But it sounds you were saying you disagree with, you're deeply skeptical both of the Atman and the Brahman, both the individual self and some ultimate reality.
It says their ultimate reality on screen. I'm surprised that that's the AI overview because Brahmin is usually translated as either collective soul or overmind. I've
Okay.
seen that translation too. But yeah, I am confident that Buddhism canonically is skeptical of both those things. So
Okay.
if Synth expressed belief in a collective soul, that shocks me, and I guess I want to listen to that part of the debate more. I think that's going to give Buddhists the wrong impression or give other people the wrong impression.
Okay. Yeah, I thought Brahman was collective soul. That was my memory, and that's what you're saying now. So you're saying you disagree with both, that there is a individual soul or a collective soul. And I don't remember what I said to Holden about this, but anyways, we can start at this point. You disagree with the idea that there is an Atman. Well, I'll use the more English terms. You disagree with the idea that there is an individual soul or a collective soul.
Yes, and today I've been flipping through my copy of the Ayn Rand lexicon, and Ayn Rand has some really good criticisms of the idea of a collective soul. And I think anyone who believes in a collective soul is vulnerable to all of Ayn Rand's appropriate criticisms, including that, that's a concept that's easily manipulated by looters. Like they would love it if altruists believed in a collective soul and willingly sacrificed themselves towards the collective soul. So, yes, I think any religion who believes in that is directly vulnerable to Ayn Rand's criticisms.
Okay. So I guess where you and I would differ then, or where you and Ayn Rand would, is more on the individual soul, whether that exists.
Yeah, and as I stated, I think that's a debate to have later.
Okay.
But I thought that was a clarification worth making, was that I don't believe in those two concepts,
Okay.
and those are, I think, typical of Hinduism or Advaita Vedanta. Those are, like I said, sorry to repeat myself. Canonically, Buddhists do not believe in either of those two things, and that's a very obvious thing. It's a very transparent and repeated claim. It's not like a side claim in a rare scripture. It's like, no, no, no. We're well known for being skeptical of both of those things. So, quick
Okay.
clarification, perhaps.
Okay.
The next thing I wanted to mention is um, I also have been flipping through over the last couple of weeks my copy of Atlas Shrugged. And the Buddhist character in Atlas Shrugged is Ma Chalmers. I remember last time we couldn't quite
Oh.
remember her name.
Yeah, I thought it might have been Ivy Starnes who
That's right.
had
That was
some Buddhist sympathies or converted to Buddhism or something. But you're saying it's Ma Chalmers.
yes. I just revisited her story, and uh, I was correct that in the end she becomes. I called her a warlord. Uh, that's what my recollection, but she becomes the leader of the People's Party, and she's like one of two gangs fighting over California after the collapse of the economy at the end of Atlas Shrugged, which is
Hmm.
the other like important plot point she has is sorry for Atlas Shrugged spoilers for anybody else who's listening hasn't read the book. Uh, there are just some really moving chapters where the wheat industry slowly collapses because the trains are no longer reliable, and Ma Chalmers had persuaded the government to invest in soybeans, and she had some like health fad argument to be like, for collective reasons, Americans should eat soybeans. And sadly, that contributes to the wheat famine. And then in the end, her soybeans that are delivered to market are all underripe and spoiled, and they're just trashed. So it's just like I took it like Ayn Rand's cherry on top joke for that chapter, like a comic relief was like, wow, all the trains that could have transported wheat were instead transporting this health fad soybeans, and then the soybeans were trashed anyway. Mm.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't remember that very well, but thanks for refreshing me on. It's been years since I read Atlas Shrugged. So, but anyway, I think Ivy Starnes, maybe she might have been a Hindu, so, but it's some kind of Eastern mysticism. I think that she was um, a member of. But anyways, um,
Fair enough.
doesn't
On to my
matter too
next.
much.
Sure, sure. Next, I wanted to provide a correction to how I described family economics and specifically Gary Becker's rotten kid theorem last time. And I think this correction will be interesting to you, but let me know if it's not, and I'll just drop the topic and move on.
Okay.
Last time I was describing the rotten kid theorem. I do think it's a very interesting theorem to economists. It's certainly very interesting to the field of family economics, but I mischaracterized it in an important way, and that just sat wrong with me. Last time I used the example of a head of household, canonically a father, who is trying to decide how to split the household income with the spouse and the kids.
Hmm.
So maybe the head of household wants to keep all the paychecks, right? I said like maybe the father just wants to buy tons of beer and drink it all alone.
Hmm.
Maybe the father wants to hand over his entire paycheck to his wife, or maybe the father wants to split his paycheck, a portion to his wife, a portion to his two kids, and a portion that he keeps. And Gary Becker's rotten kid theorem was about maybe in some contexts, if a father has really good kids, it is rational for him to give allowances to his children. Maybe they spend it on school tuition or field trips or something. But maybe in a different family, if the father believes that his kids are rotten, the rational thing for him to do is to give his kids zero allowance because they're going to spend it on unwholesome things, bad uses. So that's where I mischaracterized it. I described rotten kids as kids who are doing something the father wouldn't approve of. And the example I gave was suppose the father learns that his two children are spending their allowances on cigarettes and horse races. That would be a rotten kid. That is a mischaracterization. In uh, the model that Gary Becker writes, a rotten kid is not one who does something the father disapproves of. Maybe the kids smoke cigarettes and derive 100 units of well-being, but the father gets negative 10 units of disappointment. That's still a net win. That's still a case where just because the father disapproves of how his kids are spending it doesn't mean he should yank it back. And I think that actually jives well with Ayn Rand's notion of, um, I guess, like individual autonomy, right? Like just because I disapprove of how my kids spend their allowance, that doesn't give me a right to yank it back from them. Instead, he was trying to characterize what if the kids take their allowance and they go and buy some dynamite and they blow up the house? So maybe they get 100 units of well-being because they like love seeing the explosion, but I, as a father, get negative 1 million units because now the house is blown up and we have nowhere to live. So now, as a father, I have an egoist, rational reason to take the allowance back. You kids are spending it in a way that's harming me, so I'm gonna take that money back. Almost like a reverse trade, right? I would want to trade resources with you if you have something to offer me, and I would want to cancel a trade if the trade no longer benefits me. That's more what the rotten kid theorem is about, is as a father, I will give my children an allowance if they spend it in a way where they're doing something egoically rational with it. But if they spend it in a way that like blows up the house, well, now you're blowing back on me. Now I have a egoist rational reason to take the allowance back. And I think that's a slight nuance that might be interesting, and might make Gary Becker's family economics still compatible with objectivism. Because again, maybe my kid spends the money on cigarettes and that makes me a little disappointed. But if my child gets a lot of well-being from it and accounting for all the mental and physical effects of it, if they truly are making a individual rational choice by purchasing cigarettes, then I'll let them keep their allowance under this theorem. So, for personal reasons, I wanted to clarify that. May I ask, does that make his theorem more interesting to an objectivist?
I'm I'm not sure if it's consistent with egoism as understood by objectivism. Maybe it is, and we could discuss some more cases potentially. I guess I'm open to that, but I guess it's I'm not sure yet whether it's consistent with egoism, but I guess I'm at least open to the possibility that it is. So you think it is consistent with Ayn Rand's kind of egoism?
I do. And the reason is, as we discussed last time, so just brief refresher for the audience or perhaps for the Google Doc, um, Gary Becker's model is essentially let's model the family as a group of people living under one household. Let's assume that the family has a capital U utility function, and the utility function has as its arguments lowercase u1, comma, lowercase u2, lowercase u3, basically the utilities of the father and the utility of the mother and the utility of the two children and the utilities of the egos under the household are the only inputs into the family utility function. And then the economic objective is how can a family maximize the family utility subject to an income constraint?
A what
And the
constraint? Oh,
an
income?
income constraint, yeah.
Okay.
And the income constraint is going to be the sum of the individual incomes. Maybe father brings in a paycheck, mother brings in a paycheck. Maybe in some scenarios, the children wins like a cash prize. That's household income. So
Hmm.
that's in a nutshell the model is how can a family maximize utility of the individuals subject to an income constraint? And the only inputs into the family are the individuals. So you have uh, to increase the well-being of the family under this model, you have to increase the well-being of one or more of the individuals. And
Right.
then the rotten kid theorem was kind of his, I guess, magnum opus, was kind of his characterization of when would it be rational for the head of household, canonically a father, to give their kids allowances? When is sharing the income a rational thing to do? Even if the father has his own utility function, he has his own things he wishes he could be spending his money on. When does it make sense for him to split his salary with his children and give them allowances? And there's some kind of trade going on. There's some kind of efficiency gain going on. Those things come up.
Okay. Yeah, I looked at my notes from our last call, and I, I pulled them up on the screen, and I'm refreshing my mind. And I remember we were talking about sacrifice, what exactly that means, and the O. Henry example came up, altruism, and then self-sacrifice. That raised the issue of self, and then we got into the deep metaphysical ideas of what is a self. And this example about the gym came up, like, if are you being self-sacrificing if you go to the gym and it's painful but you benefit in the long run? And what is the self? Like, is it something that exists across time? And I think I was saying towards the end, like, we have to be on the same page about these deeper issues, like what does self mean, before we can agree about, for instance, what is self-sacrifice or what is self-interest. And that's going to also apply to egoism, like what is best for yourself, if that's what egoism means, doing what's best for yourself. Well, if we don't yet agree on what a self is, then we can't really have that discussion of what is best for the self. So I think that's what got us into these deep metaphysical issues in Buddhism and its view of the self. So I guess if you're going to interpret this guy, Gary Becker, who I take it he's some kind of economist, if you're interpreting what he says through a Buddhist kind of lens, we might have to go down there to that deep metaphysical issue of Buddhism and its view of the self. If we're going to come to agreement on ethical issues, but maybe we can discuss Becker, apart from those deeper issues. I don't know if that's what you wanted to do, but it looked like last time it led us in the direction of these deeper issues. So I just wanted to mention all that, and I'll pause there and see where you want to go from there.
Sure, sure. I don't I don't interpret Becker through Buddhism. I guess that would be like a three-link chain. It's like I have to first pass it through this system and then through this system. Now, I think to me, it's like you can think about the overlap between family economics and objectivism independently. You can think about the overlap, or I like to think about the overlap between Buddhism and objectivism. But just the way you characterize it there, I wouldn't like pass it through three layers. But the reason I brought it up today again was first because I mischaracterized it, And in that, maybe personally disappointed, like, oh, I mischaracterized an important theorem of an economist I really admire. But secondly, because after we talked, something that sat wrong with me was like, well, I remember feeling pretty sure those models were compatible, but the way we talked, it would seem that a father who catches his kid smoking cigarettes would yank the allowance back. It seems like Ayn Rand would not be in favor of that because if I, as a father, made a contract with my children and said, you are now entitled to so many dollars per month in your allowance, it seems like Ayn Rand would find it to be tyrannical for a father to say, I caught you doing something that I don't approve of. Now I'm taking it back. And so that led me to revisit his writings and see that I had not characterized rotten kids the way he had. He wasn't saying rotten kid means the kid did something that I, as father, disapprove of. Now I want the money back. But he carefully defined it because he's a rigorous writer. A rotten kid in this context means I gave you allowance because, son, you know, $10 in your hand you claimed could be spent more efficiently than me. Maybe I'm at the margin of my utility curve as a father. 10 additional dollars, I can only think of ways to produce 50 units of additional well-being. But son, you claim that with those $10, you can produce 100 units of well-being. So as a family, we are maximizing the family production of well-being, of utility, if I hand you those $10 in the form of an allowance. So here you go. So in his model, if the child spends it, I guess if they're smoking cigarettes, they're probably a teenager now. If the teenager spends the money on something that I do not agree with or I disapprove of, that is not the condition of a rotten kid in
Okay.
his context. It's more now you did something that's damaging me or damaging your siblings or damaging the house. So now not only are you spending the money less efficiently than I would, but you are also reducing the production of utility if I had not given you that money. So now, again, as head of household, I have a reason to take the allowance back, and taking it back would maximize well-being instead of letting you keep using it in a suboptimal way.
Okay. So you just wanted to correct that point. That's fine. Yeah. So we can just go on to whatever your next point was.
Thank you, thank you. So now I do have some new questions. Thank you for allowing me to preface with that stuff. So um, um, I'm enjoying these conversations. It's given me a persistent motivation to deeply read objectivist texts. Like I've had several of these texts, and the Romantic Manifesto I just found immediately interesting. That one was easy to read multiple times, but I must admit I didn't give the Ayn Rand lexicon a full read. I didn't give For the New Intellectual a full read, but these conversations have been like interesting and motivating, and it's given me a good reason to deeply think about them. And so now I do have some questions for you that will help me process this material. So I want to ask a little bit about how Ayn Rand characterizes the use of reason. So it's obvious that reason is important to her. It's critical. It's the only, in my understanding, it's the only mechanism of gaining knowledge that she approves of. She has some really provocative and interesting lines in the Objectivist Ethics where she says all alternatives to reason are, faith, impulse, whim. So clearly she values reason. And here's now the issue I'm struggling with. So I accept that for a fully trained objectivist, maybe you get to your 30s and now you have fully committed to memory all the necessary concepts of epistemology, metaphysics, a good command of the English language. I can accept that such a person has reason. You have all the faculties in place. But I struggle a little bit to consider the case of, let's say, a 20-year-old who has a really good attitude and is starting to grasp the concepts of objectivism, but maybe they can't articulate how all those concepts fit together, or maybe such a 20-year-old can recall from memory, like, yes, I know Ayn Rand places the individual as the most important primary of ethics, but maybe this 20-year-old can't fully articulate like exactly why the individual is important from first principles. So even though they can recite from memory the right claims and beliefs and maybe even recite quotes from Ayn Rand, they can't fully articulate how all the pieces fit together. So to me, that I wouldn't call that reason. I would call that like partial reason, or they're on the journey to reason, but I wouldn't call that reason. So I guess my first question to you is, does that match your characterization, or what do you think you or Ayn Rand would say about the case of a 20-year-old who has partially learned objectivism? Do they have reason, or what would you say there?
Certainly, yeah, they do have reason. So having the faculty of reason doesn't mean that you understand a particular body of thought like objectivism or Platonism or Aristotelianism or Kantianism. It just means you are using your faculty of reason in order to understand the world, as opposed to surrendering your mind and just blindly believing something on the basis of faith or on the basis of peer pressure, right? Just believing something because it's popular, but you don't really understand it yourself. That would be failing to use reason. But it doesn't mean you understand a particular piece of content or system of knowledge about the world. It just means you're exercising your faculty as a human being, which you have and which the animals don't have, right? Animals don't have faculty of reason. Humans do have the faculty of reason, but it's a choice as to whether they exercise it. Some people, they don't choose to exercise the reason. They surrender their minds and just go by social pressure, or they cave into their fears and they go with the herd, believe things on faith. Other people, they do choose to exercise their reason. So that's what being rational is about. Now, you can be more and less skilled at using your reason. Like if you've taken courses in critical reasoning, maybe that would help you in some ways. But I don't think that's the most essential thing. The root choice, the fundamental choice we have on Rand's view, is the choice to focus our minds or not. And there's a lot I could say about that, but another way you can think of that is the choice to exercise your reason or not. And what happens if you're not choosing that is you're just going by emotions. That's what's left over to guide you. You're just going by your feelings, your emotions, or your whims, she might put it. You're not even making an attempt to exercise your rational capacity. So it's not an issue of how old you are as to whether you're being rational or not. It's whether you're making the best you can of the faculties that you have, the rational faculty you have, as opposed to letting something supersede the judgment of your mind and caving into your emotions. So there's a
That
little,
makes
yeah.
sense. Yeah, the age wasn't like a critical variable in my view there. It's sort of like a narrative tool. Like it's easier to picture like a 30-year-old who has completed their philosophical training and a 20-year-old who has just begun, just kind of a signpost. But of course, someone might encounter objectivism at age 40, and maybe that's the moment that they begin to really develop their sense of reason. So,
Well, I
but
think you can do it well before that. Like, you don't need objectivism to be a rational person. I think it can help you identify rational principles about the world, but I don't think it's necessary in order to be a rational person. I think that's something which is directly open to everyone's choice. Just choose to focus your mind or not. And I guess whether you accept the objectivist philosophy and agree with it is downstream from that choice. I'm not sure what else to add to that now, but I just want to make that point. It's like you don't need to go through a certain amount of philosophical training in school. Like you mentioned, like someone who's completed a course of philosophical study. I don't think that's essentially what being rational is about. It's just making the most of what you have at whatever age. I guess when you're an infant, you haven't developed your reasoning capabilities yet, but certainly once you reach the age of adulthood, 18, if we're going to use that, you have the ability to reason by that point. And I guess it could be made harder or easier depending on like what kind of education you had. I think unfortunately many people are crippled by the sorts of education, or maybe it should be called indoctrination, they're given as youngsters. But I still think even there, everyone has it's open to everyone to be rational, even if you had a very bad education growing up. You're just not going to get as the results of using your reason are not going to be as good. Your use of reason won't be as fruitful as if you did have a good education. But whether you at least try to use your mind as opposed to surrendering to your emotions, that's still a choice open to you, even if you did have a bad education. And like people who learn about objectivism late in life, maybe they had a very bad education growing up as a kid, but they can still try to they can encounter the works in their 40s or 50s and see whether they make sense to them, and not just surrender to their emotions and maybe think, oh well, a lot of people they ridicule Ayn Rand, and I don't want to be a social outcast, so I'm going to stay away from this Ayn Rand stuff because I don't want to be made fun of. I think that would be an irrational, emotional kind of way of dealing with Rand's, where you're letting your feelings rather than your perception of the truth guide how you react to it. So those, well, I'll just pause there.
Okay, I do have some more questions. For the sake of your show, I'd like to point out that the chat is filling with what I consider to be pretty distracting comments.
Yeah, I saw it looked like a bunch of religious stuff. There's someone, God's son, and then there's Alexit33 saying Jesus loves you. Yeah, it wasn't distracting me too much because I don't really care. Okay. It's hard for me to focus on both, and I saw it looked like maybe the rate of their chats were slowing down when people stopped engaging with them. I think sometimes people, they feed off of engagement, and if they see they're not getting engaged with, then it's not really interesting to them. So I haven't read all these chats. I've just seen a few of them. Maybe later I will block some of them, or maybe they will be converted. Maybe they will have a deconversion moment and think that what we were talking about actually makes some sense, and maybe it'll give them a new perspective on things. So anyway, I'm not too worried about them. But if there's anyone who thinks it's if they're trolls, or you think I should block them, you can let me know in the chat, and maybe I'll do that. But I'm not really worried about it right now. I hear somebody calling. Do you hear it ringing, Mellow Mau?
I don't hear any calls.
Okay, maybe I only hear that. But let me just see who the number is. Okay. I see the area code. I'm going to look up the area code in my notes and see if this is somebody who has called in before. Probably just going to go to voicemail right now. No, it looks like that would be a new caller. Okay, so whoever that was, you can leave a voicemail, or you can let me know in the YouTube chat if that was you. And Kudababa says he can hear the ringing. Yeah, I guess that's because I have I'm on a call. Oh, what I can do is I can put it on Do Not Disturb, and that way. Oh no, that's only if someone called in on Google Voice. Because if that were the case, then well, I guess I can just close Google Voice right now while I'm on this call with Mellow Mau, and then you're not going to hear any ringing if somebody else calls in. Yeah, I'll do that, and then I'll just have to remember to open it back up after the call. So what you can do, if that was you calling, you can just leave a voicemail, let me know what you want to talk about, or you can tell me in the YouTube chat, and then I will use that to help me screen the call, and maybe I can take your call later. if there's still time left, I'm not sure how long I'm going to be streaming, and I'm not sure how long this call is going to go. But I'm going to stick with Mellow Mau for now. And thanks for mentioning in the chat. Kuda Baba says, I blocked Godson. Yeah, that's another thing you can do. Even if I don't block somebody, you can block them. And then you won't have to see their chats. Nick says he could also hear the ringing. Okay, yeah, there might have been a way for me to fix that. And maybe I'll do that in the future. Okay, I'm not too worried about the chat right now, though. But if you think I should block someone, you can let me know. All right.
Oh, that's all. I wanted to just give you, in case that was important to you, I just wanted to give you a moment to do some housekeeping.
Sure.
But I do have some follow-ups on what you asked or what you said.
Sure.
So, so a few more questions to help me understand reason. So, if let's say I'm a math student and I really think the fundamental theorem of calculus is true, and I write a proof for it, but the proof is wrong, and I can tell that it's wrong. Like I can see, oh, this assumption here just, I can tell that this is just too big of a leap. This is not grounded, but I still think the fundamental theorem of calculus is true. It feels like it's true. So I have assumed a theorem that is true to another third party, more skilled thinker, but the way I arrived at that belief is like a gut instinct. It's like, this one step in my proof is wrong, but it just fits, so I'm going to believe that this theorem is true. In your opinion, is this believing this theorem through reason, or is this believing this theorem through something that's other than reason?
Let me make sure I understand it. So there's a math theorem, and you cannot prove it, but you have a feeling that it's true. Would it be going by reason to assert that it is true? Is that the question?
Yes, I go and tell my friend, hey, this theorem is true, but in my head, I know that my proof has an error in the proof.
Oh, wait, you tell your friend it is true, but you know in your head it has an error in the proof. I guess
Yes.
if I would wonder, well, how do you know it is true? I don't think a feeling would qualify as evidence there. I guess you could say it might be true, but if you can't prove it, could you be certain it's true? I'm not sure. I mean, maybe there are some things. Well, maybe to be certain something is true, I guess you have to be able to prove it in some sense, or at least at one time. Well, we could chew through some examples, but at least in this case, I'm not convinced yet, at least, that it would be going by reason if for you to tell someone that something is true, even this math theorem is true, even though you can't prove it.
Okay. I accept that. That lines up my intuition. But this next scenario is intentionally a little more tricky. So, pretty similar setup. I'm trying to derive the fundamental theorem of calculus, and I have an error in my proof. But I know it's true because this is the fundamental theorem of calculus. Like I definitely remember studying this in school. It has a very well-known name. I know that the field of calculus was based on this theorem. I just can't articulate it. I can't rederive it. I can't get to the theorem statement through first principles, but I remember there was a time when someone showed me how to derive it and I was convinced by it. So I'm going to today tell people it's true because I remember at one point it was demonstrated as true to me, but I can't articulate it right now. And just not right now. Let's say I can't articulate it. You give me infinity time, and just with my mind and some paper, I cannot rederive it with justification. I just remember at one point that it was demonstrated as true, and I'm going to believe it's true.
Hmm.
In your
Well,
opinion, is that believing it on reason or something else?
I think it could be if you have good reason based on testimony to believe something, even if you don't yourself. Like this happens in many contexts where you're dealing with expert knowledge, like a doctor tells you something. Maybe a doctor tells you you have some disease, or that some medicine is the you should take some medicine to cure your disease, and that's not something that you could have figured out for yourself, but you have reason to be confident in the doctor's viewpoints. Maybe he's gone to medical school, and you can see he's got his diploma hanging on his wall, and he's been your doctor for many years, and he's given you good advice before. So even though you can't yourself first-handedly figure out what is the problem or what the solution to it is, you can still rely on, you have good reason to rely on certain other experts. And I think that is a rational thing to do. We can't be universal experts, certainly not in today's world. Maybe a couple thousand years ago, you could be a universal scholar like Aristotle or Leonardo da Vinci. I heard he was once described as the last universal expert. But today, there's just so much knowledge that no one can be an expert in every field. So we need to rely on experts. But I think a rational way to do that is not to just go by tarot cards or something, or throw a dart at a dartboard to decide who your doctor is going to be, but look up their credentials, look up reviews of the doctor or whoever the expert is. There are things you can do as a layperson, as a non-expert, to rationally go about deciding who is a reliable person. And then once you've gone through those steps, then I think you could say it is rational to believe what someone tells you. They might still be wrong. They're not infallible. But I think you can still be said to be rational in your beliefs, even if they're dependent on someone else's judgment who has expertise that you don't have.
Okay. Uh, that is interesting to me. And I'm afraid I have a few more questions. And I assure you, this is teaching me. This is teaching me how the notion of reason might be used by objectivists. So, slightly different scenario. Let's say it's my first time in a calculus classroom and I'm 20 years old. So, I have never seen the fundamental theorem of calculus demonstrated. I haven't seen the proof that uses limits and uh, a clever division. I just know that the professor on day one says, this semester, we're going to learn about the fundamental theorem of calculus at the very last day of the semester. And so all the days leading up to it, we apply this theorem, we compute things with this theorem. The professor sure seems confident that it's true. It sure sounds like an impressive name to me. This is the first time I'm hearing about a fundamental theorem of calculus, but it sure sounds official. But I have not seen it demonstrated ever. I am going to trust, I can only go off of the word of the math professor, but I assume it's true. And I tell people it's true. In this
Mm.
scenario, does it sound like reason for this student to genuinely believe that this theorem is true before they have seen it articulated even once?
I think it could be, at least potentially, because it sounds like there's good reason to trust this professor. He is a professor, and it might seem weird to think that he's just making up some nonsense. At least given the state of mathematics, as opposed to some other fields like sociology or I think some fields are much healthier than others, and we've seen the results of math and the sciences. Like we've gone to the moon, and we've done amazing things with technology that depends on heavily depend on mathematics, and that gives you good grounds to be confident in what at least many of the scientific professions have to say. But in something like the humanities, I think there is good reason to be skeptical about what a professor might tell you in a humanities class. And so there, I would be more hesitant to think that what they're saying represents knowledge. But if we're talking about calculus, which has a very long pedigree, and there's so much science that's been science that has involved the use of calculus, I think it certainly could be rational or would be rational to think that if the professor tells you that there is this fundamental theorem of calculus and it's true and I'm going to prove it to you later, I think it could be rational to say in that case, okay, I believe him.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. This is very clarifying to me. So I think I have two more scenarios and then I will move on to a new topic. So one more. Let's say this calculus professor, yep, I trust them. I think this theorem is true, even though I haven't seen it articulated yet. But the professor sure seems confident. I I like this mathematics department. I like this university. And let's say in one of my other courses, a different math professor, let's say a professor of linear algebra, writes a proof on the board and it is terrible. Like even I, at 20 years old, with my growing ability to prove things, I can tell that this linear algebra professor just wrote a definitely incorrect proof. That is a unjustified way of arriving at a theorem. And for good measure, for this scenario, let's say, and the theorem just doesn't even make intuitive sense. Like, not only did they prove a wrong statement, they proved a wrong statement with wrong reasoning. So my opinion of the linear algebra professor falls down. Like, I do not trust that professor anymore. For the rest of this semester, I will treat this linear algebra professor's utterances with extreme skepticism.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say I go back to calculus class and then I realize, the reason I gave this calculus professor trust was because he seemed confident and comes from a good university and from a good department, but this is the same department and university as that other linear algebra professor. And I believed him until I found a moment where he demonstrated his incompetence to me. So now I'm thinking, can I really trust this calculus professor? And I decide to update my belief. I decide to say, thus far, I have treated the fundamental theorem of calculus as true based on trust, but now I don't trust this department anymore. So now I will attend class and use this theorem tentatively, but now I'm going to hold my breath until the end of the semester when I actually see that proof. I no longer trust this calculus professor or this theorem. May I ask, does that reasoning that I just shared there, does that seem reasonable to you? Would you call that reason to update a belief like that?
Let me make sure I got it. So you initially you do believe the calculus professor, but then you go over to the linear algebra professor and he makes some mistake, and that causes you to, that casts into doubt I guess every other things he has said, as well as things that the calculus professor has said, because they're both in the same department. And you think, well, if they hired this guy who made this mistake, then who else might they hire?
Yes.
I think it at least it could give you reason to doubt, some reason to doubt. Like maybe it doesn't completely overthrow what the calculus professor says in your mind, but maybe it just creates a little crack in your confidence, maybe not a complete rupture. So it might just depend on the case. Like sometimes, maybe I should just pause there. Like, well, let me give a different sort of example. Like sometimes this happens with doctors. You get a second opinion from a different doctor, which is different than what the first doctor told you. So now, do you doubt everything that the first doctor said, or which doctor should you go with? Should you believe either of them? Should you get a third opinion? But what you don't do, right, is like dismiss experts altogether and not ever seek out expert
Fair enough, fair enough. Yes, okay. In this scenario, it's specifically that I trusted the calculus professor the first week and the linear algebra professor the first week because they're both confident speakers at University of X math department. And so I go to the second person, I come back to the first person, and then I realize, well, the very conditions that gave me trust in the second
Well,
person are the
hold on
same
one sec, one
conditions in the
second.
first person. Sure, sure.
Just you said you trust them at least in part because they're confident speakers. I don't think that should be the primary reason you trust them. I think it should be what they say makes sense to you. Like if they're doing calculations on the whiteboard and you're following it, step by step, it makes sense. Okay, still makes sense, still makes sense. That's really the reason to believe them, not because they deliver it in a confident sounding tone of voice. It should be because it makes sense to you. And likewise with a doctor, like if your hand is hurting and you say, why is my hand hurting? And he tells you the solution is to like cut your leg off or something. that that doesn't make sense. Like I've never heard like why would cutting my leg off be a solution to the problem in my hand? But if he says like, oh well, you've been sleeping on your pillow in this way that pinches a nerve, which causes your hand to tingle or something, he gives you some kind of explanation that makes sense. Then I think you have reason to trust him. But I don't think it's certainly not primarily because they deliver it in a confident sounding tone of voice. It's because you can see with your mind that what they're saying makes sense.
I think you're right, and I think that's realistically that's true. And I don't think I considered that in these examples I prepared as I guess, yeah, I would have observed multiple days of calculations on the board and I'm following all the calculations. And so I'm growing the trust or they're earning my trust because I can track every calculation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. I think that basically resolves the philosophical issue I was raising here. Okay. I have one more question in this line of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Bit of a changing gears. Let's say I need to make a decision. Perhaps I'm going to pick between two programming languages to work on a problem, but I can make it a less exotic scenario if that's weird. I could say like I'm going to pick between two foods to eat. In fact, let me go with that. Let me go with that. I'm going to pick one of two meals to order for dinner, and I'm pretty sure one of them is better than the other, and I'm pretty sure I could like interview the waiter or interview the chefs or interview some other customers to decide which of these two meals I would like more, but my time is limited or the difference is minor, and so I decide to roll the dice to pick which
Mm-hmm.
meal.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of, interviewing people and researching, I roll the dice. I choose to roll the dice to pick which of these two meals to eat. In your
Mm-hmm.
opinion, is choosing a dice roll to make this decision reason?
I think it could be because the way you set it up is you have limited time and there's no time to interview or ask questions, get the opinion of the hostess. So if you're in a rush, then I think it's fine to just flip a coin, roll a dice. Yeah, that doesn't seem irrational to me. I guess in that case, it might be irrational to ask for the opinion because if that's going to make you late to some important meeting, and that's making it on time to that meeting is more important than getting exactly the best meal on this occasion, then I guess the rational thing to do would be just make a quick choice and not do the interview because there's some higher value that would be sacrificed if you were to interview in this case.
Okay, that does greatly help. So I'll close this topic with I think this just resolved a big misunderstanding I had, and it comes from my study of economics, where in that context, a rational consumer means somebody who does the full calculation. They like have infinite time and infinite energy, and they always evaluate all of their choices. And in that field, the term bounded rationality means someone who like takes a shortcut or does the best they can. And I realize now, like I was kind of confusing the two uses of this term. It seems to me like in objectivism, rationality already means the bounded version. It already means like you're rational up to the point where it stops making sense. And then you wouldn't like overkill a decision because then you're sacrificing some other value you care about. And so I think that just resolved that for me. It's like, oh, okay, in economics, rationality means the spend infinite time every time, and bounded rationality is a special term that means like I'll roll the dice today. But it sounds like rationality and objectivism already covers that case. You already assumes you live in a finite world where you might rationally take shortcuts. So I think that helped.
Okay. There are
Uh,
certain concepts in economics, like perfect competition, which I've heard objectivist economists or philosophers of economics say is invalid. And I haven't heard of this one before, this bounded rationality, but it sounds like it might be another kind of invalid sort of view. That's the rational thing to do is what you would do if you had infinite time. Yeah, I wouldn't define it that way, but thanks for mentioning that is how they use the term rational. That's interesting.
yes, yep. And bounded rationality is a active area of research. Like that's pretty state of the art. Bounded rationality for microeconomists would be like, how do people like, how do you decide what to eat tonight? Do you check Yelp? Do you ask your friend to make a recommendation? Do you ask the waiter? Bounded rationality is like that topic is how would you try to simulate full information with the best you can with the time and energy you have. So yeah, that term is pretty actively written about now. Okay, that was greatly helpful. Thank you, Dan. I'm ready to move on from the topic of reason, unless you have any other caveats you might want to give to me or to the audience here.
No, we can go on. Let me just take a quick look at the chats. I see more from Godson. I see some from Nick. Let me see what Nick has to say. Looks like he might be engaging with Godson about religion. He says, "Prove it, prove it." Uh, okay, okay, we can go on.
Okay. So for my next topic, I want to learn more about how contradictions work in objectivism. So I have a couple of scenarios that are seeming contradictions or appear to be contradictions. And the first ones are going to be real softballs. And I think the last few might be a little trickier. But here too, this will help me. Um, I am trying to reconcile Buddhism with objectivism, as I stated earlier. And here you made in the last call with Holden, which might be two or three calls ago, I suppose, but you did make an accurate description of Buddhism. They do embrace they do embrace contradiction. And you did make a correct reference there too. I was impressed. You mentioned a Buddhist philosopher named Nagarjuna, who
Mm-hmm.
is famous for making the four corners or the four valued logic. And I'm just going to briefly mention this here. Perhaps it's interesting to you or the audience, but again, I'll ask you some scenarios. In the West, dating back to Aristotle, thinkers accept the law of excluded middle or the principle of excluded middle, which is that for any statement P, it is either P is true or not P is true, and it's exactly one of them. And that's my understanding of the law of excluded middle. Quick fact check, does that pass your scrutiny too?
Yeah, and you could put it as A or non-A. A thing has to be either A or non-A, but it can't be both. Like you can be either tall or non-tall, but you can't be both tall and non-tall. It's got to be one or the other. And P or not P, I guess that's P sometimes stands for a proposition. Like the proposition "you are tall" is what P could represent. So it's either the case that P, you are tall, or it's the case that not P, you are it is not the case that you are tall. So yeah, that would just be an example of the law of excluded middle.
Yes, and now I realize my objectivist training is still not sinking in, or I would have instinctively said A or not A. Like Ayn Rand very famously poses it that way. I'll get it next time. So, Nagarjuna's four corners is for any statement P, either P is true or not P is true, or both P and not P are true, or neither P nor not P are true. And so that's why they call it the four corners. You got the first two cases are the law of excluded middle, and then the last two cases are maybe both sides are true or both sides are false. So I am making some progress trying to reconcile the premises, but this one flew to the top as a very difficult one to reconcile. It sure seems impossible on face for me to reconcile Ayn Rand's insistence on contradictions do not exist versus Nagarjuna's claim that sometimes contradictions exist. So, in the spirit of helping me with that research, I have some scenarios for you that'll help me decide if Ayn Rand is strict about never accepting contradictions, or my hypothesis that maybe there's like a category error going on here. Like maybe this term category error comes from, I guess, math, but I mean it from the context of computer science, where it's like I have a class that only has two values. And then you're like, well, what happens if a null value appears? And then you can either add null values as a possibility, or you're like, nope, this is a strict class. And if a null value appears, error, you can't save that value. So my suspicion is maybe there's a category error going on here where Nagarjuna just kind of defines possible cases a little more broadly or strictly. Actually, it had to be broadly than Ayn Rand. So here are a couple of cases that I think will help me understand Ayn Rand's scope. So first one, again, I'm going to start with some softballs and then go up to what hopefully feel like more challenging cases. So first one, this is a true story for me. I studied math and computer science in undergrad and grad school. So on a typical week, I might open a math textbook and my professor will say, real numbers exist. And since real numbers exist, we can compute limits and derivatives and theorems converge and ... And then I'll close that book and I'll go to my next classroom and I'll open up my computer science textbook and the professor will say, real numbers do not exist because to store a real number on a computer, you would need infinite memory storage and you would need infinite compute. So in this classroom, only floating point numbers exist. And some of the algorithms that seem identical from a real number perspective, if you try to program them, some of those theorems will error out, some of them will infinitely loop, and you have to use theorems and algorithms that are guaranteed to work on floating point numbers. So, question for you, do you think I, as a student, am contradicting myself if in one classroom I operate as if real numbers exist and they have properties that I can study and exploit, but then I go to a different classroom and I operate with the assumption that real numbers do not exist? Do you think I am making a contradiction by thinking and behaving in this way?
I think not necessarily, as long as you recognize that you're doing this, like that you're operating in different ways in different contexts. So where there can't be a contradiction is in one and the same context. So Aristotle has this phrase, a thing cannot be both he uses slightly different language. It's in, I think, his book, the Metaphysics, book Gamma. A property cannot belong and not belong to something at the same time and in the same respect. Like for example, Ayn Rand gives this example, a leaf cannot be all red and all green at the same time and in the same respect. Like maybe the leaf could be red at one time and green at another, but at the same time, it can't be both red and green, at least not in the same respect. Like maybe it's red at one time at T1 on the top and it's green at the same time, but on the bottom, but it's not red and green at the same time and in the same respect. So if you specify the context sufficiently, then there can't be contradictions. But if you're switching context, like you're going from from math class to computer science class, and they have different kinds of the contexts are somehow different, then I think you could reasonably act in a different sort of way. But then there might just be a difference in context that accounts for why it's more useful in one context to accept that real numbers exist and not in the other. But there can't be both real numbers and not real numbers in one and the same context.
That makes sense. Yeah, I think that's how I would have articulated it too. Okay, and that helps. So,
And also metaphysically, like if these are metaphysical statements about the world, like independent of the particular subject matter, it's either true that there are real numbers in the world or there's not. Um, and but so you could take that viewpoint and say, okay, well, from that metaphysical kind of perspective, one of them, they can't both be right. But then you could say, well, if this is just sort of like a procedural assumption they're using, an operating procedure in order to achieve some desired results in the field of computer science, they're not making a statement about the world necessarily, but just about what's most effective for engaging in computer programming, for instance, then maybe you could say, well, in that context, I'm going to say real numbers don't exist. And that's fine, I think, as long as you're specifying it in that context, that delimited context.
okay, let me add a small variant to the scenario. Would it be accurate for me to say real numbers exist, but they can't be accessed by computers? And if you feel this is like out of your field, of course, I'll just drop it. But do you think that sentence is a contradiction to say real numbers exist, but computers can't access them?
I'm not sure. Well, the one issue here is what does it mean to say they exist? Like in a sense, I don't think any numbers exist. If numbers are a conceptual tool that humans use to deal with the world, like apart from human consciousness, are there numbers? I'm not sure there are. I mean, there are things, right? Let's say there are 8 planets or 9 planets, but does the number 8 or 9 just exist on its own, independent of any human being is identifying there to be 8 or 9 things? I'm not sure there is. So, and this might be even more clear if we're talking about negative numbers, like -3. Is there -3, or is that kind of incoherent to think there could be less than nothing, if that's what it means? Or like an imaginary number, does that exist? Well, maybe in some sense. I think Ayn Rand discusses some of these cases in her book Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. There's a very long appendix where some of these cases in the philosophy of mathematics comes up, and I think she describes imaginary numbers as being a method, a concept of method, rather than a concept of an entity. And if you haven't read that book, I won't try to explain this right now, but I just want to mention that she addresses some of these cases there.
Awesome.
I'll just pause there.
Awesome. Okay, that's good. Yeah, those are really tough cases that would take a long time for me to articulate to myself, let alone have a conversation over. But thank you for mentioning that. I will read her reference. And for the record, I do agree with the description you gave there. There is a healthy debate within mathematicians of the ontological status of numbers. And I agree with your description there. The way I like to articulate it is that numbers are properties of real objects. So when I say like there is a red car, like red is a property. And if I say there are 2 cars, 2 is a property. I see 2 cars parked in front of me. There are 2 of them. It's a property. And that's the way I like to articulate it, right? Numbers don't exist like objects, they exist as properties.
Mm-hmm.
But just for the record, I suppose I wanted to run that by your take too. So, okay, that's good for me. So I have another case I want to discuss with you here.
Okay.
So this seems like a contradiction let me know if this actually is a contradiction, or perhaps you can just react to it. So I'm going to read a short passage from Atlas Shrugged, written by Ayn Rand, of course. And since Ayn Rand claims there are no contradictions, I'd like us to react to this passage.
All right.
Um, and I have two of them. I think really you only have to react to one of them because it's the case of Ayn Rand's fictional writings. But I'll read one and then the other, and you can tell me, or I'll read one, we'll react, and then I'll read the other one. You can tell me if same thing. There's no material difference. So first one, this comes from the chapter The Egoist near the end. And this is the section where John Galt, spoiler alerts for any fans,
Thank you.
John Galt is in the hotel and all the government people are trying to persuade him to, I guess it's never fully articulated, but I think of it as they're trying to compel him to sanction what they're doing, basically, as that's how I interpret it. So here's a description by the narrator. Mr. Thompson, sorry, Galt had risen and was pacing the room. Mr. Thompson noted the lightness of the steps, the straight spine, the flat stomach, the relaxed shoulders. Here's the key passage. Galt walked as if he were both unconscious of his body and tremendously conscious of his pride in it. So, your take, that sure seems like it's a contradiction. He is both unconscious of his body and tremendously conscious. Your take, do you
Right.
think that is a contradiction or is that a appearance only?
Just a second. I was going to show that on my screen by pulling
Oh,
up
I
the...
can give you the page number if you want. Oh, I have a printed copy though. It's not the same.
I could just do a word search, and I think that will suffice. Zoom video. I'll turn that back on in a second. Okay. Here we go. Atlas Shrugged. Sometimes it doesn't show up when I do a search, but I remember the phrase flat stomach. That was one of the descriptions of him, right?
Yes, the flat stomach.
Okay. Here we go. Found it. Okay. I'll share this on my screen. Yeah, here it is. Galt had risen and was pacing the room. Mr. Thompson noted the lightness of his steps. Galt walked as if he were both unconscious of his body and tremendously conscious of his pride in it. So
Could I ask you to? Yes, okay, sorry. The share screen just came through.
Okay, yeah, there's a little delay. So is that a contradiction? Not necessarily if it's meant in different respects. I don't know that she says he's unconscious in one respect but not unconscious in another. She says he walked as if he were both unconscious of his body and tremendously conscious of his pride in it. So I guess the object of consciousness is different. In one case, the object is his body. In the other case, the object is his pride in his body. And you might think those are two different things. So that's one way you might try to resolve the apparent contradiction. His pride, that's something mental, right? His feeling or his attitude about his body, and he is conscious of that, but he's not conscious of his body itself, or at least not directly. What he's directly conscious of is his pride in his body, not his body. But another point I'll make here is this is literature, and you might be able to find things in literature which aren't realistic, like another plot spoiler, beware. The machine, the motor he invents, is that actually
Yeah.
possible? I don't know. Maybe it is possible. I'm not a physicist. But is it actually possible to convert static electricity into some kind of usable electricity? Maybe it's not, but I don't think it really matters. If you're writing fiction, you can just invent certain things. Or another example that sometimes, and I think she herself said was not realistic, and which maybe implies that there's some contradictions involved, that you could overthrow the world, or bring the world to a stop in just 12 years or 10 years. I think that's like the length of the strike. I think she said you couldn't actually do that. It would take longer. But for the purposes of fiction, it's fine to do that. Another example that comes to mind is there's at least one passage where railroad rails are described as looking as if they converge on one point in the distance. Like if you're standing on a railroad track and you look at very far into the into the distance, it looks like the railroads are converging together into a point. And Harry Binswanger, an objectivist philosopher, has said, actually, no, that's just what parallel lines look like when they're going into the future. It doesn't look like into the distance. It doesn't look like they converge. It just looks like parallel lines going further from you. Yet she describes it in literature as converging on a point. So I don't know if this is just another case like that, where there's some literary license which she's taking here in describing things, and maybe if she were writing in a nonfiction context, maybe she wouldn't put it like this. But there are things you can get away with in literature which I don't think should necessarily be used as a guide to what they might say in a more explicitly didactic kind of philosophical context.
That makes sense. Okay. Um, that's funny. I thank you for those additional examples. I think I still want to give you two additional ones, but those each cover different things for me. I definitely thought about considering the offering the motor as an example, because to me that is an let me start with the 12-year strike. Is to me it's not a contradiction. It's just an extremely unlikely thing to happen, but I don't think that there's anything logically incoherent about saying that a strike brings down the world. It's just very unlikely. But to me, the motor is a contradiction in the world. But I didn't want to raise that because I think we can easily give that a pass because the motor is such an important plot point to the book that surely Ayn Rand knew that it's a contradiction. And so I believe like that must be a plot point that she like deeply thought about and like surely maybe workshopped a little bit how to describe it. And so like she surely put that as a contradiction in the world on purpose. And since I know she's a talented writer, then I would infer she did it because she knows it adds excitement. It adds, real intrigue. Is like, whoa, he made an impossible motor. So to me, that's not a indictment of her because surely she like obviously knew it was a plot contradiction and put it in the world. And
Well, I
that's
don't
the
I
way
don't
I'll
know
justify
that.
that.
I mean, I don't know that it is myself a contradiction to have a motor like that. I don't know that she thought it was a contradiction. So I'm not confident that she did think it was a contradiction or involved a contradiction. But I did think of another example. Have you read The Fountainhead?
I have, but I'm way less like familiar, able to remember its plot points. But
Okay.
sure, go
Well,
ahead. I'll try to.
there's a character, Ellsworth Toohey, and I mean, if this is going to be, I don't want to spoil it for you.
I have read it, but I just
Okay.
that's that one I read in high school and
Okay.
with
Well,
a
he's
teacher.
more evil than I think she said. Like someone couldn't be that consciously evil as Ellsworth Toohey is. At least I don't know where she said that, but I think I heard that she said that somewhere. Like you have to actually evade in order to be as evil as Ellsworth Toohey was. You couldn't consciously face what you're doing. You have to be more like James Taggart. I think
I
it
was about
comes.
to say, yeah.
Yeah, his psychology, the way it comes through in Atlas Shrugged, that you can see he's very evasive about things. Whereas Tui, he's like fully conscious of how evil he is and what he's doing. And I think she said somewhere that you couldn't actually be like that in real life. So that might be another example where it would involve some kind of contradiction, but for the purpose of literature, maybe she found it effective to have such a character.
Yeah, I was about to say, to me, then that shows her growth as a writer because I think she was extremely consistent in Atlas Shrugged about making Taggart, Mooch, Thompson, like they are very evasive. You can see that in the way she describes their internal state of mind. They're
Hmm.
like starting to realize that what they're doing is wrong, but they have to shut down that thinking. And so, yeah, to me, that shows her improvement as a writer. Like that's cool to hear that. I'm gonna appreciate that when I see that in Fountainhead
And also,
or her
We the
earlier work.
Living. Well, there's yeah, I won't give that one because you haven't read that one, but I can
I have
think of
not yet.
yeah, I can think of another case from that. And I don't know that like she had this view when she was writing the Fountainhead that she thought, oh yeah, I know Tui couldn't actually be like this in real life, but I'm going to put him in anyways. Or if this is something she decided later, looking back on the Fountainhead, like maybe while she was writing Atlas Shrugged, and said, maybe given what she had learned since writing the Fountainhead, she thought, oh, I guess Tui wasn't realistic, but she didn't realize that at the time. It perhaps I'm not sure.
Gotcha. Okay. Very good. I would like to make one more comment on the passage we just read. And it's funny, I actually would have, um, I guess, like reconciled or I have to call it qualified this example a little differently. And if I may, perhaps I'll just offer it here. I would have called this not actually a contradiction by saying that really in this passage, these are Mr. Thompson's observations. And we know that Mr. Thompson is like an extremely opposite objectivist, which in Ayn Rand's philosophy means his mind is surely full of contradictions. So if he sees Galt doing a contradictory thing, that's part and parcel of who he is. He is a man who thinks in contradictions. That's not something about Ayn Rand. That's her correctly applying this notion in this context. Like Thompson would surely see that kind of thing.
Okay, yeah, I guess that's one way you might go. Like I don't know though if that's what she's doing, or if she as the narrator is saying like from her third person narrator point of view, this is you could say both of these things. Like I don't have a strong view in my mind as to what she would say if you raise this issue with her, like how she would react. I was just throwing out some possible ways, and yeah,
Fair enough there.
maybe what you say is maybe that's one way she would react. But I don't know for sure.
Then I have another passage which I sequenced in this order because this one will not benefit from that objection. So
Okay.
I have another one. It's a couple pages ahead. It is now John Galt has walked into um, the hotel room, right? Basically, they just at gunpoint bring him into the hotel room and pose as if he is on their side. And they throw a whole fake ceremony where everyone's clapping and the TVs are on, like, woohoo, we have the
Hmm.
John Galt plan. But of course, the looters are just made up. So I have a
Right.
passage where Dagny has watched John Galt walk in, and now I'm going to read from here. I must remember where I am, thought Dagny. Let me let you bring it up in case you want to. Sorry. It's I must remember where I am, and it's a couple pages ahead.
Okay. Found it.
It's that paragraph I'm going to read from here.
Okay.
I must remember where I am, thought Dagny, clenching her fists under the tablecloth in the obscurity of a side table. It was hard to maintain a sense of double reality in the presence of Galt 30 feet away from her. She felt that no danger or pain could exist in the world so long as she could see his face, and simultaneously, an icy terror when she looked at those who held him in their power. So, to me, there are two seeming contradictions there. The first one being she has a sense of double reality. And the second seeming contradiction is that she felt no danger or pain and simultaneously an icy terror. And I'll add a little more characterization, then I'd like to hear your take. So The first case, double reality, I don't care as much. I think maybe that one sure seems like smoking gun, but it's also like two words. I don't read that much into it. But it's actually the second example that strikes me as more interesting. She's saying that Dagny, who is one of the heroes, right? Dagny thinks straight. And unlike Francisco or Hank, I don't think Dagny has too many cases, or maybe any cases, where she makes a contradiction or like has a weakness of will. And so she's sure not like Thompson, right? She's sure not somebody who frequently makes contradictions. And this sentence reads as in her body, she felt two conflicting feelings at the same time, simultaneously,
Hmm.
which seems like a pretty strong case for a seeming contradiction. So, may I ask you, how would you interpret this case? Dagny felt two conflicting feelings simultaneously. Not, sorry, not conflicting, two opposite feelings. No danger and simultaneously an icy terror. So, simultaneously. How would you read that case?
Well, it could be a case of mixed emotions, and that happens sometimes in life. You're not sure what to think of something. Like you confront a person, and you you might have mixed feeling. You don't know what to make of somebody. You don't know, are they genuine? Are they some kind of imposter? Um, this isn't exactly that, but I think it is a common thing for people to have mixed feelings. From one aspect, they feel one thing. From another aspect, they feel another. But I did just think of it. One case where Dagny does have a contradiction is, again, plot spoilers, with Galt. I mean, he's trying to, and she calls him the destroyer. um, at some, yet she's also, the love of her life. So is there a contradiction there? And she thinks that, I don't think she understands that not everyone has the psychology she does. Like, if only we could make people understand, then they would see, then they would want the best for us. Like, she doesn't understand that her brother James Taggart is a nihilist, and he doesn't have to. There's nothing you can say to him to make him act rationally. So she's acting on the premise of life, and she thinks everyone acts on that premise. Not on the, there aren't any death worshippers or nihilists in the world, and that keeps her at her business, right? She's one of the last to go on strike, if not the very last of the main characters. Whereas Galt, he sees the problem much earlier than she does, and one of the big things she has to do in the book is recognize the contradiction between, like, her work and who the work is serving, right? The work is not serving herself. Like, it's not serving her own happiness, which is what she would like it to do. She's working for her own destruction by continuing to feed her victimizers. The sanction of the victim. This is a huge theme in Atlas Shrugged. The only way the evil continues to exist is by parasitizing on the good. So she does have contradictions, and Galt is involved with helping her realize those contradictions, and he's also affected by her, by whether she sees or doesn't see the contradiction. So, but that's kind of zooming out to a very big look at the novel. But zooming into this very specific example, she felt that no danger or pain could exist in the world so long as she could see his face, and simultaneously an icy terror when she looked at those who held him in their power. Maybe this is a case where if she had more time to think about it, she would resolve the conflict in her feelings. Sometimes that happens. Like, you feel mixed feelings about someone at first, and then you think about it more and you realize, oh, I actually, like, if you don't know whether some person is genuine or an imposter, But then more data comes in, and then later you can decide, oh, this is actually a genuine person. I can trust the person. Like Hank Reardon, he doesn't know what to make of Francisco at first. He thinks he's a playboy, but it turns out no, he's a genuine. He's not a playboy. And when more information comes in, he adjusts his opinion. So this might be a case where if Dagny got more information or just thought about this more, maybe one of her emotions would take precedence over the other, and she wouldn't continue to feel this conflict. But I think at least in a moment, you can feel a conflict or a mixture of emotions, and it's not always immediately apparent what is the truth of the matter here and which one she should favor. I just heard my AirPod was getting low. I don't know if you can hear me. I hope at
I
least
can
my
hear
mic.
you.
Okay. Let me switch out my AirPods because it's going to die soon. Hold on a second.
Okay.
I need to change my mic because when I switch out my AirPods, it automatically changes my mic. So I just had to choose the right mic again. Okay. So do I sound the same mic as before now?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
Okay.
You
Good.
know, the qualities of those two mics are pretty similar. This one is a tad lower quality, in my opinion,
Oh,
but
okay.
not significantly. It's certainly fine.
Well, that's a little surprising because usually it is a significant difference. I'll switch over to the other mic just for a second. Difference. Okay, I just switched over to my Bluetooth AirPods mic, and I don't know if maybe it's different for you than for the YouTube audience because you're calling in on
It,
Zoom. But
it is different. I forgot about that, but now that I heard them back to back, you're right.
okay,
The your other one was better. It's specifically the sampling rate, meaning
okay,
like
I
it
just went
sounds like your
back.
Bluetooth. Yeah, way
Yeah,
better. It sounds like your Bluetooth. It sounds like it transmits audio every like 0.5 second, while your high quality mic transmits audio every zero point 0.1 second.
okay.
Just as a comparison.
That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know what explains it, but this is the mic I switch back. This is my podcast mic. That's what I call it, and that's the higher quality one. So whenever I swap out my AirPods, it automatically thinks I want to use my AirPod mic. So I have to override that and manually tell it, no, I want to use this other mic. So I got to remember to do that whenever I switch my AirPods.
I also prefer my podcast mic, and that's why I wanted to do a Zoom call today. And it's funny you mentioned that. I consider myself as working in tech, and in my opinion, audio settings are like have lagged a decade behind everything else. Like webcams are great, Wi-Fi is great, processors and GPUs are great, but it just seems like Bluetooth mics still fail. Audio settings will crash. The wrong microphone gets chosen by default every time. It just really feels like that's the part of the computing experience that we're all suffering under low quality development, I guess.
Well, I think
Um,
this is yeah, amazing technology, but yeah, there's always going to be room for improvement. That's for sure.
so thank you for your commentary there. I'm done with the fictional cases, and I just wanted to say a few things about your reaction there. So I like the way you react. It makes sense to me, but I disagree on one point. I really admire Dagny as a character, and so I want to salvage her reputation a little bit. Uh,
Oh,
it's
I admire her tremendously. I hope what I said didn't make it sound like I don't. But I mean, she does have contradictions that Galt doesn't have, but that's not to say she's morally bad. And I think that's one of the distinctions that is made in the novel. The difference between a breach of morality on the one hand and an error of knowledge. I think she has an error of knowledge. She doesn't understand something about the world, but it's not because she's evading it like her brother.
Fair. Yes. Yeah, and that's the part I wanted to disagree on. I remember many scenes where James, so you said Dagny doesn't understand that James is a nihilist,
Hmm.
and that's what I disagree on because I remember several scenes where James is trying to bait Dagny into an argument, and she just doesn't even respond. She's just like letting him talk to a wall, and he's like futile in trying to get her to engage, and she just doesn't even engage. Like she knows that it's worthless to talk to him. So I think I disagree there. I think she fully understands that James is a nihilist and not worth engaging with.
Well, she does for at least much of the book. She's continues working for Taggart Transcontinental, his company, and he's nominally the guy in charge, but she's really the one running things, and she keeps saving the company from disaster. And to do that, she has to engage with him at least to some extent. Now, eventually, she goes off and she starts her own company, but then I think she comes back to working for Taggart Transcontinental. So she keeps like she says, I'm going to take all the blame. Like if the John Galt line, if it fails, it's going to be all on me. But then once it starts working, then I'm going to like give it back to the company. So there's this appeasement, this sanction of the victim, to use that phrase. It's not to say that she's never irritated by James or doesn't like blow him off sometimes, but she continues to appease him, I think, or at least his ilk, people like him, in various ways. So I don't think she fully grasps. Maybe she has like some grasp of his nihilism and how evil he is, but I don't think she gets the full extent of it, at least not through much of the novel.
Gotcha. I think that is a fair criticism. I have a quick question, and I see I'm running a little low on time, so not like I have to immediately leave, but quick question. Since we just talked about Dagny and James, I always suspected that Ayn Rand is very intentional in making every character calls Dagny by her first name. Like everyone calls her Dagny. But by the same token, everybody calls James Taggart. Like nobody calls him James. They always call him by his last name. So I read into that. Like Ayn Rand is subtly saying that Dagny has proven herself to be an individual, but Taggart just like riding off the coattails of his famous family. Uh, do you more or less have that fictional read?
I didn't really interpret it that way. I don't know that I have a strong view on what significance that has. It might be partly just like a male female thing. Maybe it's more customary to call men by their last names and women by their first names. It could just be some sociological accidents like that. I don't know that it has any kind of deep philosophical significance, like between individualism or collectivism, and she's being treated more as an individual, or she is treated more as a collectivist. Yeah, that never really crossed my mind. I suppose it's one hypothesis, but I don't think I've heard any other objectivist scholars mention that. That's why. And sometimes you do hear his name. I mean, I don't know that he's always called. Sometimes he's called Jim, right? You hear
True.
his like his buddies, his cronies. Sometimes they call him Jim, or maybe I think there's even some derogatory names. I can't remember if there are any, but yeah, Jim comes up a lot. I guess James is a more formal kind of address. I don't know how. And who calls him Taggart? Is that like how he's referred to by the narrator, or I'm not sure.
I'm not sure about the narrator specifically, but I remember like holding this hypothesis in my mind when I first read the book and then seeing just only evidence in favor of it, that everybody calls Dagny Dagny. Sometimes they call her that Taggart woman. I guess I should treat that as a counterexample here, but um, people calling him Jim, I take as like clear they're putting him down. It's Thompson or Mooch putting him down. Um, but I'm pretty confident that Dagny is always Dagny, and except for rare cases. But
Well, she is
James
called. Is
is
she isn't
almost
she called by at the very beginning of the book? Don't they call her Miss Taggart? Like, in when she comes to fix the railroad that's crashed in the beginning. There's some. I'm looking for the.
hmm.
I'm scrolling through some hits that I just put in a search for Taggart on my Kindle.
I do see that the narrator calls Taggart Taggart mostly. I'm just flipping through my print copy here.
Miss Taggart.
But
Sometimes the term Miss Taggart. Actually, Galt calls her Miss Taggart to deliberately be like overly formal until she's while they're still on different sides of the issue and she hasn't joined the strike and their romance hasn't culminated.
right. Okay, but you did answer my question in that you haven't heard this like argued or this
Yeah.
isn't consensus, and that was what I was asking. It was kind of an idle thought I had. Um, I have one minor comment and then one more example for you today.
Okay.
So my minor comment, um, I actually one of the first things that kicked off for me the hypothesis that objectivism and Buddhism can be reconciled is what you just said, or sorry, not just said, but what you said earlier is that Dagny loves James John Galt, and yet Galt is also called the destroyer in so many places. And that was probably the light bulb moment for me where I thought, huh, that's not the first time that a heroic ideal has that dichotomy. In fact, in the Buddhist canon, he is described as not just someone who acts for the benefit of all beings, but he's pretty commonly called the conqueror. And I thought of that. I had a light bulb. I was like, huh, that's rather similar about Galt, is not only is he trying to help, he's trying to help the victims and the poor and the ones who are oppressed by the Thompson government, but Galt is also the destroyer. He's the destroyer of the evil ones. And so that dichotomy is not strange to me. I think it's an appealing feature of Galt. It makes him a very appealing hero that he can both be a very effective person, beneficial person, but also he is a destroyer. To me, like that dichotomy is actually very appealing. For what that's worth to you. It's not, certainly still
Well, I mean
not a
that's
logical proof.
it's a dichotomy that needs to be resolved. Like she calls him a destroyer because, at least in part, because she thinks he's the destroyer of the good. Like she's taking away all these great industrialists. They're just disappearing from society. And so she thinks he's taking down society. He's destroying the world. But actually, he's saving them from being destroyed, and they think of him as like the Messiah, right? Like they have this kind of lightness and hope. Like once he comes to them, when he sees that they're ready to be saved, and she eventually is one of them. I guess she eventually sees the way herself, but he's not really a destroyer, but that's just how she incorrectly thinks of him for much of the novel.
Oh, interesting. I think he's correctly the destroyer, right? I mean, I think what's so cool reading the last couple chapters about Galt is he just like looks at Dr. Stadler and puts him in a negative downward spiral. And I think that's such a fun passage, right? John Galt just looks at him and destroys his psyche. Stadler's like having a panic attack. So I think Galt is accurately
Is
described
that
as a
Stadler?
destroyer.
Is that I thought that might have been Taggart who has the mental breakdown.
Taggart breaks down in the very, very last scene in the torture chamber,
Yeah.
but before what we read today, before John Galt coming out and at gunpoint into the hotel room and they're all clapping for him, before that, John Galt is a prisoner in the hotel
Mm-hmm.
and they're going at him one by one. Thompson talks to him, Mooch talks to him, I think Cuffy Meigs talks to him, but certainly they talk to him one by one by one. Ferris talks to him, and they all have their various tactics that never work. But Stadler is the one who goes in there, and John Galt doesn't even say a word.
Okay.
But Stadler is like panic attacking just
Okay.
because Galt
Yeah.
looked at him, and I love that. I love that
Yeah,
scene.
I kind of remember that now. Uh, yeah, but yeah, I think he's not actually a destroyer. I mean, he's the biggest promoter of the good in the world. So he's destroying the real destroyers. So he's saving the world from destruction from the looters. And Dagny doesn't realize that, but he's not actually like a force for bad in the world. He's saving the good people from destruction. He's withdrawing their sanction of the destroyers of the world, the
Yes,
parasites and the looters.
yes, yes. Sorry to interrupt our conversation, but the chat is, I suppose, as disappointed as I am in some of our resident trolls. So,
Let me take a look at it. I see Godsum is still going strong. Um, Steven says, all right, Godson, yeah, you are writing a lot. So how about either write less, or maybe I'll have to time you out or block you.
uh, I
Steven
recognize,
says,
yeah,
Steven
sorry.
says, why hasn't Dan removed you? Because I've just been focusing on the call. Like, I don't want to block someone unless I've actually read what they've read. Read what they've written so I can make a informed decision. I don't want to just blindly block someone, and I don't have moderators right now. So I just ignore them. You can block them on your end. So if you don't want to read what they write, I think you can just you can block them, and at least you won't see what they write. So that's what I would recommend you do. And then I might go through here and actually read what he says later and block him so that nobody can see it. But you can at least block him for yourself. It's just hard for me to have a split focus right now. But I can say, right, Godson, how about writing less at least? Or else I might have to time you out or something.
Fair
But
enough.
anyways, yeah, thanks for the alert. Appreciate it.
Sure, sure. I respect you're the owner of this channel. Personally, I would have blocked them a while ago.
Yeah,
Uh,
I just haven't read any of. I've just like read words here and there, so I haven't read like complete chats from him. So I don't know what he's talking about. So that's what. But yeah, maybe if I actually read what he wrote, I would have blocked him long ago.
right. Okay. So I have one final case for you of a contradiction, and this is my strongest case. And um, I'll give a quick preparation of it. And if you want me to be more rigorous, I can go through the pieces of it. So this case comes from an American philosopher named W.V.O. Quine.
Mm-hmm.
Quine is a logician, and he is somewhat famous in the computer science world because there is a function called quining, which is named after an idea he put forth. So Quine, Quine.
Mm-hmm.
And he wrote an article in 19, I just had it open, 1962, titled Paradox. So, recall we're on this topic because I'm trying to see if paradoxes genuinely exist in the world. This is no longer a case where Ayn Rand is making a paradox, by the way. We're making a contradiction. We're off that, right? This is me trying to propose maybe there are contradictions in the world. And Quine wrote an article called Paradox. So hopefully you see where this is going.
Mm-hmm.
Quine in this article describes the history of paradoxes. The word paradox itself means sharp and dull, as a clue as to like, obviously the Greeks knew they were naming contradictory things. And I see Kutababa in the chat just named one case that is treated in this article called the liar's paradox,
Oh,
which
yeah.
Quine shows dates back centuries. Actually, this paradox has been documented in multiple cultures and languages, which I find very interesting. Kutababa wrote there, I am lying. The canonical case is usually written as this sentence is false. Usually that's the canonical case.
Mm-hmm.
But I will speed run us here a little bit. Quine um, starts the article by saying there sure are seeming paradoxes in the history of philosophy, such as the liar's paradox, but the liar's paradox is not a genuine contradiction, and logicians have resolved it. Really, the sleight of hand there is that the sentence is saying this sentence. So the sleight of hand is that it's a sentence referring to itself. And if you force it to be split into two separate sentences, like sentence A says sentence B is false, and sentence B says sentence A is false, then there's no more contradiction. So that's generally how logicians have resolved this one. They basically say that this liar's paradox has existed for hundreds of years, but it's just like a sloppy language trick. It's not an actual paradox. Another example, it's not an actual contradiction. It is a paradox, but it's not an actual contradiction. Another example that Quine covers is Zeno's paradox, which is, um, Zeno asked, I'm just going to quickly speed run it. Zeno asked, like, for you to walk from where you're sitting to the door, you have to get half of the way there, and then a quarter of the way there, and then an eighth of the way there. So you have to add up an infinite number of intervals to walk a finite distance. So that seems like a paradox, but we know that this is resolved by calculus, as we talked about earlier, or referred to earlier. Zeno's paradox only worked on people who didn't understand about the limits of finite sums. And so the reason I'm bringing this up and the reason Quine brings this up is he says paradoxes really fall into three categories. Category A are veridical paradoxes, where it sure seems like a contradiction, but once you think about it a little more deeply, it is a true statement. It just was written in a confusing way. Category B is a falsitical paradox, where it sure seems like a contradiction, but upon further inspection, one of the premises is wrong. It was just written in a confusing way. But Quine asserts that there is a third category of paradox called antinomy. And I should have had his line at hand, but he asserts that antinomies are genuine contradictions. It is both the case that the premises are all true and the conclusion is false. And the only way to reconcile this is we have to revise something deep about ontology or epistemology or something like that. And the most famous case is Russell's paradox, which I don't want us to analyze too deeply because to resolve it, you have to get like super detailed into set theory. And I don't really want to do that here. But Russell's paradox is, does the set of all sets that are not members of itself contain itself? And I think what you wrote on there, I think, yeah, Harry Binswanger is going to be able to address that. So I'm okay with just saying like let's move on from that. But Russell's paradox is treated as like a genuine antinomy, and Russell, the set theorist, and his group, took like 20 more years to upgrade our set theory to resolve this. But um, what I want to assert here is antinomies are the genuine, I don't know, the genuine order. Antinomies are like paradoxes where it's not a language trick, it's not a misunderstanding of premises. Antinomies are genuine contradictions. Like we had true premises, and then we end up at a conclusion that it is a paradox, is a contradiction, and I can rigorously show that too. And so I would like to provide you one of these antinomies and ask you if you accept its existence or if you reject its existence. And the antinomy in question is the continuum hypothesis is neither true nor false. That's the sentence.
I'm just writing that down. And I don't even know what that hypothesis is, but I don't know that that matters.
I can explain a little bit. I can explain just enough for you to feel convinced that like mathematicians rigorously worked on this one for a while. And I guess I feel tempted to flex here. I apologize for the arrogance, I suppose, but um, I studied the continuum hypothesis in undergrad, and one of my professors, Dr. Richard Tapia, studied with one of the professors, Dr. Cohen, who is credited with proving that the continuum hypothesis is not true. I want to say he proved it's not true. I might have mixed up Cohen's contribution. Sorry, Dr. Tapia. But so the little rigor I want to add to you, want to add here is the continuum hypothesis is a very specific statement. It is well grounded in math concepts. And then in 1940s something, I want to say it was Cantor proved that the continuum hypothesis cannot be proven false. And the way he did that is he assumed all the premises of set theory. ZFC is the typical set theory that mathematicians assume is like the standard toolkit for mathematicians, ZFC. And Cantor said, if you assume ZFC and you assume the continuum hypothesis, he rigorously showed no contradictions emerge. Therefore, you cannot prove it false. And then in the 1960s, Dr. Cohen showed the other side. He said, well, if you assume the negation of the continuum hypothesis and you assume ZFC, no contradictions emerge. Therefore, the continuum hypothesis cannot be proven true. And therefore, altogether, the consensus of the math community is the statement which you wrote on your Google Doc. I'm going to amend that a little bit. The consensus of the math community is either the continuum hypothesis is neither true nor false. That's my description that I like. Some say the continuum hypothesis is both true and false. Some say the continuum hypothesis is indeterminate. It's no longer a matter of truth value. And some say I'm skeptical of infinities in general. And that's the way to get out of it.
Okay.
So,
all right. Well, so for a lot of this, I might recommend Harry Benswanger, and I guess you've at least heard of his work. But he's done work in the philosophy of mathematics, and for something like the liar's paradox, I think that commits what he calls the fallacy of pure self-reference, where if you say this sentence is false, there's not really any content there. It just kind of mimics an actual sentence, but there's really no content. Like, what sentence? There has to be something it independently refers to that could be the object which is considered either true or false. But at least there's, from some perspective, there's not really any content here that's just referring to itself. And that's a kind of fallacy. There has to be, I mean, you can't have a sentence that refers to itself in some respects. Like if I say this sentence is in English, but then that implies some knowledge of what English is. I don't know that I could explain this or do justice to this well, but I'll just say, check out Harry Benswanger's work. And he discusses this at least somewhat in his book, How We Know. That's the title, How We Know, Epistemology on an Objectivist Foundation. I don't know that he discusses Russell's paradox there, but I know he's discussed that in some context, and I think he might criticize that for saying it involves a concept, the concept of an empty set. And again, I don't think I can do justice to it now, but I just want to mention him as a source for some of these cases. As for this antinomy, the continuum hypothesis is neither true nor false. I haven't heard that one before addressed by Harry Benswanger or anyone else, but maybe he or other philosophers of math know about that and have addressed it. So I'm less familiar with that one, but certainly if people are saying something is both true and false, I think that can't be right, because that implies a contradiction, and they've made some mistake in their thinking. I mean, if we're going to accept the law of identity, that A is A and its corollaries, the laws of non-contradiction and excluded middle, that can't be right. So I guess that Cohen or Cantor, or maybe both, made some kind of error in their reasoning if they end up saying it's both true and false, or that it's... Now, there are things that are neither true nor false in a sense. Like there can be things that are arbitrary, at least for a given mind. Like for my mind, it's arbitrary for me to say there is life in another galaxy. I don't know if that's a true statement or a false statement. Maybe there is, maybe there's not. But that's a statement about my knowledge of the world. It's not a statement about the world itself. Like in reality, it is either true or it's false that there is life in another galaxy than the one we're in, the Milky Way. But in a given mind, at a given time, I might not be able to say whether it's true or false. So given my the status of my knowledge, I couldn't say whether it's true or false. It would be arbitrary, like based on nothing, for me to say it is true or that it's false. But metaphysically, in reality, it's either true or it's false. So that's what I would say about this first formulation, the continuum hypothesis, assuming that's a well-formed hypothesis, assuming it has meaning. It's not some contentless sentence like this statement is false, assuming it doesn't commit some kind of fallacy, like a fallacy of pure self-reference, and also assuming it doesn't involve some kind of stolen concept, as perhaps Russell's paradox involves. So I think you can't always take for granted that just because we have a sentence here, we have a subject and a predicate, and we've got a period at the end of it, that means this is a well-formed thought. And no, it could be that the sentence involves, or the proposition involves, some malformed concepts, and that corrupts the thoughts. But assuming it's not like that in this case, the continuum hypothesis, assuming the concepts involved are valid concepts, they're not anti-concepts or stolen concepts, then to say it's neither true nor false metaphysically, and we're not just talking in an epistemological context about in somebody's mind where it could be arbitrary, then that doesn't, at least immediately I have doubts, how could it be neither true nor false? I think maybe that just means you made a mistake somewhere in your reasoning if that's the conclusion you end up with. Metaphysically, it's neither true nor false. Indeterminates, I'm not sure about that one. I don't know that it could be indeterminates. Like epistemologically, yeah, maybe we can't figure it out. Like with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, the idea that you can't determine both the position and the momentum of a particle at a given time, because in order to detect the particle, you have to shoot a ray at it, an electron or something, to bounce it off so you can get some measurements of it. But in doing that, you're affecting its momentum. So now you can't measure that. I might not have explained it perfectly well, but anyways,
That was good. Good.
Okay, but that's just a shortfall on an epistemological level. Like maybe, I don't know if this is the actual case, but it might be that there's some things about reality that we just can't figure out what the position and momentum are. But it doesn't mean metaphysically they don't have a specific position and momentum at a given time. So if what it means to say it's indeterminate here is if it's not an epistemological claim, it's a metaphysical claim, then it seems like it might amount to saying that that it lacks identity, right? And it might be a violation of the law of identity, because it's saying that there's something which has no particular nature. It's indeterminate. It lacks an identity, and it might be disqualified on those grounds as a violation of the law of identity, because to be is to be something, i.e., to be something in particular, to have a specific nature, a specific identity. That's part of the objectivist metaphysics. So I guess I have some skepticism that something could be indeterminate if that's understood as a metaphysical term rather than just an epistemological one. So there's some thoughts on all that.
That's good. I think that helped to react to. I'm just gonna start to wind down now. So just some minor comments since of course I don't want to turn this into a math call, nor do I have any more time really to open more topics. But I can assure you the continuum hypothesis has content, not only because I can unpack it and I know it, can unpack down into principles, but just empirically I can explain that some mathematicians assume the continuum hypothesis is true, and then they go on to prove very interesting theorems. That is, assuming it to be true adds something to prove with. It adds some tool to prove new things with. Other mathematicians assume it's false, and that also implies very interesting theorems that come from it. So that's like a simple empirical way I can show that it has content. And also, in case you ever encounter this exotic case again, at least now you know that in the community of mathematicians, some assume either way and then prove very interesting things. But these are like two branches of a tree that can't be reconciled because the joint is neither true nor false, or it's both. The precise statement that Cantor and Cohen gave together is more precisely like its negation does not introduce contradictions, and its affirmation does not introduce contradictions. So really, you pick either way, you're not going to like derive any wrong theorems. And it's a very interesting case. That's maybe I can ask you.
Well, let me just make one comment on that. I was thinking about my example of life in another galaxy. Like, does it involve any contradictions for me to say there is life in another galaxy? Well, not to my knowledge. But does it involve any contradictions for me to say there is not life in another galaxy? Not to my knowledge. But maybe I'll get some knowledge in the future. Like maybe if I do some scientific investigations and carry this on for decades or centuries, if I live that long, maybe I would realize, oh, actually, there would be some contradictions that I would realize at some point. So I wonder if that's the case here, where maybe they haven't realized any contradictions yet, but if their knowledge advances, they would, or maybe they would have to, because I think metaphysically it can't be the case that one and the same proposition is both true and false. So, however, it might be not be detectable yet what contradictions there are. So maybe someone will figure it out in the future that there is some contradiction by assuming this.
It certainly may be the case. Something that Quine covers in his article is what you just described, that time goes on. And so he uses one phrase where he says, like, yesterday's, no, I'm sorry, tomorrow's antinomy is yesterday's veridical paradox, meaning what tomorrow was something that we couldn't reconcile at all. Now it's yesterday's old news. We realized that it was a mistaken premise.
Mm-hmm.
And something he touches on a little bit in his article. Yes, okay, I just want to double check because there's at least two articles on paradox I read. Something else he touches upon is there's also disagreement on what counts as antinomy between people. So some statements he gives here are like trivially a veridical paradox to experts in the field, but if you ask the average person, they will think it's an antinomy. They're going to be like shocked that it's a proven statement. They're like, what? They're going to assume that like scientists are dumb because if you tell them like such and such statement has been proven and you just act like it's a trivial thing, sometimes lay people will paradoxically assume that you must be dumb or mistaken because, you'll say something outrageous to a layperson, and rather than them like thinking, raising their opinion of you because you've proven such and such difficult statement, they'll actually lower their opinion of you for saying something that people in your field would treat as trivial, which
Like
I thought
I
was
wonder
a
if the Earth is round is an example. Like if you're in the maybe in certain times of history, if you say the Earth is round, people will say, "Oh, that's crazy. How could you say that?"
yeah, I think that would count. Yeah. Cool, cool. Well, thank you. And I guess I thank you for entertaining so many questions. I have one final one for you. Based on your beliefs in objectivism, would you assert that the set of antinomies is empty or eventually empty or objectively empty? Would you assert something like that? We're calling, of course, that antinomy are like genuine contradictions. Would you assert it's empty or eventually empty or something?
Yeah, I think there are no contradictions. So if what it means to be an antinomy is for there to be a contradiction, then I would say that's that's a null set. I guess you could call it that. Yeah, there aren't
Yes,
any.
yeah. I think so. Last word I have, I will just quote from Quine here. An antinomy packs a surprise that can be accommodated by nothing less than a repudiation of part of our conceptual heritage.
Okay, that was kind of dense. I didn't retain that, but I can I can re-listen later if I want to check that out. So thanks for your if that's your parting quote.
More or less. Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much for entertaining me, allowing me to ask lots of questions. I still genuinely enjoy our conversations. I hope the audience enjoyed lingering on, contradictions and paradoxes and reasoning. I just had different questions for you today.
All right. Well, thanks for calling in. I appreciate it, and thanks for your super chat earlier. Thank.
Absolutely. I hope, looks like you have some other people in the chat vying to call you next. So
All
I
right.
hope that they also have some good stuff for you. Thank you, Dan. Good luck with the rest of your stream, and I'll keep listening. So have a good rest of your night.
All right. You too. Bye bye. Okay. Well, that was good. My voice definitely needed a rest because if I were just talking continuously myself for all that time, I think my voice would have given out by now. All right, so let me take a look back at the chat. Cyro Dilly Crusader. Is he the one who wants to call in? Oh, Nick just signed up to be an Anthem level member. Thank you, Nick. I now have channel memberships. You see that badge, that star by Nick's name? That's because he's now a channel member. Only takes 99 cents a month or something like that. Maybe $1.49 if you sign up on an iPhone. But that gives you some perks, which I discussed at the beginning of the show today. Kudababa says, good call, Mau. I didn't realize that was Maurice. That was short for Maurice until just today. But he's been going by Mellow Mau for a long time, and I finally understand what MAU means. Nick says, I guess I can afford $1 a month. All right. Well, whatever's self-interested, if you can self-interestedly afford that, then that's the thing to do. Godson says, I'll call in if you're willing to talk about anything you want. Maybe I should read some of your chats first. What would you want to talk about? And I don't know if Cyro Dilly Crusader is still here, but I should find out what he wants to talk about. I would have to screen his call. I also have to open back up my Google Voice number because I closed that while I was talking to Mellow Mau so that I didn't hear it ring when someone was trying to call in. But you could still leave a voicemail. Maybe there is a voicemail. Let me check. All right, we're up to 13 likes. Thank you. And we got another subscriber. Very good. Thanks for that as well. You can also share this stream to help. That's another way to help promote it. You can go on social media and share it. Godson says, great joy to listen. All right. Oh, it looks like somebody tried to call in about 10 minutes ago from an unknown number a couple times. And actually there were three missed calls, but I don't see any voicemails. But I think I should hear it ring if somebody calls in now. Now Mellow Mau, he called in on the Zoom line. That's a different way you can call in. But if you want to use that line on that number on my background, the 657 number, I should hear that ring, and I want to make sure I got my settings right so that you don't hear it ring. Only I hear it ring. That's what I want it to do. And then when I screen the call, only I will hear the person who is called in. That's how it's supposed to work. I'm still getting used to all these new settings in OBS. I have so many different volume buttons here, and I am a little confused on what each one refers to. All right, I hear it ringing now. Can you hear it ringing? Hope you don't, but let me. Tommy. All right. I'm going to accept, and hopefully only I hear it. Hello. All right. So let me just see if the audio is working. Hold on a second. All right. I'm going to accept, and hopefully only I hear it. Hello. Hold on. All right. So let me just see if the audio is working. Hold on a second. Okay. Kudababa says cannot hear it. Good. Okay. So I'm going to screen your call here. Were you in the chat on YouTube? All right, you're just calling in. So what are you interested in talking about? Trump. Okay. Faith? Okay. And anything in particular about faith? Okay. All right. Hold on a second. That's fine. We can talk about that. Faith? I'm just listening to myself on my phone. Make sure the audio is okay. Okay. Yeah, I just like to. I have so many volume settings here; it gets confusing. So I just turn it on my phone after I say something that make sure that only I hear myself and not the other side. But I'm going to turn your side on now because I'm game to talk about that. So let me just make sure find my audio settings. Hold on. Okay. Let's see. I want to share this screen and take some notes on it. Maybe. Okay, so now say something, and then I'm going to wait a few seconds to see if I can hear you. Go ahead and say, you can say your name and what you want to talk about.
My name is Tommy. I want to talk about faith.
Okay. This screen. Hold on. Some notes on it. Maybe. Okay, so now say something, and then I'm going to wait a few seconds to see if I can hear you. Go ahead and say, you can say your name and what you want to talk about.
My name is Tommy. I want to talk about faith.
Okay. All right, sounds good. So, you want to talk about faith? Let's go. So, you asked, you noted that it was bad. It was in my column of bad, and you were wondering why I have it there.
Yeah, that's one of my questions.
Okay, so I put it there because the way I understand faith is that it means believing something without evidence. And I know there are different senses of the word faith, but I think the relevant one when we're having a philosophical discussion about it is that it means belief without evidence. And I think it's always bad to do that. I think you should only believe something if you do have evidence for it. And
yeah, and that's fine, but can everyone have like a personal belief, you know? As long as people aren't like violent to each other over faith, I mean, I see no issue with it.
Well, I mean, you can accept things on faith, but I don't think it's good for you to do that. Like, I don't think it's good for your own life to believe things on faith.
I mean, I just think everyone should have freedom of religion.
Yeah, so do I.
I think that's a fine thing. And why is it bad?
Well, so because it's not good for your life. Like if I tell you, Tommy, I want you to send me $1,000 right now on PayPal. Go to the description under my video and click on that PayPal link and send me $1,000. Will you do that?
I don't use PayPal. It's unsecure.
No, actually it is. It's very secure. And if you don't accept that, take it on faith. Just do it. Take me on faith.
I use cash.
No, this is the best method. You should do it. Don't use cash.
No, cash
Send me
is
by
the best
PayPal.
method.
Take it on
cash
faith.
Is king. Untraceable is the best.
But see, you're giving me reasons.
I don't have faith in AI clankers. I don't fucking like those AI clankers. It's me that real with you. I don't like AI robots.
Okay, so you have reasons. Hold on. You're giving me reasons not to do something, but then you're not functioning by the method of faith. You're going by reason. And I think that's good to go by reason.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about giving money to anybody. I'm talking about like Jesus Christ and like, you know, we have evidence for him being real.
Well, if you have evidence, then you're not going by faith.
Yeah, it's a religion. I don't know what the faith is. It's a religion. It's belief. And there's evidence for it.
Okay, but my understanding of faith is that you're not going by evidence. That's what it means to just take something on faith.
I think the word wrong.
What?
Well, I think they're interpreting it wrong. I use the word religion because it's a belief in something. It doesn't matter if there's evidence, it's a belief, and there is evidence for Jesus Christ, actually.
Okay, you're breaking up a little bit when you're talking. I don't know if you can do anything about that, but someone in the chat mentioned there's some audio trouble, and you're breaking up for me a little bit. But if you think that there's evidence that Jesus exists, okay. I'm not saying there's not. But what I'm saying is, if you think, if the issue is whether Jesus exists, then you should only believe that if you have evidence. But you shouldn't just take it on faith.
Yeah, and we do have evidence. So
Okay.
your point has just been rendered useless without faith. So you have to do more nuance.
I don't see that it's useless.
I
How is
mean,
it
the point's been
useless?
rendered. How is it useless? Faith, you can't believe anything without like evidence, and then we have evidence for Jesus, and we're believing in him. So would you still call that a faith?
No.
Okay, so then it's a religion. It's not a faith then.
It's religion, but not a faith. Well,
Yeah, because you're by your definition, because faith is something we don't have evidence for, but religion is something we can have evidence for, and we have evidence for religion. We have evidence for Jesus Christ. So,
okay.
so I don't.
So, well, we could talk about, I don't know, what
So
is
now you're
the,
just pivoting. This is a pivot and a half right here, because you've just been defeated because there's evidence for Jesus. So, yeah.
all right, it sounds like you might want to just be obnoxious right now.
I'm not trying to be obnoxious. There's evidence for Jesus Christ.
You just said I was
People believe in
pivoting
him.
because
Yeah.
I was defeated or something.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like, I mean, you're defeated. I don't
Yeah, it
know what
sounds
to
like
tell
you're
you
being
about that.
obnoxious when you say that.
But it sounds like you're defeated. I'm sorry if you're defeated, dude. I mean,
Yeah, this doesn't sound like this conversation doesn't sound very promising if you're going to be talking like that.
how do you want me to talk?
Well, let's just talk about the issues and not talk about whether someone has been defeated. I mean, I don't care if you defeat me. My goal here is not to defeat you. I'm trying to get at the truth, and let the truth fall where it may. And if you're right, that's fine. You can teach me something. If I'm right, then maybe I can teach you something. But the point is to get at the truth. That's my goal, at
Okay,
least.
well, I mean, the truth is Jesus, because we have evidence for his existence. So,
Okay. Well, I've never denied Jesus exists. I mean, that's a claim we can consider. And some people think Jesus didn't exist. Many people think he did exist, but he wasn't the God. But I haven't said anything myself about whether Jesus exists or not. My claim on the background is about faith. I didn't say Jesus is bad. I said faith is bad.
oh, so you're like talking about faith as a principle, not as a theological thing.
Well, maybe both. I mean, I do think faith is part of theology. At least many religions, I think they advocate faith, including Christianity.
Yeah. Is there anything else you want to talk about? I mean, it seems like we're at like a dead end. I don't.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it seems like you might have assumed something. Like I disagreed that Jesus existed, and I mean, if you came in, if you were assuming that I thought Jesus did not exist, and you wanted to show that he did, I don't really have a dog in that fight. So maybe we don't have anything to argue about. Maybe we agree that Jesus did exist, or at least we don't disagree. So,
Yeah.
but I do think that faith is bad. That was the original claim you mentioned, and I continue to think faith is bad as
Okay.
I understand faith. So if you want, we can talk about that. But that's a different claim than whether Jesus existed.
Okay. Do you think like faith is corrupted over time?
Whether it's corrupted over time, I just think it's by its nature, it's corrupt. It's not like it got
No.
worse. I mean, it's always bad to believe things without evidence.
Right, but there is evidence. So I don't get what you're not understanding here. There is evidence. Because Jesus Christ literally raised a guy up from the dead. He raised a man called Lazarus up from the dead. So that's pretty decent evidence. No one else has done that.
Evidence that what?
Evidence that, like, he's God, because he rose someone up from the dead.
Okay. Well, now you're bringing in another concept, God, which I haven't said anything
Yeah.
about.
Jesus Christ is God.
Okay. Hold on. I'm taking a look at the chat here. I want to see what's going on there. Some more chats from Godson. Okay. All right. I'm not sure what is a good path forward here. Do I want to talk about something else? Maybe. It might be
talk like Trump.
Trump.
Yeah, because
sure,
he's like a literal thing.
Yeah, we can talk about Trump.
All right, cool. Why do you think Trump is bad?
Well, there are many things. One is I don't think he respects rule of law. I think January 6th is one case in point about that. I think he lied about the election in 2020 being stolen from him and tried to overturn it, which I think was a very bad thing. So that would be one reason I think Trump is bad.
Why? Okay, January 6th. I mean, January 6th was like true patriots.
True patriots? Okay. Do you think the election was stolen from Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that we might have to talk about that if we are going to talk about this issue further. Because I mean, if your reason for thinking they're true patriots is because you think Trump actually won that election, then okay. But if you don't think that he won the election and you think that he was actually the one trying to steal an election, then the people who were supporting him, I wouldn't call them true patriots. I think they would be anti-Americans, quite the contrary of true patriots. But this depends on a more fundamental issue, which is, what's the truth of the election. So we would have to talk about that, I guess, if we were going to make headway on this issue of what to make of January 6th.
Okay, well, I mean, the election was stolen from him.
Okay. And I don't know if that's worth debating, but I mean, people commonly point out, like, so many judges overturned his court cases that alleged that it wasn't stolen. Even Trump appointed judges. So, why should we disregard them?
Democrats.
What?
It's because they were bribed by the Democrats.
Okay. Are you just making stuff up?
I'm not making stuff up. They were bribed by the Democrats.
And you have evidence of this?
Yeah.
Okay. And your evidence is?
Your mom told me when I was begging her.
All right. That's pretty pathetic. Is that the quality of Trump supporters? Is he representative of the quality of Trump supporters? If so, I don't think he made a very good representation of them. Pretty pathetic. He hung up. I was going to hang up on him, but he beat me to it and hung up himself. He knows it was over, I guess. Was he in the chat? I guess he was. I think he said he wasn't in the chat. Maybe that's about the quality of Trump's own reasoning right there. And he's our president. That's pretty pathetic. Trump's non-reasoning. Does Trump actually reason? Or does he just emote, act on whim? All right. A lot of people watching. Thanks for being here. So what's next? Somebody else going to call in? Oh, I guess I have to get in the habit of putting my volume controls back to where they were before the call, so that the next time someone calls in, you don't hear it ring. Oh, that's interesting. So I guess it's just my Chrome audio and Chrome window. I have to mute those two, and maybe that's enough. Oh, somebody called in on Zoom. I think I saw that a few minutes ago. Let me take a look at that. Oh, okay. Looks like this is probably a troll. Based on the name. Doesn't look promising, I'll say that much. All right, so if that's you in the Zoom waiting room, I would like you to identify yourself in the chat. Maybe that's a good way to screen out trolls. Or I could also just practice with my volume controls here, but I don't know if I want to in this case. So if you're the one who's called into Zoom, please identify yourself in the YouTube chat. Even if you have a different name on YouTube than you have on Zoom, just go say in the YouTube chat, this is, Illuminati brain control. You're the one? Well, that name doesn't sound very promising to me. Neither your YouTube name nor your Zoom name looks very promising. Okay, you say you're the one in the Zoom chat. Illuminati brain control. Okay, you say you're Burger. Illuminati, don't they have some kind of, that's some kind of conspiracy, I don't know what to call it. I associate that term Illuminati with conspiracies. You say you want to ask about leftism. What do you want to ask about leftism? Your name's a meme. You like to be anonymous? Okay. Well, it's fine if you want to be anonymous, but you can use an anonymous name that raises flags, or ones that don't. And the ones you've chosen raise some flags for me. How do I define leftism to say it's bad? Because it promotes, big government is one way you could think of leftism. They want a large role for the government, like through Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, public education. Whereas conservatives, they often want smaller government. Although today, I think the difference between the left and right is not so clear, because a lot of people, both on the left and the right, they want programs like Social Security and Medicare, but maybe they want them in different degrees. And I oppose all of those programs because they involve coercing people through taxation. And I think coercion is bad. I support freedom. Is anarchy leftist? I don't know. So anarchy is lack of government. And that's not pro-freedom. So anarchy, I also would say, is bad, but for different reasons. I think there should be a government, but it should be restricted in its role. It shouldn't be doing all the things that leftists, and today even many rightists, would like it to do, or so-called rightists at least. But there should be a government. But its only proper functions are police, military, and courts, on my view, on Rand's view. The name reminds me of the Mel Gibson movie Conspiracy Theory, says Greg. If anarchists can be leftists, then leftism can't be defined by big government. All right, that's fine. I don't insist on calling anarchists leftists. Maybe they're not on that spectrum. If you think of a spectrum of right to left, and right is smaller government and left is bigger government, then you might put anarchists on the right on smaller government because they want no government. And you might think, oh, that's the smallest government there could be, no government at all. But then you also might think, well, they're really not on that spectrum at all. So they don't fit anywhere on a spectrum if you just have the spectrum defined by the size of the government. I wish I could just talk to you. Not gonna lie, texting is hard. All right, well, we can try a call. Hopefully you won't turn out to be a troll. All right, let me give you a chance. All right, where's my volume settings? Oh, actually, I should be able to... Okay, I think I know what I need to do. I think maybe this time, instead of... Maybe instead of waiting to hear my own voice come through my phone to test things, maybe I'll just assume it's working and let the audience ask the people in the chat to let me know if it's not. So what I'll attempt to do is screen your call, talk to you for a minute or so, and then if it sounds okay, I'll let your audio go through to YouTube, and then the audience will be able to hear you. That's how I intend it to work. So maybe I'll say start screen and stop screen so the audience knows when they should and should not be hearing you, and then they can let me know in the chat if it's not working as I intend it to work. Godson says he'll talk to me. All right, maybe. Rob Froglet is also here. Hello. But let me try with Illuminati first. See how that goes. All right, so when I say start screen, that means I should be able to hear him, but not you. So I'm going to do that in a few seconds here. Gotta make sure my host tools are correctly set. And I will have to ask you to unmute. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, start screen. So you should only hear me from now for a little bit. Start screen. All right, Illuminati, hello. You don't call what? You might trash out. Oh. Oh, that's fine. Well, I just want people to be polite and civil and not be trolls. So, okay. As long as you're not a troll, as long as you're civil, respectful, that's really my only ground rule. All right, hold on. Let me turn on your audio, and then the audience should be able to hear you. Just a second. Let's see. Okay, I think the audience should hear you now. Stop screen. Okay, so from this point forward, they should be able to hear you. Let me know in the chat if you can't hear them. All right, so you can say again what you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, so I just wanted to know, like, why you think leftism is bad and how you define leftism such that you say that.
Okay, I think leftism is bad because it does not respect freedom. And one way it doesn't respect freedom is that it promotes taxation to fund government programs such as Social Security, Medicare, public education. So I am being forced to fund these programs. You are being forced to fund these programs. Everyone who pays taxes is being forced to fund things. We're not left free to voluntarily decide what we want to do with our own money, which we've earned at our job. We are forced under threat of jail to give the government some of our money to force various programs, to fund various programs. So that's one thing I object to leftism about. And there are other things too, and it's not like only the left does this. People on the so-called right are also in favor of some government programs like welfare that people are forced to fund. But I think I'm against all forcing of people because I think it's anti-freedom. So I'll just say that much for right now as to why I think leftism is bad.
Okay, so my contentions there are kind of, you're defining leftism by like this tax thing and big government, but strictly speaking, leftism and the right are defined by hierarchy, by their relationship to a hierarchy. And so you could have a leftist who is anti-taxation, technically speaking. That might not be the norm, but there's nothing incoherent there, right?
Hold on, I'm just writing I'm taking some notes here on my screen, which if you're on YouTube, you can see the notes I'm writing. So you said left is defined by hierarchy, or
Yeah,
left?
the left and the right, traditionally speaking, are defined in political theory by their relationship to hierarchy. So the right is defined by supporting hierarchy, and the left is defined by opposing hierarchy. Does that make sense? Like, you could probably put that in, like, you could think of like the alt-right think in terms of racial hierarchy, whereas more traditional conservatives think in terms of economic hierarchy.
Okay. Alt-right supports traditional hierarchy and the left supports economic hierarchy.
No, the left is generally opposed to hierarchy.
Oh
And
yeah.
so that's why communists oppose, communism is like the extreme of like the big government left, I would say, whereas anarchists are the extreme of the no government or small government left. And so they're both opposed to hierarchy, but some leftists are more focused on social hierarchy, some are more opposed to economic hierarchy, and some are across the board. But everything's a spectrum at the end of the day. It's not like anyone's just exists in a vacuum, you know?
Okay. So I don't think of politics in terms of hierarchy. So I don't see that as the fundamental. I think of it more in terms of freedom versus coercion. And I guess it seems like both like hierarchy that can, as you were saying, there's different types of hierarchy. There's racial hierarchies and economic hierarchies. Now, to take the example of race, I don't think there is any racial hierarchy. If that means
Yeah,
that some races are superior to others, if assuming race is even a thing, I guess you might think it's in. There aren't really races. That's an invalid kind of concept. I think some people take that view, but even if it is a valid kind of concept, I don't think there's a hierarchy of races, like one is better than the other. Economically, what kind of hierarchy? I mean, rich people, poor people, middle class. I mean, I do think there are distinctions in how much. I don't know what an economic hierarchy would be.
So like economic hierarchy is kind of just like, like poor people tend to have a lot to overcome if they want to reach the even middle class. There's just a, there is just a hierarchy. There was a difference between the poor and the rich, and so the economic leftist position is to reduce the difference between these groups, to try and bring the poor people up so that they aren't struggling as much. You know what I mean? Like, it's a hierarchy that gets flattened is the goal of communism. And
Okay.
so I understand we have two different definitions of leftism here, but what I always get confused about with these leftism is bad type arguments is it feels like people are operating under kind of weird goalposted definitions of leftism where it just kind of follows that leftism is bad by the definition, but the issue is that definition you're using isn't the definition leftists use. And it's like almost closer to define leftists as liberals, even, which is weird because liberals are not leftists.
Okay. I've certainly heard that. So we do need to have a common definition to work with if we're going to talk about leftism. And so you define the left as people who oppose hierarchy, whereas I defined it as people who support big government. Maybe I should write that down just to help keep track of the conversation. So let me call these your definitions. I'll say I's definitions. I short for Illuminati. I's definition.
And I'd say that's like a pretty common distinction. Like, because if you go into critical theory, then that my definition is the definition used in critical theory. It is a hierarchical definition. Even on Wikipedia, you'll find this on like any resource about the actual political philosophy that defines these things. That it's always comes down to hierarchy. That's the one universal thing in academic definitions. And so the definition you're using kind of seems more like what conservatives use and what the media propaganda uses. It's like not accurate.
Okay. So we can talk about that. Like, what's the correct way to define leftism? So I think maybe we can. I don't know what's a good way to figure out. What is the proper definition of leftism? We could look to how the word is used in various contexts, like the United States. I don't know if you're in the United States or somewhere else, but
Like US.
You are in the U.S.?
Yeah.
Okay, so we could talk about how the word is used in in the U.S. Like, how is it typically used? Like some words, like liberal, I think they're used differently in the U.S. than they are in Europe. But let's define a context. So if we're talking in a U.S. context, how is that word typically understood in the U.S.? And if we're talking about left as opposed to the right as a kind of spectrum, I think it's very common for people to think that the right generally supports smaller governments and the left supports larger governments. And you don't hear as much, if at all, about them being distinguished from each other in terms of hierarchies. Now, maybe if you go to universities and take some class on political theory, you mentioned critical theory, which I haven't studied much, if at all, but that's something you would more likely just encounter in a university setting. Maybe there, as you would hear about the kind of definition that you gave. But if we're talking like how the general public understands these terms, I think they often understand it in the way I was suggesting. So that's one comment I would make about this. Now, that's not to say that the general public is necessarily correct, but I at least don't think it's like a niche, very uncommon way of understanding it.
I'd agree it's not niche at all, and like it actually is very common in the US to define things this way. But if you kind of think about like, if we're trying to discuss the philosophy and the ideology of leftism versus the right, or other even alternatives between the false dichotomy we have there, then if we're defining it by the US culture at present, then the debate we're having now is kind of just like going to be different all the time. You know what I mean? Like we could go back like 40 years and it'd be significantly different conversation we'd be having on this topic, and keep doing it every 40 years, and it's a different conversation. So I think it's better to think about the philosophy and the ideology that corresponds more broadly in a less immediate and less localized sense.
Okay, well, as for the history of these terms, I mean, I think Ayn Rand used these terms in this kind of way when she was writing back in the 60s and 70s. So this is, 50 or more years ago that the terms were used in this bigger government and smaller government kind of way. So it's not like just a momentary thing right now in 2026. People just started this.
Did Ayn Rand actually literally say that leftism is literally big government? Because I find that a little hard to believe, actually, that those are the actual words she was using. I feel like there was probably conflation happening here.
Well, I think that was the basic idea. I don't know that she used exactly those words, but I think she would say things like conservatives or people on the right generally want smaller government, which is less intrusive in people's lives, and liberals or people on the left generally want larger
Okay, right.
governments.
So, do you know the difference between the leftism and the left wing?
I mean, I might be able to guess, but you can, like, I know sometimes there's a distinction made between liberals and leftists, but you can tell me what you mean.
That's kind of what I was getting at. So, like, the left wing is kind of a very broad thing that basically just means the left of center at the end of the day. And same with right wing, it's basically right of center. But when we're talking about leftists or rightists, those are the people more at the extreme. So those are the ideologies that define the false dichotomy, so to speak. Whereas most people are not in that actual false dichotomy. They might lean a lot more towards one end or the other. But no one's really like a pure platonic object, you know? And
okay, so leftists are more on the extreme than just being left wing. Left wing is just left of center.
Yeah, and so if Ayn Rand was talking about the left wing or liberals and things like that, then I can see how you could then think that she's saying this specific thing about leftists without her actually technically talking about leftists. Does that make sense? Because she might be talking about liberals, and then the liberals are more about big government, and then the leftists are more split on the issue of big versus small government, whereas the turbo communists kind of are like, well, we should make the government small in these ways and big in these ways, and then we'll have no government in the end. I think that's magical thinking and it's wrong, but that's beside the point. And then other leftists like might think more like, oh, we need to dismantle the entire government until it's basically just this anarcho-capitalist thing that is like barely a government at all. But you know what I'm saying? Like there's still different ways we can approach this issue in leftism.
Okay. Well, I think I would probably say that whatever way you're defining left, like whether you define it in the way Ayn Rand had in mind or the way you have in mind, I would probably still say that thing is bad. Like if you mean communism by left, I would also say that's bad. So
I'm not a communist.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying whether you're a communist or not. I think a lot of people who would call themselves leftists would identify themselves as communists or as socialists. But I would say, that's bad, as well as just liberals, so-called liberals. So all of the above, I would still put them in the bad category.
So how I called up also is because you're a libertarian, right? You're like pretty libertarian.
No. A lot of people call me that, but actually, no, I would not identify myself as a libertarian because a lot of them actually are anarchists and they are opposed to the state. They don't want there to be any government.
How would you define yourself then?
The objectivism, objectivist. The Ayn Rand's philosophy is called objectivism. And
but like that's kind of like a philosophy, and we're talking about political theory.
Okay, well, so just on the political level, I could say capitalist, but that term itself, I think, is very controversial. What?
And that's still just an economic thing. So you could be a capitalist on the left, or you could be a non-capitalist on the left. And so
I don't think so. I don't think so. But we can get into that. I think capitalism is a controversial term in terms of what it means. Like many people will say, today we have capitalism, or late stage capitalism, they'll even call it that. But I would say no, we are far from capitalism. I wish we had capitalism today. What I think capitalism is, and I think of it as a political system, not just an economic system, is a system which protects individual rights, which to me, what that means is it protects people from the initiation of force. So there will be a police, for instance, to protect me from robbers and murderers. There will be a military to protect me from foreign invaders. And then there will be a court system to peacefully settle disputes between people so they don't have to resort to force if they have a dispute. But that's it. That's all the government should do, pretty much, on my view. There shouldn't be massive redistribution programs like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, welfare, public education, etc. There shouldn't be all these regulatory agencies, FDA, SEC, etc. So I would say we have all of that today. Lots of taxes, lots of regulations, lots of big government programs, billions of dollars, trillions of dollars of government programs, and I reject all of that. So we are far from capitalism today. And people who say they're on the left and also support capitalism, I would say no, they actually don't support capitalism. They support something else, maybe a mixed economy, maybe a mixture of freedom and controls, but not what I would call capitalism.
It honestly sounds a lot. I can't identify anything that I wouldn't consider libertarian, especially in the American context.
I think there should be a government.
But libertarians often do believe that. That's just anarcho-capitalists, which is like a very small subset of libertarians. They're just really loud on the internet. But like in the real world, they have absolutely so little impact in the libertarian movement. They basically don't exist.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about the proportion of libertarians who are anti-state. But anyways, maybe if you define libertarian in a certain way, you could call me that, but I think it might be dangerous and confusing to define me that way, because I know many people who do call themselves libertarians have views that I certainly don't agree with. On foreign policy as well, that's another area. Like I think many libertarians, they're anti-United States, and now maybe you'd say these are a fringe group, but
still a broad category. But basically what I was trying to get is like, so probably why I was wondering about how you define leftism, and why I felt like I was going to disagree with you on is I identify in a political position that's kind of how to define, and people are split on whether or not it is a leftist position. I'm a Georgist. Do you know what that is?
No, I've heard of that, but I don't know what it is.
Sometimes it's grouped in with libertarianism. But basically, it's often called pro-capitalist because Georgism basically supports trade and stuff like that. It's like not communist at all in that sense. But their innovation is they're still pro-tax, except they want to repeal every tax except land value tax, which is not the same as property tax. They only want to tax finite resources, not produced resources. Does that make sense?
They want to tax finite. I'm just pulling this on the. I just looked up the Wikipedia on this. I was going to share it on the screen so people could see it, but my computer's kind of slow. Hold on just a second. Let's see if I can get this. My window doesn't want to move. Okay, now it's moving. Okay, I got it on the screen now. So I'll just read maybe the first paragraph. It says, Georgism in modern times, also called Geoism, and known historically as the single tax movements, is an economic ideology holding that persons should own the value that they produce themselves, while the economic rent derived from lands, including from all natural resources, the commons and urban locations, should belong equally to all members of society. Developed from the writings of American economist and social reformer Henry George, the Georgist paradigm seeks solutions to social and ecological problems based on principles of land rights and public finance that attempt to integrate economic efficiency with social justice. Okay, so I'll just say if it involves taxes, then that's one place where I would object. It says it's a single tax movement, and I oppose all taxes, but at least I have some idea of what this means.
I know you're going to object, and that we're not going to agree at the end of this on all of these issues because it's so much to get into that it'd take like a lot of debates for either of us to reach either one's end. But the central point I want to get across is that like your definition of leftism doesn't seem truth tracking. It doesn't seem to actually define leftists. There's people who most people would clearly define as leftists who fall outside your definition. And so it just seems wrong.
All right. Well, I mean, we can agree to disagree about whether my definition is a good one. I mean, I didn't give definitions on the background. I just said leftism. But if I define it as people who want there to be big governments, as opposed to people who want there to be smaller governments, I mean, I think that's a way the term is commonly used. Like the people I'm trying to reach on YouTube, just your random person who might come across, I think a lot of them will understand it. But we don't have to agree on that. I mean, we can take a different definition if you want for the purpose of this conversation.
But like, would you agree that there are definitions that are commonly used that somehow still don't actually encompass all the context in which it would commonly be used to refer to things? Like, do you agree that people could use a word and define that word in a specific way, and then later go on to use that word in a way that they are certain is correct and yet falls outside the definition that they would give for that word? I feel that happens all the time, especially in politics.
Well, I mean, they can misuse terms. I don't object to the idea that they could, but I guess I'm not convinced that that's what's going on in this case.
But then, like, where would you put all of these people who are anti-hierarchy and anti-big government and are against literally every single idea you could name that we'd both agree define the right in some sense? Like,
well, I mean, these people really aren't on my radar that much. I mean, occasionally, I guess I might hear about some group that is against some kind of hierarchy, but it's not that often that I come across such people.
I feel like it's probably all the time. It's just not explicitly defined that way in every occurrence of them being mentioned. Like, I feel like if we could probably go down the list of groups that you would consider the left, and I could probably define every single one in terms of hierarchy.
Okay.
Whereas I don't think you could do the same with big government, which means that your definition would be worse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe
like I'm just trying to go off of like explanatory power. And so like if one definition explains everything people use the word for and another definition doesn't, it's pretty easy to conclude which definition is better.
Okay. Well, maybe we can get into that, but I see some more people here in the chat. Just taking a look at a few of these comments. So, I mean, is that the main thing you want to talk about? Just like whether how are we going to define leftism? I mean, we could just set aside the labels and say, for the sake of argument, we're going to define leftism to mean this, and then ask, is this a good political system to have, whether that's like communism or Georgism or whatever it is. I mean, do you want to talk about the more substantive issues of like what's a good political system to have, or are you more interested in discussing like what's the proper definitions to have for a given term?
Like, I kind of am of the mindset that people's minds on such broad topics don't change quickly. What changes people's opinions on such broad topics is rather a culmination of small facts that pile up. And one of the facts I think keeps people in your mindset is using the wrong definitions for these terms to protect yourself from actually looking at the way other people are actually talking about these ideas. Because if you're saying leftism is bad because of X, and then leftists say, but X doesn't define us, then you're kind of just saying leftism is bad because I want it to be bad at the end of the day. You're saying, this is my definition I'm going to use, and I don't care if it doesn't align with reality or how it's actually instanced as a concept in reality. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Just wanted to hear the audio a little bit. Sounds like it's fine. Yeah, I mean, my root concern with leftism isn't that it's big government. It's more that it involves coercion, and that's true of the right, at least what many people call the right as well today, at least. Like if Trump is on the right, so I wouldn't say like the fundamental problem is that the left supports big government. It's that big government involves coercion, at least the way that I think the left wants there to be big government. But if we define the left in some other way, like as a people who oppose a kind of hierarchy, if that too involves coercion, then I'm still going to oppose that. So I don't think the size of government really labels what my fundamental problem is. If I were to do that, I would say coercion is bad. Like I could have put that on the slide.
But
on my background, I could have said coercion is bad, but maybe that's not as catchy as saying leftism is bad.
so part of why I'm like approaching things this way is I'm not gonna convince you of Georgism today, and I'm not a communist. So I'm not gonna convince you of communism, and I'm not an anarchist. So I'm not gonna convince you of anarchy. But generally speaking, leftism is considered to include anarchists and communists and socialists. Like those are the three groups it's generally defined as being. And so if your definition is based on big government, you're excluding a pretty significant portion of not just leftists, but of the ideological history of leftism, which largely is anarchist in thought and literature. It's like probably even more so than communist literature, anarchist literature that shaped the modern left.
So you said leftism refers to anarchism, communism, and socialism?
Yeah, that's like the general sense that people use. I would say it also includes some Georgists, but not all. But then that's kind of getting the weeds in a way we don't need to.
Okay. All right. Well, I agree it includes communism and socialism, but I think those at least also involve a big role for the government. There's no private property. The government is controlling things. The government, sometimes socialism is defined as the government having control over the means of production. And
like, what are anarchists to you then, though? If they're not,
but anarchism, I don't. I guess I don't think of those as being on the left. Now, maybe other people do. I guess you think of them as being on the left, but that's.
I don't get where they would be if not the left, because they're not in the center. They're not on the right. Maybe very rarely some show up on like the fringe schizo light, but I don't think we need to really validate every incoherence. Like, the point of an incoherence was just like, okay, that person doesn't count.
Well, so the way we define the political spectrum, I think that's maybe we should talk about that. So and I don't know that it can be captured in a one-dimensional spectrum, just left to right. Maybe it's just more complicated than that. Maybe there are more than one dimensions that needs to be accounted for. But if you are going to have just a one-dimensional left to right spectrum, then I think the key way to think of it is in terms of coercion versus freedom. So and you're going to pick one side of that, and I think the way Rand has often thought about it is
sense, though.
What?
Because like that makes no sense, because then if that's the spectrum from left to right, you're defining the left as coercion and the right as freedom? Are you sure? The right as freedom?
Well, not today's right. Like people like Trump, I think he's anti-freedom. So I would put him on the left.
Freedom?
What?
But when was the right ever freedom? When was that a thing?
Well, so in Ayn Rand's day, decades ago, I think the idea is that the people on the right were for lesser taxes, smaller governments, and by implication, more freedom, like more freedom to do what you want with your money instead of it being taxed away to support government programs.
Ayn Rand didn't even identify as right wing. So
I think
that
she
still
did.
doesn't make
I think
sense.
she did, at least tentatively in a few
quick
places.
A quick Google tells me that she rejected being labeled as a conservative right wing. She advocated for laissez-faire capital and individualized and despised the conservative movement for its reliance on religion, tradition, and altruism. And so actually, those are some leftist ideas she had. She wasn't a leftist, but opposition to tradition and religion is allowed, and especially Ayn Rand's philosophy is largely based in an opposition to hierarchy, to the traditional hierarchies religion imposed on people through coercion. And so there's actually a significant overlap between the way you're defining a way leftists and the way leftists actually engage.
Okay, well, you're bringing up the issue of how Ayn Rand self-identified, and I'm not an expert on that, but I think there are at least one, maybe more than one passage where it sounds like she's she's putting herself more in favor of the right rather than the left, and seeing them as more pro-freedom, not absolutely, but at least more than the left.
The issue is that the way you're defining these things is like strictly opposed to the way Ayn Rand actually did. She defined her issue with the left-right divide was that it was a false dichotomy, and that both sides used government control for coercion. And so that kind of gets to the heart of our disagreement. Is my definition kind of actually supports Ayn Rand's definition. Like, we would still disagree on fundamentals and things like that, and like how we're predicating all of this stuff at the end of the day. But Ayn Rand, her definition is clearly not yours. Your definition would actually put Ayn Rand, technically speaking, on the left, which makes it pretty self-defeating if you are an objectivist.
Okay, well, I don't agree with that, but we can debate that. I do agree that she was critical of both the liberals and conservatives, in both the left, what she called the left, and the right, or people on, I don't know, I guess she talked more in terms of liberals and conservatives than she did in terms of left and right. But she was critical of both, but I think she saw the liberals as further along towards towards total state control and communist. So if we're going to put her, actually, I'm going to write it out here.
The thing is, she might have believed all that, but that still doesn't defend your definition, which is still in explicit conflict with hers. Because you defended your definition with Ayn Rand, but Ayn Rand seems to explicitly deny your definition.
Okay, so well, I don't see that.
So I guess, can you think of any data points that support your position?
I think I've been giving data points throughout this conversation.
None of them really seem to hold up, though.
All right. Well, maybe we're talking past each other. I'm not sure what the issue is.
So what I see is that I bring up the issues I see with your big government-based definition, and I propose my alternative. And then we get through the weeds, and the basic defense I hear for your definition is that Ayn Rand supposedly supported your definition. But it turns out Ayn Rand didn't support your definition.
Well, I'm not justifying the way I understand left and right based on what she says, at least not primarily. Yeah. But
so what is it?
Well, just my observation of how the word is generally used in the culture, which I think is corroborated. I think it integrates with what Ayn Rand says.
So it's just an anecdote.
Well, what do I need to do? Like, create a Google spreadsheet or something and put numbers to it?
No, basically what I'm trying to get at is, like, so you admitted or that you are unfamiliar with critical theory and political theory. And so this is a political and critical theory issue. And so if you're unfamiliar with the terminology and how it's defined, then it feels kind of like you're not having a very rigorous conversation about this issue.
No, I wouldn't agree that this is a critical theory. I think it's a political discussion issue that's out there in the culture. I don't think it's the monopoly of like some people in academia who might have some niche theory called critical theory, and then everything that's the standard, that's the gold standard, and our definitions have to be determined by them. I think maybe their definitions are really corrupt. I think a lot of academia's discussions of politics are corrupt.
But the issue is that if their definitions are able to encompass the way it's actually used in a broader way than these like weird attempts to define it in normie language and then hope that it just works, it doesn't work. That, like, at the end of the day, political terminology isn't that simple, and like we're seeing how it doesn't work. I feel like in this debate, like with the anarchy thing and libertarian and all of that, just it feels kind of like an incoherent definition.
Okay, well, I guess I'm not convinced of that, but I don't know how much value there is to keep going on about this. I'm curious about something. Do you subscribe to this critical theory view? I guess to some extent you do, since I guess you're defending their definitions. But would you say like you are a critical theorist, or whatever that means? I'm not even sure what that means. But
when I'm talking about critical theory, I'm more talking about the academic analysis of political ideology from a critical perspective.
And what is a critical perspective? Like, who came up with that? Who's a big name associated with that?
Like, what is a critical perspective?
No, like who's the founding father or mother of critical theory?
I could not tell you that. That is not something I can tell you, but I'm just telling you that, like, when I'm referring to critical theory, I'm referring to the critical analysis of political ideology. And so if we're trying to critically analyze political ideology, we are engaging in critical theory.
All right. Well, now I'm wondering what you mean by critical theory, because, I mean, if you're just using the word critical in a very generic kind of sense, like you should think about stuff, then I'm all in favor of critical theory. But I thought critical theory referred to a specific, something much more specific in academia, and I thought that's what you were referring to.
I believe critical theory both refers to a position and a methodology, and I'm trying to refer to the methodology that is, you get what I'm saying? Like, there's a methodology that is critical theory, and there is a stance of critical theory, kind of, which is like, I don't know if I'd even call it a stance. It's like more of a, I think communists just use critical theory. That's just kind of it. But critical theory at the end of the day is just critical, philosophical, political analysis. It's like the analysis of what it's kind of like meta politics. You get what I mean? Like,
okay, I just Googled critical theory, and I'll read the AI overview, it's on the screen. It says, critical theory is an interdisciplinary, Marxist-inspired framework aiming to liberate humans from oppression by challenging power structures and analyzing social, cultural, and political contradictions. Originating with the Frankfurt School in the 1930s, it focuses on critiquing ideology and advocating for transformative social change. Now, that's what I thought you meant by when you said critical theory. And if this is what critical theory is, a Marxist-inspired framework, well, I mean, that's totally opposite to the kind of framework that I accept. So I'm just going to reject this out of hand. I'm not going to think there's any value to this.
So when we say Marxist-inspired, do you agree that there can be things that are not strictly speaking 100% Marxist that can be Marxist inspired?
Um, maybe you want to give me an example? Something that
Right-wing accelerationism, like Nick Land.
like what?
Nick Land, right-wing accelerationism, the Dark Enlightenment. Like that's
Right
very
wing.
Marxist influence.
I don't even know what that is, but you said it's
So
something. I mean, something inspired by Marxism. That what
yeah,
was
I'm
the issue?
referring to the dark the right-wing accelerationist movement.
Okay, I'm not familiar with
Spearheaded.
that. I've heard the term accelerationist, but I haven't looked it up.
So Nick Land came up with this idea, and he started out as a Marxist. He is not a Marxist anymore by any means. The theory he came up with is Marxist inspired, but it's explicitly anti-Marxist. So what I'm trying to get at is that, yes, critical theory is Marxist inspired, but if you read your definition, all the actual hard constitutive elements of that definition had to do with the analysis of things like structural and contradiction in political theories.
Okay, what I was just trying to say that this sounds like a very alien framework, which I would not put any stock in, thinking this provides some better analysis of how to think about the world.
Okay, so we can just say political theory. But regardless, in political theory and academia, leftism and right wing have been defined for probably about 150 years or more by now by hierarchy. Like that's the one universal thing that encompasses all history of left versus right. Whereas your definition seems to only encompass America in this specific sliver of time right now. And so I don't see why we would ever use your definition unless we just are already seeking that goal of your conclusion. It feels very circular.
Well, I disagree that it's only applying to right now. I said it goes back decades to Ayn Rand's day.
But we went over that and how Ayn Rand actually didn't agree with that. So that's zero. That's not a point in your favor.
Well, we also went over how I don't agree that
but
Rand
then
wasn't
you're just
using it like
disagreeing
that.
with the fact. Because
What?
but then you're just disagreeing with the facts because you don't have any evidence in your favor other than your opinion of what Ayn Rand said. But anyone in this chat can actually Google quietly. What did I Google?
I mentioned passages.
Hey, I'm just saying, anyone can Google, did Ayn Rand identify as right-wing? And that few words, fact check, you're wrong. And so your point doesn't count in your favor, is what I'm trying to get at. You're just kind of assorting things. You've made a lot of assertions, but I haven't gotten any substance.
All right. Well, it sounds like it's starting to get heated here, and I don't want it to get heated. So.
I'm sorry. I'm chill. I'm just trying to level where we're at.
Okay. And I also don't know why is for some reason my screen was showing something different than I thought it was. Let me look at some of these chats. Let's take a breath here from their conversation.
Yeah, and if you want to move on to someone else, I'm totally chill. I just want to talk about that a bit because it felt like something that's going to come up in your channel quite a bit as something that just not going to help discussions move forward in any productive manner if we're using the wrong definition.
All right. Well, we might have to just agree to disagree on this one.
Cool. Good talk.
All right. I'm going to look at some of these chats. Kudababa says, big government is only one aspect of the definition of leftism. It's not the essential defining characteristic. These days, the right is also big government in some ways. Yeah, I agree with that.
Which Ayn Rand also agreed with, by the way.
Have you read Ayn Rand?
Not like in depth, but I've read excerpts and it feels pretty clear that there's nothing I can find that supports your claim. I mean, if you have something that supports your claim, I'd read it, but if all I can find is quotes to the contrary, then yeah.
How many excerpts have you read?
In my life?
Yeah.
How many excerpts of Karl Marx have you read in your life?
I just want some general idea. Like, have you read an essay or a book or a paragraph?
I've read quotes from books, I've read probably like maybe one essay and quotes from essays. I'm not a Ayn Rand fan, as you can probably guess.
Okay. Well, I've read tons of Ayn Rand, so I don't know how
you've read tons of it.
You sound like you're. Hold on. You sound like you're pretty confident, and you're telling me, like, you know better than I do. Hold on. You're interrupting me. Excuse me. Okay. You're interrupting me. I'll give you a chance to respond. It sounds like you are very confident that you know Ayn Rand's works better than I do. And it sounds like you haven't read much of Ayn Rand's, and I'm a huge fan of Ayn Rand. I've been studying her for decades. You Googled her and found something, but I don't know. It sounds like maybe you're jumping the gun a bit on your confidence, the confidence level that you have in what her view is.
So I don't think I know Ayn Rand better than you. I'm confident you know Ayn Rand better than me, but the issue is that other people that know Ayn Rand better than me, and likely better than you, disagree with you. And so I have your opinion. You haven't supported your opinion other than saying it's your opinion and that you're an expert. And I see other experts who say you're wrong. So why would I take one expert against other experts?
All right. Well, I don't think that's a accurate statement of where we are in this discussion.
100% accurate, actually. 100% accurate. If you disagree, just give me something that supports your interpretation of Ayn Rand other than that you are an expert on Ayn Rand and that you're a fan of Ayn Rand. Because if that's your
I said there has been passages that I've read.
Yeah, so you're appealing to your expertise.
No, I'm appealing to my eyes.
Yeah, you're appealing to your own anecdote, what you've experienced. And I'm saying there's other people that experienced otherwise when they read Ayn Rand. And so why is your interpretation golden and no one else's? Why is only your interpretation worthwhile?
All right. I don't think it's getting heated again. I don't want it to get heated. So
that's fine. It just feels like you don't have any support for your argument.
All right. Well, I don't think that's a fair characterization, but we can just agree to disagree.
Well, the chat agrees.
All right. Well, congratulations on that, I guess. Is this a appeal to popularity? Not that somebody in the chat agrees with him. I don't even see that. Not that it matters, but whatever. He hung up. I didn't hang up on him, but he left. He left. Speaking of the word left. I said I've seen passages in Ayn Rand, at least one passage where it seemed like she favors that as against the left. It's not an appeal to expertise. I'm telling him what I have read. Now, I think the way the word has been used in the culture has changed over the decades. So I'm not sure that she would write today what she had written decades ago and favor the left over the right, or at least say she's closer to the right in some respects, at least not the religious rights. But if we're talking in terms of size of governments, there are some people within the objectivist movement I know who still, I think to this day, use the terms right and left in the way that she did. And they still say that objectivism is on the rights politically. And there's other objectivists who have abandoned the terminology of right and left because of how they have evolved over the decades since Ayn Rand was writing. And they say they oppose the rights. And I understand that. And I say that sometimes myself. But I'm not appealing to expertise. I'm just saying, like, he seemed like he was had more expertise than I did, yet it seemed like he had barely read any Rands, yet he seemed very confident in that he was right about this and how objectivists use the term. It seemed like that confidence was somewhat misplaced. In my view, is not because I wanted it to be right or because I'm an expert. It's because I've seen things in Ayn Rand's writings that suggest this view of how she understood right and left. All right. But moving on. I see a new person in the chat who says either we have a definition of right and left or we're talking nonsense. Yeah, it's important to have definitions. Kudababa says, as I said before, the traditional left-right spectrum is falsely defined by non-essentials and is not helpful in understanding things. I think the important characteristic, which I started to get into some on my the notes that I was sharing, is that if you're going to have just a one-dimensional political spectrum, I think you should define it according to coercion versus freedom, because that's the essential issue in politics. And you could put coercion on one side of the spectrum and freedom on the other side, and then a mixed economy. Maybe you would put that in the middle. And on the coercion side, you would have communism, you would have fascism, you would also have anarchism, because you would be subject to lots of coercion, I think, in a state of anarchy. And then on the right would be laissez-faire capitalism, which Rand supports. So I think if you're going to define it by essentials, that's how you would do it, if you're just going to have a one-dimensional spectrum. But Yaron Brook has talked about how he thinks of the political spectrum as an arrow. So in it's defined by individualism versus collectivism. So on one end would be laissez-faire capitalism, and on the other end, it branches out, and you have the right and the left. Those are the two tribes, like the feathers of the arrow. They branch out, so you have a right-wing tribal version of collectivism, which involves, loyalty to Trump, and they want their tariffs and their, whatever Trump's whims are. And then you have the left-wing collectivist tribalism, which is just different in some ways. I don't know what they want that's distinctive, woke ideology or what, but they're just two different variants of collectivism, and both are opposed to individual rights, whereas on the other side you have laissez-faire capitalism. So that's the way Yaron Brook has explained the way he sees all these terms related on a spectrum. In Greg Salmieri, he has a talk about this, which I thought was very good, where he talks about where you would put different views. Like sometimes Rand's view is called minarchism, but if you have the size of government as your essential characteristic, then you might think, well, anarchism is really close to minarchism. Minarchism is just a very minimal state, and anarchism is just no state. So it's just a little bit different. But no, actually, there's a huge difference between anarchism and so-called minarchism. So minarchism is actually not a good term for Rand's view because it implies it's very close to anarchism. So I think you could have a one-dimensional spectrum, but size of governments maybe isn't the most essential term or essential characteristic to use to figure out where something belongs on that spectrum. It would be rather freedom versus coercion. And then I think you would put anarchy versus, in Rand's view, on opposite ends of that spectrum. So when he was asking me, you know, like, how are you defining leftism? And I said, well, big government. That's really just like a first stage kind of starting issue to give some people some at least vague idea of what you mean, but it doesn't replace an entire discussion. You know, once you really get into a discussion of politics, I think you have to get into more essential issues like the issue of freedom versus coercion, and not just talk about the size of government. But this is just like a first pass, you know, like what I have here on my backgrounds. My finger is not showing up. I'm trying to point, but the virtual background is not trying to work. Now but so I think you can reasonably define leftism as like people who promote relatively big government, but you really have to say more than that when you get into a more lengthy conversation. You can only convey so much in, you know, a brief definition. But I certainly wouldn't go along with like defining leftism in terms of like this critical theory that comes out of Marxism, or is Marxist inspired. I think that's going to make things maybe even worse than just starting it with a characterization as like big government. To start talking about hierarchies, I think that's very a lot of red flags and alarms go off in my mind when if we're gonna use that as how we define leftism. All right. Let me come back to the chat. Kudababa says, yes, the proper political spectrum is individualism versus collectivism. I think even more fundamental than that, well, maybe, is freedom versus coercion. Because I don't know that is the only opposition to individualism collectivism? Well, I mean, in some way, yeah, it's those two are kind of a pair, two sides of, I don't know if I want to say two sides of the same coin, but those naturally go together as opposites. But I was just thinking, could there be bad ideology? Well, like anarchism. Like anarchism, you might think that's not collectivism. That's like every man for himself, or at least it could be. Every person, it's a war of all against all. And everyone is doing his own thing, whatever his own whims are. So there you might think, well, that's a bad political ideology, anarchy, but it's not necessarily collectivist. Maybe it could devolve into collectivism or transition into collectivism, like individuals get together and form gangs. But anarchy, at least, it gives me some hesitation for wanting to think of it as individualism versus collectivism, because you could have like a lone wolf type, right? A lone wolf anarchist. Maybe he's a terrorist, like the Unabomber, right? Is he a collectivist? Well, He's off in Montana, right? It's not clear he's trying to value some group the most. So, but you could still say that he's coercing people, right? He's subjecting people to coercion. So so it's an example like anarchy, which makes me think that that's more fundamental than individualism versus collectivism. It's maybe more fundamental as freedom versus coercion. Liberal versus conservative is not helpful to resolving political conflicts, says Kudababa. Great composure tonight, Dan, says Mellow Mau. I admire your patience working through such different fundamentals with the previous caller. Thank you. I try to keep it civil here, and if it starts to get heated, then I like to pull it back, calm down, because you can't really have a productive and benevolent conversation if it's heated. And I like to enjoy these conversations, and I only enjoy it if it stays calm and respectful. Yes, I admire Dan's equanimity. Thank you. All right, God's Son is still talking. I'm about something else, though, I guess. Kudababa says exactly, anarchism inevitably reduces to collective tribalism. Okay, so that's when they form gangs, and you have gang warfare. Well, I think it certainly can transition to that. I don't know that it always necessarily does. Like what's his the Unabomber guy. He wasn't part of a tribe, but maybe given enough time, he would have joined a tribe. Maybe he would have tried to join up with other Unabomber types if he could. I see what you're saying. He's alone, but he's rejecting individual rights. Yeah. An anarchistic lone wolf is merely a gang of one. I'm curious to find that passage. I think it might have been somewhere in the Ayn Rand letter where she mentioned the right in a way that she suggested that was more aligned with her political ideology. Maybe someone in the chat knows what I'm talking about. If I just look the term right up, I'm going to get a million results that aren't relevant. So if I had some way to narrow it down, I'm on my Kindle right now. Oh, that's not, but I don't have the Ayn Rand letter on Kindle. Maybe if I just Google where did Ayn Rand talk about the right wing? Being pro-capitalists. Let's see where that turns up. I wonder, it might have been in her comments on election, like the maybe the anti-Nixonites for Nixon article. Here's something that says Rand rejected being labeled a conservative or a right-winger, seeing them as too willing to compromise on economic freedom and too eager to mix government control with market principles. And now I think she it's very, I'm certain she definitely rejected being labeled a conservative, but as for rejecting being labeled a right winger, I'm less confident that she did that in print. Maybe she did, but I don't recall. That was just I was reading from the AI I got, which maybe is what the caller was doing. He was reading he Googled something. Maybe he read some AI that said she rejected the right wing label, which I see here as well, but I don't recall her doing that. And I recall at least one passage where it seemed to imply at least that she leaned more in a right, what she called a right direction. She might have hedged a bit about using that label, but she might have at least used it in a tentative sort of way. But I just can't remember what the article was where she did that. I don't have my Objectivism CD-ROM on this computer. If I did, I would be able to just do a search on that. Now here's another passage from AI that says Ayn Rand is commonly associated with the American right wing due to her fervent defense of laissez-faire capitalism and limited government. However, she rejected the conservative label, preferring radical for capitalism, and differed from the right on key issues like religion, she was an atheist, and abortion rights. So there it says she rejected conservative, but it doesn't say she rejected right wing. And that's more in line with what I remember her saying in print. She many times rejects the conservatives, but less often, if ever, does she reject the label right or right wing. But maybe you all can point me to somewhere where she does that. All right, I'm going to Google that one article, Anti-Nixonites for Nixon. See if anything turns up there. Okay. Don't see it. Maybe I'll find it later. All right, it's 8:32 p.m. Pacific, and I usually go not past 9:15ish, and that means I probably won't go for more than about 40 minutes. So now's a good time to do a super chat if you want to support the show or become a channel member. Now that you can join. Oh, John Wayne is here. Hello. He says faith is bad. And I was also thinking about using channel memberships as equivalent to super chats. Like if you signed up for a $5 channel membership, I would treat that as equivalent to doing a super chat, a $5 super chat. Or if you do a sign up at $10 a month, I would treat that as equivalent to a $10 super chat. But I'm not sure if I want to do it that way. But anyways, if you can go to the link on my channel to see all the perks that you get now for the various channel membership levels. And those might change. They might be revised, but you can at least see what they are right now. Playful Doggy is here. All right, got a couple more subscribers. I'm up to 1,085. Thank you for subscribing, whoever that was. I can't see who subscribes unless you have your subscription set to public. There's a way to do that, but often people have their subscription set to be private. Playful Doggy says, while I agree faith can be bad, I am personally atheist. Faith isn't inherently bad and can be used positively. Well, the way I use it here is to mean belief without evidence, and I think that's always bad. So another sense of faith is when someone says someone is being bad faith or good faith in a discussion. That's like saying they're being sincere and honest, or not sincere and not honest if they're bad faith. Or your wife or husband was faithful to you, right? That's another sense of faith. They didn't cheat on you. And I think those are fine senses of the word faith to use. But there is another sense which I think is relevant to the sorts of discussions I have, like if I'm debating with someone who's supporting religion. I think that's a context where it doesn't just mean being honest or sincere, like good faith. It means you're believing something without evidence. And there are lines of scripture that suggest this kind of thing, like when Jesus says, what's that line about believing things unseen? I'm looking up that quote. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Defining Christian belief as confident trust in God's promises despite lacking physical proof. Yeah, that's more the relevant sense here that I'm talking about. I'll share that on the screen. The evidence of things not seen, right? So even if you don't have evidence for it, you still have faith in it. Take it on faith. Have confident trust in God's promises despite lacking physical proof. Now, even if there isn't physical proof, you could still have some kind of proof, like, let's say you have a headache right now. Well, that's not something you get by looking out into the world and looking at physical evidence. You just introspect, and you have this feeling of a headache. So, I don't think the physical world is the entire world. There's also the non-physical or mental world, you might call it. That's a debatable issue, whether the physical and the mental are distinct or one is reducible to the other. But you might interpret this in a dualist kind of sense, this use of physical, where the physical only picks out part of the world or part of reality, but it doesn't exhaust reality. And you could have proof for something without physical proof, like a headache. But the gist, I guess, is lack of evidence. And I think the issue about, well, there is this word physical, and he doesn't say the evidence of things not heard. Maybe if I heard it, but I didn't see it, I could still believe it. And then it would be faith. But it wasn't seen. So, but I think if you try to get really picky about the words, you might try to defend how faith doesn't mean belief without evidence. But I think if you're not just being picky about words, if you're taking a broad view of Christianity and the entire corpus and the kinds of things they say, I think the most plausible way to interpret what faith is belief without evidence. Of any kind. Not just belief without physical evidence, not just belief without visual evidence that you can see, but belief without any evidence. And you're supposed to believe in something like the Trinity, right? Which doesn't make any rational sense. How can something be one and three at the same time? Doesn't make sense, but you're still supposed to believe it. Take it as an article of faith. John says, I don't think Rand would accept the label right-wing. It's arbitrary, not fundamental. I think it is unlikely she would accept that label, at least today. Less unlikely that she... Let me not use so many negatives. It's confusing me. More likely she would have accepted the label in her day when she was writing, 60s and 70s, when she was writing nonfiction. Less likely she would accept the label today, 2026. But even back when she was writing nonfiction, I think she kind of used the term tentatively for her own view, or the view she leaned towards. I wish I could find that passage so I could see exactly how she put it. But I don't think she was adopting it in like a wholehearted, unqualified sort of way. Looking at the chat on my phone now. Kuda Baba says, faith is anti-human nature. Human nature is to reason, which rejects faith. Okay. Well, I've glanced over all the chats. I'm not going to read them all now. Maybe I'll read them later. Anyone else want to raise a topic? Or should I end the stream? So I usually stream once every 5 days. And sometimes something comes up which interferes with that. But usually that doesn't happen. I thought that might happen today, but turns out it didn't. I had a potential appointment which was not actualized. So I was able to stick with my once every 5 day streams. So my next stream would be Wednesday, April 22nd. Usually start at 1 or 2 p.m. Pacific time. p.m. So unless something comes up, that's probably when I'm going to stream again. So we can talk more then. Maybe I'll get some channel memberships between now and then. Thanks to the people who already signed up. Robert and Nick. Thanks to Mellow Mau for his super chat. And Robert also did a super chat. I think that was all. Let me double check though. See, I can sort by fan funding. Yeah, Robert signed up and did a super chat. Mellow Mau did a super chat, and then Florida Nick signed up to be a member. See, I was just, now I'm sharing that. Those were my financial contributions for the day. And they've got stars by their names now because they're members. Let's see. You too can get a star by your name for as little as 99 cents per month. Okay, well, I think now is a pretty good time to end the stream. Looks like things might be winding down anyways in the chat. So I will say thanks everyone for being here. If you're watching this after the live stream, thanks for watching it later or listening. Thanks for all your participation in the chat, calling in, unless you were a troll. I don't thank those people. Thanks to the non-trolls who called in. And I'll see you next stream. Where's my closeout stream? Screen, rather. Here it is. Okay, have a good night, everyone. See you next time.